Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And greetings, family. You're on with the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood.
The undisputed
and Kala Genesis. Go ahead, brother.
The undisputed kings, And what makes us the kings, right, is because we're the most truthful, and we're the most transparent. We earn the right to have leadership. We're not leaders, but provide leadership. That means lead by example.
Absolutely.
That's what leadership is all about. Taking full accountability for everything. Don't make any excuses, whatever like that. Give full disclosure and also managing expectations. That's what leadership is all about. You set benchmarks and goals and stuff like that based on the principles of LARP. What is LARP? An acronym. It means logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. You can't go wrong when you're LARP, and also delaying gratification. That's a hallmark of a civilized people. The people that could build and plan out years and discipline themselves for hard work and everything for a common goal is always going to win out with people who are impulsive, who want things there and now. And that's why all these mistakes keep happening. People are impulsive. They just want to go over there and prove something, If you go over to Africa just to prove something, if you go over to Africa just to prove something, right, you are a freaking fool. This ain't who's going to be a bigger Pan-Africanist by how many, whatever nickel and dime dusty investments you got, whatever, or whatever, how many times you've been to the continent. It means nothing. It's about basically changing the trajectory, right? Do Black people in America and Africa have a lot in common? Should we be like other races where you got the North Atlantic Treaty and all these institutions that basically span everything? Look at the Catholic Church, it's a global institution. All these institutions in the West that governs, controls white Western culture, Western civilization, everything with their own code unapologetically. Right now, we don't have. We had those. We tried to have those institutions through the African Methodist Episcopal Church and Pan-Africanist organizations, but we let clowns, fools, and detractors and race traitors and everything undermine it. Right? Why? How dare you try to question Marcus Garvey? Oh, Garvey was this, Garvey that. We let people live among us, right? That are outright freaking race traitors that try to undermine what we're doing. If we made the serious to say that we want to build a nation for our own Africa, nobody has a right to freaking come into it and say, no, you shouldn't do that. No, no, you shouldn't do that. We're the only group of people that let other people get away with that, telling us what we should think, what we should feel. And so with that being said, right, there's a lot of enthusiasm to go into the motherland, right? But the thing is, though, we're in a good position. That's one thing. Gaddafi, this is one thing a lot of people always said. The Black man in America, you have no idea the strategic position you have inside the United States. And it's all about trying to control this beast. People don't know the Black man in America is a raging beast, a friggin' Hulk, a Titan if you want it to be. But they got a raging beast on his knees crying, whimpering, like like a giant that doesn't know his strength and power. And we just sit there and crying and begging and, oh Lord, how woe is us and everything. Well, we could be the most powerful people on the planet. We could pass white America in global influence and power. Look at our music, Look at our influence and everything like that. What Muhammad Ali realized that. He was bigger than anything the United States had. The world looked at him like, look at this Black man define the United States. We have men that produce in the world, but we go crawl like I'm disappointed in Paul Robeson. The Russians were ready to make him a czar. This guy was great, but he came back. Whoever got him back. Oh, I'm an American. America hated you, Paul Robeson. You should have stayed in Russia. He sung the Volga Boatman. He had Russians in love with him. He had the Black man's cause and everything. We could have used that influence, right? Imagine if we would have had a partner like that on the global stage. What if Russia would have said, I'm the friend to the Black man in America? What if we would have put a million Paul Robesons and we said we defied the United States right inside of his borders? What the hell is America going to do? Kill all of us? That's the way you have to bring it in the future. We have to be strong. We have a strategic position in America right now to really help Africa and be free ourselves from this thing. But we don't want to do that. You got people talking about, I'm a foundational Negro American. You know, I don't have nothing else. They basically trying to sever ties between us and other black people. They're trying to deny their freaking African ancestry. You know, they're trying to say he's got this dude, black skin's amazing clown, talking about, oh, it's a white scientist. It's always a white scientist. Says that African Americans aren't African. Of course, they would love to sever us from Africa. Because when they sever us from Africa, they're going to have their way. That's what it's all about. They're going to have their way. They could do whatever they want to because they could bomb the continent. They could do whatever they want to because you won't care because you believe you're an Aboriginal American. You believe you're a Native American. All kinds of stupid tomfoolery foolishness that people are bigger. If you believe that you're Aboriginal American, I'll cut you right off. If you have friends that believe that, and I see you hanging around with people like that, I'll cut you off. I don't want to have nothing to do with the ADOS, FBA, Aboriginal, all these race traders. They're only online. They stay online because they think what they're doing is going to somehow come into fruition. It's never will. It's never will. As long as basically we have the love for our motherland and love for our people, and also black people in America, you have to start loving who you are. You know, love who you are first, right? And then we basically can branch off, love our brothers and sisters. But Black America has to start learning how to, and this is what the topic of tonight's show is. Why is it that so many black people in America, when they go to Africa, why are they going unprepared? You know,
absolutely, brother. And let me just
why would you quit your job? Why would you do that? You know, just to go ahead. You are not living in a bad situation in America. It's your own. Remember, you take you with you. If you're basically going through trials and tribulations and everything like that, going to a developing land with no connections, no ties and everything, with your last bit of savings. I see sort of video I played, right? I'm like this. These are grown people making these silly childish adolescent decisions. Because
absolutely, Colin. Before you get all into it, let me just lay out some things before we get before we get deep into it. So our family appreciate our brother Kala, and what he's doing is giving you a nice summary of what we're going to get into full details on. And let me just read through our topic again, family. So our topic is African Americans are not desperate or destitute, so stop running to Africa confused and unprepared. So family, this is always the Afrikstan Analysis with Kala Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba. And the reason for this subject is, and when I talk about African Americans, I'm talking about Africans in the Americas, the stolen Africans, those of us that came abroad here from being stolen from African, taken away from our culture. So now we have organized ourselves as a people, and then now we have to make a decision on how we want to approach things. So what I'm telling our people here, and what me and Kala is about to get deep into, is that we're definitely not desperate, and we're definitely not living in destitute. So don't be going around telling our people in Africa that in America I'm scared because the police is going to gun me down, or when I go on a job, all of the white people hate me and treat me a certain way. And it's like, do some of these things happen in increments? Yes, but it's like, when we just bringing these things up to our people now, we're making ourselves look foolish, and they're like, wow, what is going on? You know what I mean? So, and it's like people are literally ruining and destroying their lives because they literally think that as soon as they step outside and get in their car and go somewhere, a bunch of evil, wicked white policemen, or now evil, wicked black policemen, are just going to do bad things to them. And that's not really, that's not the reality of the situation. And like I mentioned to people, do bad things happen here, Africa, wherever? Absolutely. But we have to put everything in complete perspective, because we can't make it seem like we just like that desperate and things, and to where, because even my son, I was talking to my son, and I'm like, son, I would never take you out of your school system here, that you have the things that you have in place, and bring you to a school system in Africa, a colonial school system. And then number one, I tell them, do they have great schools in Africa? Yes, but I'm not paying $50,000 a year to send you to school when you have when you have access to education there. So these things you have to be put in perspective. So fam, we're going to get into a lot of these things, and then Kala and myself are also going to be giving you great examples of people who literally thought that the grass was green on the other side, but they end up going over and found out that it's burnt. Now, the grass can be greener on the other side, or can be greener in Africa, which is the vision of what we have set up. Where you see our logo family, Black Star Pan-African Community, building an organized community. So those of us here in the Americas, which have been able to build our future and our career, can literally be in Africa and have the things that we need and put things in perspective to where we can look out for each other. We can have things organized to where, you're not a victim of what's going on, because that's the reality of the situation. When some of us are going desperate and going to where we don't know what's going on, and then we just run into certain countries, the next thing you know, you're running into the law of how things work, and you run into chaos. And then what you're running into is people that are going to take advantage of you. And that's what I'm always telling people: don't ever leave here and run from here and say, hey, I'm going to Africa, but I don't want to be around no African American. And I'm telling people who have said that to me and explained that, I've said that will be your biggest regret you will ever say in Africa. And that has come to pass, because one thing about yourself, you lived in this country for so long as a people, and we're just going to go somewhere and not bring our energy, not bring our culture. And that's a big mistake. So family, we're definitely going to get into more of it, but definitely let me share with you the energy of what we have been able to build in Africa. We just didn't get up one day and then start being experts in Africa. We laid a foundation down from 2003, 20 years ago, building study groups, taking tours to Africa, doing a lot of research, and then eventually building our business as Africa for the Africans, and opening up a world and connecting our people. And when we connected our people, it was never a situation for you just to say, hey, America is hell, let me just run to Africa because Africa is going to save us. No, that's never was the situation. The situation was to build an organized operation on the continent. And so we use the tools of our business, Africa for the Africans, to connect you. So what you'll see, family, at the bottom is our website, africafortheafricans.org. And then you'll see information on us talking about tours. Now we have Liberia, Egypt, Rwanda, Senegal, the Gambia, Tanzania, South Africa, and Ghana, and countries that we have in place, that we have experience, connections, network to, where if you say that you want to go, you can reach out to us, and then we'll connect you with proper consultation. Proper consultation means just having dialogue and connection with the people who know what they're doing. And if you want a paid session, we can definitely get into that and put more things organized for you. But don't put yourself in that situation where you just feel that that this is the worst situation, because I don't know how it's the worst situation where I can't see where you'll be able to build a better career, or better a business profile, or be able to build your career and the things that you need to build and put in place. The elements of things are here, and so when you naturally go into Africa, you have to have a whole lot more in place. But we can make a lot of things work, organized in Africa, but we have to come together and work together. So when we talk about Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, family, it's us working in organized energy for the purpose of us, building a future, and building a future to where it's not something that we're going to let a group of village idiots stop us from what we're doing. Because when you run into certain countries, you're running into idiots who literally are trying to pull a fast one on you. And so not all of us are going to be street people who understand business on the streets and understand business in the corporate world. But fortunately, you have people here who understand that world and have the connections to the world. So we're going to definitely connect with you. And so as I talk about our Africa Connections family, let me just share one of our postcards with you, real quick, and so you can see some realistic dates and realistic country, so you can put these things in perspective also. Because one of the things is, you have to just survey your options in Africa. So what me and Kala has been talking about over the last year is, what is a better way for us to connect with you in Africa? And so me and Kala has been talking about Liberia. And if you see us sharing a lot of information about Liberia, it's based on the fact that this is the only country in Africa that our ancestors from the Americas or from America literally set up. And they set it up because they knew that me and Kala was going to be having this conversations 200 years later, and we're going to be in a situation where we're trying to figure it out. So Liberia has to be that country. So I'm telling people, we have it on the schedule. We've actually made it the most inexpensive journey, and it's not for any specific reason other than encouraging you to join the energy. And I feel like we're going to be able to build something special because we have so much of our people in America that want to go to Africa. And it would be ideal if we had an American version of a country in Africa. And we do. It's Liberia. We just have to put the work in and restore certain things. So once we start making that move and connecting, we're definitely going to open things up to you, family. So the Liberia journey is that beginning journey of next year. That's March 29th to April 9th, 2024. And we do have Ghana in July of that year, and also Egypt in November of that same year, 2024. But what you see on the schedule currently is more so 2023 energy. And we're using that energy to introduce different countries to you in Africa. That way you can be clear. And when we introduce a country to you, we have our own people, our network there. So we always telling you, use our people, use our network, because we know how our people are in Africa. And that's no disrespect to anybody in Africa. It's just being real. When you have a group of people from America coming there, because I've been able to live that, based on doing this business professionally. And I've seen the amount of people getting shaken down. I've seen the amount of situation that have happened to it. It's been a loss of Black corporative economic investment, and if we had a country that was more similar to people way of how they did business, as far as how land work, business registration, business setup, business ownership, and so on, then that would been able to create something to where we'd be able to just build a nice foundation and make Liberia that country where we can say, hey, this is the Pan-African country of the world for us to just be able to just connect to. And yes, we can do business in every other country, but this is a country that's going to represent us. So we're definitely going to be pushing the energy for the different countries so you can get more feel of what's going on in other countries. But we've made it to where Liberia is a reconnection and investment journey. And over the last year, Kala's done a lot of shows and been breaking Liberia down. And then we've had a few of our Liberian sisters get on and share similar information, and all of it all together has connected us to where we realize that this is a special connection that we have in Liberia, and we need to figure out a way to make it work, because that situation will alleviate us from stressing, because too many people chasing around the African continent, chasing for passport and citizenship, and then some people are going to countries where you literally have to leave in 3 months and go in and out, and we want to prevent all of that. So all the countries that we have, the situations are different, but these are some of my best countries in Africa, and Liberia being the number one options in the future as we build. Are we still building our Black Star Pan-African community in Ghana? Absolutely. That connection in Ghana is a connection that, remember, Ghana is right there by Liberia. It's Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, then Liberia. So it's a connection that we have, and we have a whole coastal line right there along the Gulf of Guinea. So we're talking about really putting together two incredible countries that was meant for us as a people. Kwame Nkrumah laid the foundation, and unfortunately, the energy that Kwame Nkrumah built didn't transition to now, but some of it has. But it's something we can still work with. But the end all be all, and Kala is going to break this down also, is going to be what we're building in Liberia, because that's going to help more Black people in America to get connected to Africa properly. We'll do our best in all the countries that we got going on right now, but like Tanzania is a nice country, but it has not worked out for many people I know have gone there. Now Ghana is a little simpler because we can get you residency and get you more permanent stay. South Africa is kind of mixed, because it's like, do I really want to be in Africa with all these white devils? Absolutely not. And so on. So family, the schedule for next year on our website, africafortheafricans.org, is up there. And then now the 2023 schedule. So the next journey you're gonna see us in Senegal and Gambia. That's March 30th to April 9th, 2023. So that's literally in a few weeks. We're gonna be back out in the road, and we're gonna be building that connection, and we're gonna reach out to many of our people that have repatriated in the Gambia and really do some incredible stuff. So Gambia is always one of those countries where it's a good little setup, because we have people who have moved, but at the same time too, we have to build up a proper strength in the country, because too much issues with us moving to Africa, and then next there's a bunch of people from the Americas fighting and arguing with each other and making us look bad as a people. But we're here to just make sure things are organized in these countries so we can work together efficiently and effectively, so we can be as productive as possible. That way, when our people are ready to make these moves in these countries, they can have serious people in place. So Then Ghana is another country. We're set for Ghana May 24th to June 5th. We have a nice group, like I always have, going to Ghana because that momentum is in place. Then from there on, we're gonna head to Rwanda, and that's July 20th to the 30th. Then Tanzania, November 16th to the 27th. Then we're gonna close out the year in South Africa. It's December 24th to January 4th. And then, like I mentioned to you, family, we're gonna set it off fresh in Liberia in 2024. So all those information, family, is on our website at africafortheafricans.org. Go to the main menu, go to the main page and click on the link, read through it. Understand that if you want information about what we're doing, there's only so much we can share with you verbally. It's something that you have to go take a look at, check out, then you can call me, reach out to me, and we can build from there and get you on one of these journeys. Or if you need consultation or professional advices, you just reach out to us and we got you, because we're tired of seeing too many of our wonderful brothers and sisters go to Africa and then get ripped off, robbed, or get their dreams stolen from them, or get things just completely just fall apart based on the fact either they're just not prepared or they don't have a unit of people to work with. So I'm not saying bad things about our people in Africa, but the fact that these things go on is unacceptable, and someone has to take accountability. And I know people like, well, they didn't come here prepared or whatever, but at the same time too, the games that people play, it doesn't help, because if all of us decide that we're not going to come to Africa, the African continent lose. The people like ourselves, we're fine on what we're doing. We can continue our lives and continue our business and continue all the things that we're doing, and it would just be it would just be bad for the movement. But I'm telling people that we're not desperate and we're not in destitute. So if these things keep on happening in Africa, our people are just going to say they're not going to waste their time and go. So I'm telling our brothers and sisters in Africa, if you're really down with us, help us work this thing out and encourage your people to stop doing the unethical, unorganized, or I should say more unethical than anything else, practices, because it is causing more and more of our people here in America say they don't want to have anything to do with Africa. I mean, what do you do when your friends and people come back? Everything that they've worked hard for is gone, or their future have been destroyed. You're gonna say, why would I waste my time and put myself in that situation? When I don't have to, because almost none of us have to do that. Like I tell people, I don't have to give up the business and give up the things I have and give up my career and do anything in Africa. I could have followed through my career, whether it's naval aircraft maintenance or civilian aircraft maintenance, or basically my technology operation that I built here. Now, the fact that we want to go to Africa and do things it's a plus. The fact that we want to provide leadership and being organized is a plus. So if we can't find good people in the different countries to work with, the children and the future of our continent is going to suffer. Because last I remember, if Africa had it all figured out, it would have been figured out. And last time I remember, if the Nigerians were all of this, all the rich, successful Nigerians in America and Europe would have helped build the continent. But as you can see, brother, none of these things have done. So it's up to us as Black people in America, in the African diaspora, to get this done. And we're telling you, family, stop operating in a mode of desperation, because that breeds more people to treat you as a victim, going there crying, making it seem like, oh, I'm in America, I had to leave America because I was going to get shot, or they were going to throw me in jail forever, and all this other stuff. Like, some of these unfortunate, terrible things do happen, but don't make it seem like it's the norm of everyday society and things like that. But Kala Genesis, man, I just want to lay out a foundation so you can just, bring the fire, that smoke.
Yeah, the whole thing is, the problem is Black people in America, right? It's just not just with Africa. It's with everything. Black people in America love being victims, I mean, Shelby still talked about that. You got Black people in America who have normal lives and everything, and you got the narrative of Black America is the victim. You're a victim. You're a victim or you're a victimizer. You can never just be a normal person. Black people in America, it's like, what's sad is a Martian could fall from Earth, right? Fall to Earth, right? He could walk into a Black neighborhood, right? Go walk into a bar, call everybody, a green ass Martian call you a nigga. You see them break down tears. He just called me a nigga. He's a damn Martian from outer space. He can get you in your feelings and whatnot, Anybody, every piece of garbage that crawls off the boat and whatnot can come to America and make the great Black America has built so much and whatnot. Like this. How can a fucking Vietnamese be racist towards you? They haven't done shit in history. Look at your history. It's like black men are so emasculated. It's like it's like a man. He walks around. He's big. He got a 10-inch dick and whatnot, but he'll cut that dick off because he's scared of offending somebody. And I'm just telling you how the black man is in America. He emasculates himself, and he wants to be helpless and weak. Come rescue me, I'm no threat. I'm not threatening whatnot, Then they got people like me. I gives no fucks because I have no fucks to give. I walk around with my head up. I walk proud, I don't care who you are, whether you're a white man, Nigerian, everybody, you are going to give me respect. You're going to respect my family, my ancestors, everything like that. Or there's no deal. Either you're a friend or a foe. Now, I do the same thing to you. Whatever your history is, I don't care what it is, I'll respect that. But they have this thing where people are telling African Americans that they learn from the white man, you don't have to respect them. And a lot of these fake Pan-Africanists are feeding into that, Oh, you don't care about black people, America getting robbed. Oh, they think it's funny. People going to Africa getting robbed or whatever, get mistreated, whatever. They think it's funny. They love when things happen bad to us and whatnot. It's funny. Well, the average African American don't have to go to Africa if they don't want to. They can live in America and they can live a good life in America and don't ever have to see the continent,
Absolutely.
They can go to Caribbean or whatever, Belize, whatever. So when somebody does make the thing they're going to go to Africa, there's a deep spiritual journey. And you don't play with that. They're connected to the land of their ancestors. But people play games with it. They want to play games and whatnot and make this like some fun. This right here, us talking to our motherland is not for the YouTube goofy ass talking points. There's too many people that disrespect this connection we're trying to build. And this is why I said, when people say, what about the Liberian citizenship? No, you ain't going to get that. Because most of you ain't worthy for that. If you go to Liberia, you're really going to respect that country because of what our ancestors laid down. You're going to give something up. You're going to have to show respect. And the Liberians will show respect to you. But this foolishness that we see with these expats and the continentals going back and forth, this is what's destroying this movement. And so therefore, and one thing is, it's like when you move into go to a new school, right? One thing I remember, I would say, yeah, how was you in your school? Now, in your other school, you could have been a punk. I'll never forget this, man. I remember, what year was this? Okay. Yeah, I remember I went down south for a year. My parents took us down south because of racism up in New York, right? So we went to school down south, right? And that's when I really got tough. That was like in 5th grade. I got really tough, right? I came back, right? And all the white boys feared me, all the white boys feared, oh my God, man. They said that I grew a couple inches, right? And I got a little thicker. They were like, oh my God, man, you're back. I said, yeah, And everybody, all the same white boys that used to beat me up and whatnot, even the kid Ryan I was telling you about, they didn't come near me because I had a certain look on my face, like I'm dangerous. Even though when I was down south, I got my ass kicked down there too, I hated me because I was from New York. You dirty New Yorker, but I learned how to fight down there, I go to a white school, I get my ass kicked. I go down south, I got my ass kicked, because I'm from New York. You talk funny. You from New York. You know what I'm saying? Every time I turn on TV, y'all got prostitutes and pimps and gangs and everything. We don't want that down here. I'm black like you are, fool. And they beat my ass because I'm from New York. That toughened me up. When I see gang beat up as a kid, I used to get jumped and whatnot every day and whatnot, by white kids and by black kids, And so when I went back to New York, I got tough, right? And I didn't let them know that I got my ass kicked down. But all they knew is, yeah, I fought my way up and whatnot. You never tell them, you never let yourself look weak. And that basically got me through. I was like, oh, yeah, he's tough now. He's got to fight. He just got to fight you back and whatnot now, Yeah, I ain't scared of you. You call me nigga all you want. I'll whoop your ass,
There you go.
And so my whole thing is, same thing in life, right? You go to Africa, you should be like, yeah, I got a career, I got a life over there, but I'm here for a reason because I want to be here. You don't go there with your crying ass. Oh, I never felt love. Look, I got aunties, I got family. We go to family reunions. I got everything in America I need, but this is filling a part of me that's missing. My connection to my African motherland. That's it. I don't need anything else. Now, if you want to be family with me, business with me, we can work on that level. But you're coming from a position of strength. That's one of the things in the Black Power movement they talked about. The Black Power movement was overlooked, right? They said because they focused so much on, the media focused so much on the BL, the Black Liberation Army, and all this stuff like this. But if you look at the tenets of the Black Power movement, right, it was real legitimate power. They said, look, we want to integrate into a pluralistic society for a position of strength. They said us going there begging, getting beat up at counters and whatnot, you know, getting dragged by water holes just to sit next to white people. We don't want to do that, you know. It's like we're not allowed to have our dignity, whatever we want to do. You say integrate with America, okay? That means white people got to spit on you, piss on you, sick dogs on you, everything. Now you talk about going to Africa. It means Africans talking down to you, dismissing your culture, dismissing your ideas, dismissing who you are, and everything like that. To rename you and all this kind of stupid stuff they try to do. And I don't mind having another nickname, whatever like that. You want to name me Big Poppy coming back home, whatever like that. Yo, I get that. But I know who I am. My parents gave me a name, you know? My grandparents knew who I was. I have grandparents. I'm not going to cut them off, you know, everything I've known just to be you. And that's a psychological abuse a lot of people go through in the name of Pan-Africanism and connect home. That's why all these Pan-Africans look so miserable. They don't look happy at all. I rarely ever see, only people I see look happy are really older Black people, you know, who ain't got no choice, you know? All the younger people don't seem like they're happy. They like they're having a good time. They seem miserable, you know? And I'm like this, what's going on? You know, yeah, well, then it comes out, yeah, well, yeah, I thought I was going to come over here and connect and whatever. I thought I was going to, and it didn't work out like that, you know? And so people get disillusioned about the movement because they went over there on a false pretense. You go over there, like if you want to live in another country, that's fine. There's white people who live in Africa, right, or live around the world. Do you ever hear them say, man, my life in America? No, they go over there and just enjoy the country. You know, you never let people in the country realize that you are at their mercy or you basically like this, even you maybe are. You know, you never give that up because they will feed on that and take advantage of it.
Yes.
You know, you never let somebody hear you say, oh, I got to get out of America. I got to never do that. Never. You know, you were just signing your own death warrant. You know, you got to look like, oh, look, you know, I'm coming over here. Okay, we'll see what things work out and everything. But you never tell them how long you're gonna stay and what your ideas are. Remember, Vito Corleone told Sonny, "Hey, you never tell anybody what you're thinking."
Yes, remember that, man.
You never tell anybody what you're thinking. They should know nothing about you. All you know, you're there. You know, and then bit by bit, things will reveal itself. But they should never know your next move or what you're trying to do. That's why it's important to work with people like mine and like kind, you know, on the continent. Because that's what they do when they come over here. They click up and they tribe up and everything like that in America to navigate. So I thought we're all Pan-African. That's a fool. I think, okay, like this. The Pan-African movement, like I said last week, has not proved itself out yet. It's still an ideology. It's the oldest ideology in the Black world, right? But it's the ideology that is, if you really look at Pan-African, it's all about, ultimately, it's like an Armageddon, a confrontation with the white world. You know, and too much of Africa is too interwoven with the white world to embrace Pan the way we want to do it. That's why they disposed Kwame Nkrumah. That's why Patrice Lumumba went. Amilcar Cabral. All what's his name? Samar Mikal of Mozambique. All our great revolutionary leaders. That's why Mau, like, because the bottom line is Pan-Africanism ultimately means a confrontation with the white world. You know, if you're not ready to do that, if you're not, what you're not doing ultimately is to unite the Black race, right, against other races, right? However, we can unite with, if we unite it, right, we can step to the white race in friendship, you know, and peace and treaty and everything. Right now, there's no treaty between no Africans and Black people and white people. The treaty is that we do what they tell us to do. They take what they want from us. They take what they want from us like they're taking candy from a baby. Ghana, they want gold from Ghana, they're taking Ghana's gold. They want Ghana's cuckoo. You know what I'm saying? They'll take Ghana's cuckoo, you know? They want diamonds, they want anything they want, they can take right out and whatnot. And the Africans, all the African leaders do is facilitate the looting and the robbing of the continent. And the military is used to keep the people under control. That's the reality. There's no Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is something we're trying to introduce because know why? Because we're in a position of power and strength. We're not in a position of desperation. We can wait this out. We can wait this out. We're not in a position of desperation that we got to get to Africa and build something like that. We can start stacking our money here, right? And be prepared. They're like, well, geez, man, Black America, right now, they got a lot of money in pension funds. Black cities in America control billions of dollars worth of pension funds, sovereign wealth, and all stuff like this. Yeah, we sit on all these major corporation boards and everything. We can really actually turn Africa around if we were really invested. But most Black in America don't even. Africa is an afterthought. And so the little 1%, 2% of us that's in Africa is making this big impact right here. Imagine if there was more of us. So what they have to understand is the average African American is not thinking about Africa. We're convincing them. Bomani and I are doing our job, and several other people are doing a job. But when you basically start telling Black America that, all hope is lost, you got to get to Africa, they're like, you fucking crazy. The people making the number of Black men in America making over $100,000 a year, 6 figures, $200,000 a year, is like 10%, going up. The mother people getting education, everything. I looked at when I first moved here to Virginia Beach. Do you know there's the majority of Black kids now are like in the middle class and grow up in suburbs, and they don't know anything about the struggle. They don't know anything like that. So you can't always tie Pan-African with the struggle. It should be that's our ancestral homeland. It's our duty to invest, build, connect with it. And what do you say about the kids who are saying, like, man, I never freaking missed a meal in my life. I'm off to college and everything like that. And now you're telling me, I got to get to Africa tomorrow or house break loose. We got to stop that nonsense. If you say, hey, look, don't you have Jewish kids that go to Israel? Yeah. Don't you have Italian kids that go to Italy? Yes. But where's your ancestral homeland? But here comes Dane Calloway. Well, Dane Calloway says, this is our original land. We didn't come from Africa. See, this is what we have to deal with. No other group of people have to deal with clowns, race hustlers, buffoons, race traders, and everything like this. It's just common sense because everybody wants a connection with it. The Asian kids in the Pacific region of America, right? They're always going to Hong Kong. They're always going to Singapore. They're going to Japan. They got all these places. They got these escapes. They got these connections. Watching the Black kid in America, right? Middle-class Black kid. This is what it's all about, right? We're trying to build a Pan-African movement with the middle-class Black people, the really growing middle-class Black people who travel, who invest, who are on apps and who are creating businesses into technology and coding and stuff like this. We want to turn them on to Africa as a possible place of business, investment, vacation, and stuff like this, settlement, whatever it is. This is not a desperation movement. If you're desperate and everything like that, this is not for you. We don't want desperate people. I don't want weak people with me. So if you're saying, something, I got everything I want. I got a house, car, and everything, but there's something missing, Kala. Well, the missing is, if you learn something about your African heritage and everything, you want to connect with their motherland. That's what's missing. That's a piece of the puzzle you're missing. Because nobody wants to be in captivity. Nobody. I really feel bad for the Native Americans because they don't have a place to go to. They have nothing. But we do have a motherland, a giant continent out there that we can connect with. And there's no excuse why we shouldn't. But when you go there with your head up. Go there in victory. Go there in triumph, right? Go there in strength. Let them see that strength, that how we persevere in America. Don't get there with your head down, talking about like this, especially if you're a grown-ass man. Don't go there with your head down, scared. Oh, I don't want to. I had to get with this guy on TikTok. Grown-ass men, they were in Japan, and they were like, grown-ass, big, strapping Black men. Oh, yeah, how the Japanese going to treat me? I say, you guys look pathetic. Talking like this. Well, Mr. Kala Genesis, you don't know what they go through. I said, these are grown-ass men. They're going to a little tiny Japanese man talking about, thank you for treating me like a freaking human being in America. And then people pick up on this. Black people going around the world giving this sob story to everybody. I'm like, you guys don't look like you anybody picking on you in America. People like victimhood. If you got some repressed victimization or you've been molested when you was a kid, let's talk about that. But I'm sick and tired of grown-ass men walking around like they're freaking helpless victims. You know, you that victim. If you act like that and whatnot, you know, don't do that in public. You know, always make sure that you give a strength when you talk. Like you got some bass in your voice. That you're tough. And like that, you know. So, well, Kala, you don't think men are allowed to cry? Well, sometimes, you know, sometimes men will like that. But when you basically just
cry
in the dark, man, somewhere, you know. But when grown ass men have, yeah, I just see when I go through America, and I'm just so touched to be here. When I hate that shit, you know. Damn, I hate freaking weak ass men. You're supposed to stand up like a friggin' man and be strong at all times, under no duress. And what the hell? Why the Pan-African movement is attracting these little sissies, these weaklings? You know? Loving Gambia is good for me. That's good. Just as long as you're there, you're doing what you got to do, and you don't don't embarrass us. You know, well, they should invite us to come back home and invest. But why is it that? Let me ask you a question. When people say leadership invite us home the best, did anybody invite the Lebanese? Did anybody invite the Chinese? Did anybody invite the Europeans when they came there? They took what they want. You know, that's what I'm talking about. I love my brother Amar Netter. You know, but we gotta get out of that mentality. People gotta invite us back to invest. When you go there, put the thing. If African Americans keep that victim mentality, escape the African American, time will get the wrong person that we treat them. Yeah, you're right about that, bro. And that's what it is. If you got Africans now, I heard this one story where the Tanzanians got into argument with some African American people in Tanzania, and they said, "We'll call the cops." You know how that ends up for you people. But in Tanzania, they're reminding African Americans like a veiled threat that you don't want the police to come around here. You know, we don't call the cops on you.
Brother, that's so sad and sick, man. I'm just disgusted.
That right there is like, I mean, that I would have packed my bags up and said, I'm getting the fuck out of here. You know. So we give this impression off that you never air out your dirty laundry. They don't know why you're in Tanzania. Oh, I'm here on vacation. You know, who knows? I work for the U.S. government. I'm a CIA spy. How do you know what the fuck that? And when we go over there and look at weak and oh my God, I'm in Tanzania, and you're on YouTube every day talking about how bad America is. Y'all don't know what y'all over in America like this stupid Go Black clown, you know? Oh, y'all over there just suffering, living paycheck to paycheck, and blah 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 blah. Shut the hell up. It's giving people the impression that we're weak, that we're vulnerable. And this is what I'm talking about, these stupid idiots that call themselves Pan-Africans on YouTube. You're giving people the impression that we're weak. Black people in America are not weak. I'm going to tell you right now, these people are going to keep pushing us. You know? And I hope that right now the tensions between African Americans and Africans and whatnot is just all talk. But this stuff keeps up. It's going to escalate the violence. And that's going to be ugly. Because black people, the Pan-African world has given everybody the excuse that they can just shit on our culture, shit on Black America, and blah, 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 because they're all self-hating clowns. And then when people who honestly want to get involved with Africa, I have people that were all Pan-Africans, went to Senegal, like that, over the last 4 years, have turned against Africa in the movement and dropped out of BAIO because it's toxic stuff. They're like, yo, why do they think that we're all fucking over here gangbanging in the ghetto and we're trying to come over there? I heard that somebody told me that I'm going to come over there and start a Bloods and Crips operation in Senegal and whatnot, all this kind of stuff. Where's this all coming from? Because we allow people to, you're so desperate to sell Pan-Africanism, because if you were doing what you're supposed to do, right? If we were doing what we're supposed to do and organize, right? People will be coming to the Pan-African world by the millions. Because you don't want to do that, right? You got to sell a false narrative that if we don't leave now, America's about to blah, blah, blah. We got to get to Africa any kind of way. And people are looking at that like, these people are desperate. It's never been like that. We've never been desperate. So let me drink a water, man. I'm losing my voice. Remember I tell you I lost my voice the other day?
Yeah, man, take your time, man. Keep dropping it.
Yeah. So the bottom line is this: the people, the real Pan-Africanists, you and me, right? We know that we have to bring the best of Black America to this movement, right? And Black people in America are stupid, you know. Despite what you think, you think Black people in America are stupid. You wonder why they're somebody like Tariq Nasheed is actually winning, you know, over us. You know, you don't insult the intelligence of Black people in America. They see Black people in America. We see each other doing everything. We're in the banks. We're in the insurance companies. We're in the hospitals. We're everywhere. Every facet of America, Black people in America are winning. I've seen those articles the other day. 300 Black restaurants in the city of Atlanta alone. That's impressive. I don't even like Atlanta. That's impressive. We're doing all kinds of things, making all kinds of strides in America. We are not desperate. You know, so when you talk when the Pan-African movement is that pathetic, they gotta try to sell desperation to sell Pan-African. You need to get the hell out of the Pan-African movement. Step aside and let Bomani and I do this. We're trying to woo the Black people. We're trying to encourage you. Yes, you're great. With your talent and everything like that, this should be a good match for this country right here to build the bridges and everything. That's how you do it. You don't sell desperation. Then also what happens is you end up attracting the desperate people. And those who end up people in the continent. I'm going to Africa. I got no savings, no pension, no Social Security, but I know I'm going to make it because I got good advice from Go Black to Africa. You know, the bottom line is this, man. Some of these dudes, man. Let me stop. Let me stop thinking. Let me not say what I'm thinking of saying. Them Lebanese Chinese have it harder at home and go to Africa a better life. Black America have better, as you said, they're really, yeah. The bottom line, those people are coming from third world situations, right? A good thing with Black America would be, right, is the fact that Africa, certain countries in Africa could be a good place for retirement, okay? Another thing Africa could be is a good place to build HBCUs. Land is cheap. You can probably build campuses. Let's say everything from STEM university, everything. Since you got plenty of land there, land's no issue, right? You know, you could build all kinds of universities. Imagine if basically you're building accredited universities. That would bring billions and millions of dollars to the African continent that hosts these things, you know, hosts these institutions of higher learning and stuff like that. You know, imagine spending 4 years on the continent in a HBCU and stuff like this that's basically accredited and everything. That would be great because if the money you spend on HBCU, what's the average tuition of an HBCU, brother? You know, it's like $20,000 a year, right? The average person at HBCU take out student loans, right? To do what? To live. And he's spending that money on rent, food, everything. What if that money was spent on, in, let's say, Liberia or Ghana on a campus? That would pump millions of dollars into a local economy. There's things we can do that make sense. There's things that we could do that can make sense. Now, I talked to Dr. Kala about how about African American Liberians having vacation summer camps in Liberia. We said, yeah, it's a good idea. Then we both thought about it. Wait a minute. The school season in America is June through August, right? That's the rainy season in July. Damn, man, that would have been so perfect to build summer camps and everything like that.
Yeah, man, brother.
That's damn, man. You know. So that's stuff we can't control. So she was like, "Well, maybe we can do it." I said, "You need those 6 weeks." When I went to summer camp, it was 6 weeks. You went in there with kids you didn't know. You come out best friends for life and whatnot. You know. My boy Chris, you know, the Showbutter Spirit. That's how we met, really, summer camp. You know, and we've been in summer camp. We weren't friends. Then our parents knew each other. He came on. I said, "That's that dude from summer camp, right?" And we became friends ever since, man. You know, we've been friends since 12 years old. They're friends to this day. But there's so many ideas, you know, that we can do that's constructive. You know, constructive. what like Morehouse and Howard and everything before the Ebola broke out were in Liberia, right? And they said, students, if you want to graduate, you have to do an internship in Liberia. And they were doing STEM and stuff like that. Then it pulled out. I don't know what happened to it. Thing. Also, all the major black fraternities have chapters, reopened chapters in Liberia and in South Africa and stuff like that. And they had an annual convention and stuff like that. So the black colleges are doing the things in Africa that the Pan-Africans only talk about, you know? They're over there building institutions, you know, building things. The black women's sororities are over with Spelman, all that, are on the continent, building things, investing in endowments and things like that. Why do you think Africa is getting such a leg up? Because we've taken our institutions over there to build. So the people that's doing this stuff, right, aren't going over there with their head down. They're going over there understanding that if we work together, we can both pull each other up. Nobody has to be on their knees. Anytime, I don't want the African brother to be on his knees and feel like he's less than me. And I'm not going to be on my knees and feel like I'm less than him. We were all victims of this transatlantic slave trade, right? Yes, we lost a lot of stuff like that, but we retained a lot of stuff. So let's put our best foot forward and let's work together. That's the way Pan-Africanism work. Mutual understanding, mutual respect. But some black people see, like a lot of black people always look for somebody to pity them. Because what happens is right now, white people are done with black people. Look, y'all niggas, we're tired of y'all, man. You know, whatever it is, we're tired of y'all, right? So now we got black people gotta look for somebody else. Oh, brothers and Africa, we're just so pitiful and everything like that. You know, the white man don't want to hear this more. So Africans listen to all this nonsense. You know, black people, you got black people out there talk about, I know black people, we're so oppressed. And they got driving a fucking Chrysler 300, a Bentley, you know, got 2 homes, got this and thing. You're so oppressed. Some fucking mentality is sick. You know, sick. A lot are frustrated with the situation in America, often dismiss the positive experience. Yeah, what situation? Look, the only situation most African Americans won't accept is they are not white. Most black people in America who a situation is they really want to be white. They really want to be, but like that's why you got the wobble movement. A lot of black people in America simply don't want to be who they are. That's all it is. So they turn to Africa as an escape. They either want to be white, you know, they want to be Native American, they want to be something else, but being black in America, because black in America, to them, they don't look at black America in the context of the world. They only look at black America as their relationship with white people. And the relationship with white people in America, right? Black and white is always, white's always on top. Instead of basically saying it's time for us to end this relationship with white America, right? And see how we can relate to other groups of people. Look at it on a more global scale, right? How do we scale on a global scale? Like me, I grew up watching Chinese martial arts movies. When I was like 13, when I stopped watching the Lone Ranger and Superman, stuff like that. I used to watch Bruce Lee. I used to watch a lot of kung fu movies, so that my whole outlook on life changed, right? I used to watch a lot of black exploitation movies, stuff like this. That's how you resist. But you got so many black people, right? They never learn how to have some sort of inner pride with themselves, you know, because they base their experience on white people, you know. Don't you have black social clubs? You know, these type of black people who talk like this don't have black friends. They don't have black family members. They don't have black outings. They don't have stuff like this. So they live on the outskirts of white people. They want to be accepted by white people. Then when they go out, they get into a racialization. These are people who always have these videos of them in confrontation with white people, and they always got their camera out. You know, we're getting followed around the store. We're getting followed around the store. Well, these are the people who live for this shit. So they look. It's like misery loves company. They love looking for misery and everything like that. Instead of going out there living their life, being around people like this, like me personally. If I know somebody, some place is racist, they don't want me in there. Guess what? I'm not going in there. You ain't getting my dollar. You ain't getting my time. Well, like that. You know, it ain't my job to fight or convince no white crackers about racism. If I go to a place and everything, guy treats me good and everything, you're gonna get my business. You know, if you don't, that's the last time you're gonna see me. You know, and I keep it moving. And I'm always basically around my own people, my family, and stuff like this. So I don't go through all this stuff that everybody else goes through. I have a business, you know. I deal with all types of races and everything every day. You know, it's on a business level. But a lot of these black people talk like that. They don't have no business. They have no real income. Everything. Black people who got real money, who make real money and got their stuff together, they're not worried about racism. Racism not bothering them. The black people you're talking about, right, try to pretend like they're us, right? And they're really broke. They're really down and out. They're really destitute in many situations. And they wrap it all up, not because they didn't go to school and get the education. They didn't work hard. They didn't do what they want to do. They blame it all on racism and white supremacy. And when they do that, right, like that, what they hate is black people that are succeeding. So instead of them basically succeeding, right, and they hate people like me because I'm succeeding, right, and I'm still saying we should build an Africa because I know we can get even further. These people just don't want to see black people in America happy because they're not happy. And they don't love Africa. They just use Africa as an escape. Oh, we need to go to Africa. Africa. And these same people, when they get to Africa, they fail. They have nothing set up. And then by the time you quit your job, right, sold your house, whatever you was at, sold your car, you get over there and say, you let that person browbeat you into going to Ghana and everything like that. Now you fail. You're like, what does that do? Oh, when you go back to America, he done got a job when he done moved up in society and everything, and you just wasted 6 years of your life because you listened to him. Stop doing that. Stop listening to fools. You go to the continent when you're ready to go to the continent, and you're prepared to go to the continent, and when you want to go to the continent. Don't let anybody tell you you got to go someplace. You got to give up. Like, you are not in that desperate situation. You don't know what it's like to go days without running water or electricity and stuff like this, or get sick and you can't go to the hospital or not because you don't have no health care. You don't know what that feels like, you know, where you were basically you a desperate situation. You might have to go to the U.S. Embassy and they might have to fly you out to the United States, back to the United States. How humiliating that must be like. And so these are things that we know, Bomani and I know, happen to people. And what's happening is making the Pan-African movement look bad. The Pan-African movement should be competing. But I don't know what the regular black people aren't civil rights. They're not integrations. They're just people that just live in America, whatever like that. You know, whatever. We had a civil rights movement that opened up beaches and stuff like that in the Deep South and everything. But I don't think many black people really cared about that. It's good that we have integration and stuff like that, but it was like matter of fact with a lot of black people. Okay, it happened, but it wasn't really enthusiastic, about that. But the thing is, I do believe, right? Like my grandpa always told me, he said, "Yeah, look, that Garvey movement is going to come back one day." I never understood what he was talking about. He said, "Yeah, we have to one day build Africa." My grandfather told me that. He was a Garveyite, in Harlem, and so it was basically like that. But in the meantime, it was our Africa, our empire? South Jamaica, Queens. My grandpa bought a house, and all these black people, families had homes, everything out there. It was a new thing. Black people owned homes, everything, And, people going up to Freeport, Long Island, going to Asbury Park, Jersey, going to Coney Island. We lived the life. New York City was our home, and we had a good time, People brag on rap because everybody brags about their street and the neighborhood, the best times and memories you ever had. Everybody has a neighborhood that they brag about and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that. But the one part of our history that we never fulfilled was that return to the motherland. That connection with the motherland. That's a void. And so don't let anybody exploit that in you. When it's your time and when you want to come, it can happen, but it has to be done from a position of power, strength, and of sound mind and body. Hey, Bomani, you want to put the link in the chat? I got people that want to call in.
Absolutely, brother. Time for some action.
Yeah.
Let's get ready to rumble. Yes. All right, let me see what they're talking about. Oh, I thought it was somebody trying to do something.
You put the link in?
I'm gonna load it up right here. And family, you can click on the link and join us. If you're gonna join us, bring it. And one thing we don't tolerate is, it's Sambos and coons and deadly clowns and
if somebody comes out here telling me how they're Native Americans, they're not Africans, you're gone. I don't even want to have that conversation. Get the hell out.
We have given all these Aboriginal and Native American clowns, we have given them a chance to come on here and talk, and all they do is say, "Oh, why are you hating on FBA? Why are you hating on this?" I mean, between them and the FBA movement, I don't think any of them will even get along. As a matter of fact, all these people who claim to be in this FBA movement, they don't even get along, and they're following their glorious leader.
Lame. Hey, lame. That was the only part of that shit was funny. Lame. That shit was funny. I hated that Bucci Bear shit. I don't think it's funny at all because it's a slight on our fucking movement, right?
The Bucci Bear, and you watch all of them, your belly is gonna be busted.
I don't like that shit.
What people have done. They've made this movement into a joke.
That's what I said. Turn out the one to a freaking joke, man. How are we gonna be a Bucci Bear?
Same circus clown stuff, man.
Deadly circus clown, deadly clown shit,
And family, as you can see, the banner Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. We're just really about building. And if you claim to be a part of our movement, that means you're out there working with Black people for us to build something unique. We have a guest on. Let me add our guest on. All right, now, greetings, Michael. Welcome to the conference call.
What's going on, brother?
Towards
hey, what's up, Kayla?
Hey, this is my soldier right here, Mike.
Man. Hey, what's going on, bro?
What's your tag, man? What's your tag? Is that Hebrew Israelite? Take that thing down.
And you know it, and you know it.
Raya, Michael Raya. Okay.
There you go.
Raya now.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, how you holding up, bro?
I'm holding up good, brother. How you doing tonight, brother?
Man, I can't call it. Me and you talked earlier today, bro.
Yeah.
Trying to do business on that continent.
Let me say this. The reason why we talked about that, because I did mention that to Bomani, right? But he has people calling. He does consultation, right? And he has people call. He does consultation. He charges $300, $200, whatever session, whatever. He paid people, but the bottom line is people making mistakes going to the continent, right? And they're basically going on emotion and feeling, right? And Bomani's been doing this for almost 20 years. And we watched a lot of people make mistakes. They don't have to. And what's happening is it's slowly eroding and destroying our movement.
Well, I understand what you're saying, Kayla, on that. But at the same time,
at the same time,
it's not Kala.
Well, he called me Caleb, but it's all good though. Go ahead, Mike. I love
Mike. To look at the average Black American experience and what we go through, a lot of us are going to have that eagerness to get out, and you can't blame them for it because we all are looking for a way for some sense of normalcy or peace. That's what African American. Kayla, I'm here in Chicago.
Oh yeah,
and what goes in Chicago.
If I live in Chicago, I would want to go to Mars, to tell you the truth.
You're wrong, bro.
You know how I feel about Chicago, man. Don't even bring Chicago up. Shit, I would rather go to the Antarctica than to be in Chicago, man. Yeah, I get what you're saying, bro.
But don't get me wrong, bro. When I first came to Chicago, I came here with, met with my family and things. And don't get me wrong, bro. It's nice. It just got worse. It got worse. And so, when you hear the news, it's always, it appears to be our people.
Right.
And that's the thing I think that knocks me down. But at the same time, it's our people that does that and things of that nature. And so it's like our people are running from our people.
And that's a sad thing. Let's get in here for a minute, right? All right. Now, we did a show on the city of Edenton, Florida. You ever heard of it?
Say it again.
Edenton, Florida. Have you ever heard of it?
It was Edenton on the Carolinas, right?
No, Florida. It's the oldest African American city in America.
Okay.
Now, what Edenton needs is well-developed city. Black people own it. Black city council. They got plenty of land, surrounding areas and whatnot. It's one of those areas where it's incorporated as a black city and everything. Got a corporate bond, a municipal bond, and everything like that, right? What they really need is really good residents there to build it up, right? Small town, peaceful, everything like that could be a thing. Because in the future, remember something, we came to Chicago under duress. We were driven out of the South and everything. We came to New York, I would say, even though New York was more successful than Chicago and Detroit, but we came on the rest. Now, in the future, right, why do we need these big, giant cities to move into? You know, there's small towns and everything like that in America where we basically could take control over security, police, all stuff like that, council, and tax revenue base, all stuff like this. There's towns in America, there's dozens of black towns throughout the South and in America that black people in America do not know about. Edenton, Florida is one of them, right? They're one of them. And so they were like, there was the thing where a developer wanted to come in and build housing. They rejected it. Said that's going to bring up property. They wanted an investor to come in and bring in factories and industries, stuff like that, to attract more people to move there, so they can have a revenue base. That's the future. So these towns are trying to attract black people to come there and build and move. You know, low crime rate, all the stuff you complain about, nice, clean country air. You know, they want to build shopping centers, shopping malls, and all stuff like this, where people can have a good quality of life and everything right here in America. You know, but it seems that black people in America, right? You know, just the way America is. Let me tell you something, Mike. The way America is set up right here is white people control where we eat, live, and everything. You ever notice why there's no black majority in any state? There's only 2 million people in Wyoming. Why haven't black people bum rushed Wyoming and took that over? Because white people make sure that where we live, where we eat, and everything is proportional. You know, that's why we could never move. We never majority in any state in America. They will never let that happen. You know, there's no black. Hispanics are now, I think, the largest group in California, because they had some sort of autonomy through Mexico and everything like that, where they could move freely. Same thing with the Asians. Black people aren't like that, you know? So if black people can't move throughout America like that, what makes you think black people are just going to basically be able to up and move to Africa without any coordinated support system?
No, Kayla, what I'm saying here, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I do. And don't get me, don't get me misunderstood.
Yeah, bro.
I mean,
it's all about. Is it about emotions, Mike? We got to get out of that, bro. It can't be about emotions. We have to have men that.
No, brother. You don't know what I'm saying. It's not out of emotion, bro. Because you got to look at one thing. All African Americans are not based upon the same dollar. We are all in different ranks when it comes to money. I mean, you have the poorest of blacks. They can't afford to do that. That's one thing I think we need to keep in mind. And I'm not trying to put them down either. But at the same time, you got different ranks of blacks who can afford to say, hey, I want to invest in this particular company, or I want to invest my money in Africa. I mean, you have that, and then you have the majority of them, huh?
Is there anything wrong with that? Is there anything wrong?
No. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, when you have a brother or sister that has the means to helping their brother and sister out, this is just my mentality. We should help that person out. You know, that's just me. I'm not saying take on this slave mentality of your own brother and sister. Nigga, please. Ain't nobody trying to do that type of nonsense. I'm not trying to get down in that way. But at the same time, I'm not trying to push or hinder a brother who may appear to be or lower income of me.
Right.
I'm not trying to entertain that. I'm trying to, hey, let's move up together if we can. If we can't, all right, I'm still going to support you. Period. And I think that's where we're falling off. You know, we'll talk about what the black man and this and black and that, and don't get me wrong, bro. Yeah, I did it. I had like 10 guys working for me. I had I had one black girl and I had one Spanish girl working for me. Those two women did what 10 black guys did not do. And the black girl, she's still working with me to this very day. She's a true hustler. That's what she do. And that's the thing I look at, bruh. That's the thing I look at. And I told these brothers, I said, look here, I can't sit up here and pacify you brothers. Either you, and when I say brothers now, I'm not talking about all blacks, because I was dealing with Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, and I dealt with one Italian. All of them was on the same totem pole as the average black man. Child support, baby mamas, and they couldn't get to work without their girlfriend's vehicle. This is what I deal with, dealing in my business, dealing with with people. Because all of them are my people. Period. And that's what I dealt with. But when it all boils down to it, I end up with that one black woman. Now, this is not to say that the Spanish girl that was working with me, there was nothing wrong with her. It was just her boyfriend just got out of prison. He blew up her car. And she said, Mike, I don't want to put you in the middle of this. So she just walked away from the business. But at the same time, what I'm saying is that I ain't gonna say we. What we are trying to, what you was talking about, what black people don't do and do not do, I can't say all of that is for the majority of people. I can't really truly put my weight on saying that all black people feel this way. I can't say that. I cannot say that truthfully, because I have not seen that, and I don't believe that. You know, when you under so much stress and things of that nature.
Let me ask Mike. Let me ask you a question. Mike, we cut you off right there.
Go ahead.
You said we're under a lot of stress, right?
Man, dude, I make a nice bit of money, and yes, I'm under stress.
I know that, right? I know. I make good money. I'm not stressed. You know, you ever see me stressed?
I make money, and I'm under stress, bro.
Now, I make money too, but you know, I'm not under stress. Not about money, you know. And
no, not with the money. It's the whole system of things, bro. It's not, and then that's what I think that's what we're getting it twisted at.
You know why I'm not stressed?
Talk to me.
Because Bomani and I talk almost every day, and we're making strides and we're building stuff and whatnot, and we know what's going on. That's why. All
right. But Kayla, this is what I'm saying to you. You and Bomani, you all know what's going on. This is the thing. You all know what's going on. But my point of saying this is, all black people do not think alike and do not move alike. But at the same time, we can. This one saying. But this one, hold on, Kayla.
Every black person, because
all right, this is what I'm saying, Kayla. All right, but then you talk about all of them. This one I'm saying, Kayla. You talk about like-minded. All right, fine. But one thing you gonna have this is one thing we all gonna have in mind. Majority of black Americans suffer the same. And with that, all our minds are in attune. We are all alike. So we cannot sit up here. One person cannot say, hey, African Americans, the black African American man is lazy. Dude, we can't say that. We not. You are an African American as well as Bomani and myself. And you know how we hit the pavement. We hit it. We work hard.
But who's saying that? Who's saying that?
You did.
Your oppressors saying that. The people who saying that are lazy themselves. Because
no, Kayla. I can't necessarily call them lazy. I call them pimps. Because they say, hey, let's maneuver the situation to get them to do this here. Or taxes, whatever, and then hey, we can sit at home. We can sit at home. We can sit at home, raise taxes, make them pay the taxes. Hey, we are the original pimps, and they are the pimps. If you really truly want to boil it down like that, that's what it really truly boils down to being, bro. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Bottom line is this: the people sitting up on the NFL, grossing billions of dollars and whatnot, will sit there and complain about the players not running fast enough and everything while they're sitting in a damn box seat making the freaking real money. They're throwing the NFL players peanuts and whatnot, call them this, that. It's always about a position of power. If we were in power and the white people were on the bottom of that, we'd be calling them lazy too. It's all about power. The people
let me post, Kayla. Kayla, let me post something to you. You a billionaire, and you got football players playing for you. You hop on that phone and say, hey, look here, too little foot. You running too slow. Dude, I'm paying you X amount of millions of dollars. What's wrong? You need to stretch your little feet out and run faster. What you think he gonna do? He gonna try his best to run faster for you because he knows the money that you're giving him is something he is not used to. And he wants a lot of money because not only is he thinking about himself, he's thinking about his family that is behind him, who is thinking about him and his gift that he's taking to take care of his family. That's what he's thinking about. He gonna try his best to do just that, is to run faster because this guy said, hey, I'm paying you to do so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. Of course, it's not all about him. Please correct me if I'm wrong, bruh.
Yeah, like I said, the topic of tonight is basically, like I said, if somebody has issues and everything, I strongly say they should get mental help and everything like that, right? But what we're saying is this: we need people who are strong, who can build on the African continent and stuff like that. They're not going there because what happens is...
Taylor, let me pose something to you. When COVID hit, what was the one thing that people started to have when the government said, hey, stay in place, stay in your homes? Mental illness was one thing that came out of the closet like a werewolf. There was one sister here, bruh. She came out and she killed her kids. And the mother said she has never known her daughter to do anything of the kind because she loved her kids. So mental illness, you talking about in like mind? Come on, bro. I mean, these are the things we're dealing with as a black nation of people. These are the things we're dealing with.
Yeah, but like I said, we got people in our community that deal with that stuff. We got people that got counseling and stuff like that they got outreaches. There's no end of freaking people that do behavior. I know them. They do behavior outreach, stuff like that, counseling and stuff like that. They're all over the place, you know. So, but the bottom line,
dude, the counselors need help just as much as the victim.
Yeah, but no, these are trained professionals that get freaking stuff done. Marriage counseling, behavioral counseling, mental illness counseling, whatever. Because I help people out with get these programs, And the bottom line is this, that's fine and dandy, But I'm not here. I'm not a mental health counselor, right? I'm a nationalist.
Yeah, man. Neither one of us. I ain't gonna lie to you about that. Now you're right.
So when people come to me and they want to be with me and Bomani, you got to have your stuff together,
I mean, but what I'm saying is this, Kayla. I mean, I'm not trying to dabble off into claiming to be a doctor, but when we talk about,
Dr. Mike.
Yeah, you got jokes, bro. I'm for black people. I am. I'm for black people. Get into the land, do a business on land, and you know this, Kayla. You know this. We talk, about Quince, Mike Roebuck, and things of that nature, bro. I mean, we know what we're trying to do.
Yeah, we're gonna get it done, bro. We're gonna get it done, but it has to be done in a calm, collective. Like I said, I don't know if I ever shared you with the acronym LARP, right? LARP.
No, I never heard of that, bro.
Okay, LARP is the acronym, but LARP, LARP. L stands for what's logical. A stands for what's achievable. R stands for what's reasonable. And P stands for what's practical. So when basically every time we analyze something, we're going to make a move or decision, everything, each person has to be assigned to a part of LARP. The person who thinks about logic, you got to understand what logic means. Is that logical? Let's do calculations. Is it achievable, right? Can we actually do this? Can we do this? Let's, be honest with ourselves and everything like that, right? Is it reasonable, right? Let me give you a perfect example, right? I don't think the reparations movement in America is reasonable or achievable.
I'll tell you what, if they give me some money, I'm not going to be mad at them.
The bottom line is they're never going to give you money.
All right, let's say they do not give you no money. They do not give you no money at all. What then, Kayla?
Well, the bottom line is this, like we said, I'm still doing what I'm doing, but mine's still doing what he's doing. I'm going to keep pressing on. The whole thing is this. No white person has any sort of power over this movement right here. They have no say so. They have no. The reason why we're
Kayla, let me pose something to you, Kayla. Is your movement? Is it any way connected to the internet?
Yeah. Well, no. We have a social network website we own. It's not.
Is it connected to the internet?
We have a social network site that I own. That's it.
All right, let me. I'm finna lay something down on you, bro. I do, Kayla. You know what I do for a living. I run wires. I put these colors together to make everything work. You are connected to the internet, to which they got a measure of control over what you're talking about, what you own.
How? Nobody's ever been able to.
Eyes and O's, Kayla. Eyes and O's. It's called programming, coding.
That's fine. They can do all the program they want.
No, Kayla. Listen to what I'm saying, Kayla. This is what I'm saying, Kayla.
We're gonna stop his head in. He ain't gonna be able to stop anything we're doing.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
I said a white man has no power and no anything over.
No, Kayla, I'm not gonna underestimate a person that I call against me.
Mike, what you're doing, you're giving the man power.
No, I'm not giving him no power, bro. No, Kayla, hold on for a moment, Kayla. I'm not giving him power. I'm recognizing who is this person who is hindering me. As not just me, anybody who got my skin color that is black.
Well,
they hindering just them too also. So I mean, when I speak, Kayla, I speak because I know how this stuff works. I go into the data centers daily. I go into these data centers daily. We need to take this particular server out and things of that. This is what they tell me to do. You know, this is what I do. I go in, I move wires from here to there to make this internet work over there and things of that nature. So I'm not sitting up here trying to downplay the power of a white person. I'm not. And I'm not at the same time, I'm not trying to sit here and glorify them at the same time. I'm not trying to glorify them in no type of fashion. But I do recognize power. When if it's power that they got, if that power they got, Kayla, if that power they got,
Mike, real power is taken, and it's taken by force. You know, that's what we're going to do in Liberia, as we're going to do in Ghana, and everything like that. What we're doing throughout the continent and everything, we're just taking power by force. We don't give a damn what they think. I get it like this.
All right, Kayla, that's fine and dandy, Kayla. But this is what I'm saying to you, and don't get me wrong. I'm behind you 100%. And you know how me and you do. Me and you have many arguments because we do not agree about a lot of things. But
you're my right hand man. I love you.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. And you know, and you say Liberia, all right, then Kayla, I'll ride with you on that. And that's how we do. But when it's all over said and done, taking things because your position is political. My position is spiritual. I base everything I do on the scriptures. This is Israel. This is my life as Israel. I base everything on the scriptures, not so much on political maneuverment. And that's what you base your thing on. But I still rock with you, bro. I still rock with you.
Mike, man. You know I love you, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you know how that go, bro. You know I'm not mad at you, bro. You tell me you sick, I'm there. I'm there to check up on you, bro.
You're my brother, man. I can't wait till we do things. We're gonna do big things in Liberia and Ghana and all these other countries. Angola still. That's coming.
Oh, you know it, man. You know this. You know it. So, you tell me, shoes, man. You want to,
like spirits down, like. My point of this show was tonight is the fact that I know a lot of us hurting, right? We're hurt. We've been hurt. Look, let me tell you something, right? A lot of people are new to this shit. Do you know it's like to go and have to go to work every day, smile to people, and that we got unresolved issues of the trend. Now, what gets me is this: there's a lot of hurt in Black America. I agree with you, right?
Yes, it is, man. There's a lot of it.
But at the same time, right? How is it that you got some people running around here talking about they're not African Americans, they're Native Americans, and all this kind of stupid stuff?
Kayla, I ran up on that and see. I don't get down with that way. I mean, that's just me. Don't make excuses for them. I don't. I do not make excuses for them. It's a very short conversation when it comes to African Americans talking about who they are. You say you're Indian, all right, no problem. You be Indian. I'm for the people that's living in Africa, that where my blood is connected to, and it's just like that. The conversation is cut short and it's brief. And I made my point, and we going about. I do not argue with people or African Americans. Say, hey, I'm Native American. Be what you want to be. That's how I look at it. I'm not trying to maneuver a person from that, because I got friends right down to this day who say they did the DNA, and they say, hey, Mike, they saying I'm not even from Africa. And I'm like, pimp, when it's all over said and done, you are from Africa. I don't care if you can be white as ice cube. You are originally from Africa, and I leave it at that, and I keep it moving. Yeah. Now, I don't argue with, people talking about where they're from and they're Native American and all that nonsense. I mean, I ain't gonna call it nonsense. I shouldn't. I'm not gonna say nonsense because hey, I gotta respect that person for what they believe in and things of that nature, bro.
No, they go, no, this is Mike, hold on, listen, hear me out, bro. Give me like 5 minutes to speak, right?
Talk to me.
I disagree, right? Let me tell you a story. Okay?
Kayla, you can't be telling no bedtime stories this wee hour of the night, bro.
Mike.
Talk to me, bro. I got you. I'm just messing with you.
Okay.
I got you.
When I worked at this restaurant called Daryl's in Norfolk. Do you remember Daryl's? Was Daryl still there when you was there, Bomani? Daryl.
Don't ring a bell.
It was around Military Highway. All the black people went, man. It was Daryl's Steakhouse. I worked at Daryl's Steakhouse. That was back in the early 90s. You probably weren't there.
I was just mainly in Virginia Beach, y'all. But
okay, yeah, it closed down like in 96, I believe, last year. Anyway, I worked there around 95, wherever like that, right? And I was like around 23, 24 years old, right? There was this one older guy that worked there, right? This guy was tall, real good looking, real good looking. He had an afro. This guy, nicely built and everything like that, right? But the guy was, at the time, right? We're in our 20s. This guy was 48 years old, right? Good looking guy, man. It was like, he's like, young boys, whatever like that, right? Anyway, I knew this guy had a mental problem, right? Because this guy would like, man, I got 2 more years till I turn 50. 2 years, man, but I'm still a young man. And everybody's like, no, you old, man, 48, whatever like that. 48, right? Okay. I lose contact. The guy lost a job, whatever, quit, whatever like that, right? A few years later, like, okay, this is like around 2000, right? I would say like that's 5 years later, right? I seen him in a Lowe's or Home Depot. I can't remember what. I was doing contracting with my father and my brother. And this guy looked really old. His mind had completely gone. Mental had gone. And basically, this guy who was 48 at the time I met him, right, was now telling me he's only 26. So I'm 26, man. I just graduated high school like 2 years ago. His mind had completely gone because he began to erase his age and everything like that to the point where he started believing that. And the guy looked completely gone. His mentality was completely gone. Last time I heard, he had to go to a mental hospital. So I don't play with people who are messing with people online, messing with people's mental health. You're telling black people who know they're African Americans and whatnot, that they're fighting about, I'm Cherokee, I'm this, I'm not African. We're not African and everything. What's going to happen when these people, these poor souls, get older?
Well, Kayla, I understand what you're saying, Kayla.
I'm not going to give anybody a pass that's messing with people's lives.
No, I got you on that one, Kayla. I'm behind you on that, bro.
I care about people and whatnot. If you're out here telling people that you're not, it sounds good online, you're making money, they're sending you super chats, they're buying your bullshit books and everything like that, and stuff like that. Online is a friggin' cesspool. You got women out here spreading lies that black women are killed every 6 seconds by a black man. Lies. So I can't sit back and say, well, that's their perspective, but I have to be a leader, right? And when somebody does something wrong in our community, whether it be the Pan-African, I'm going to say something about it.
Yeah.
If somebody taking people's money, that's why we're doing a show tomorrow about the hunt for Lou Major. Whatever happened to this guy? We're going to talk about that tomorrow night. That's the topic tomorrow night. So the bottom line is this: I'm not playing games with people. When we talk about going to Africa and everything like that, you better know who you're dealing with, who you're around, and you better get the best advice. If you have to pay for consultation.
No, and then man, you talked earlier about that, man, and that's the thing. That's why I told you. I said, hey, man, you let me know when you going, and I get my things together, and we go. At least I know one person that I can trust while I'm there. I mean, and it's man, it's not to say. Well, it is to say. I don't know the brothers on the continent, but you've been lingering. You've been you and Bomani been lingering with brothers and sisters on the continent. So I got to walk behind you all's shadows,
and that's smart.
In order for me to make a conscientious decision. Hey, I want to invest in this. I want to invest in that. I'm looking at Bomani. Bomani said this here. Oh, we go roll this way. And then, oh, Kayla says this. I'm gonna roll that way. So I mean, and so yeah, I got to roll that way, bro. I mean, it's called common sense to me.
We're some bridges of support because too many people come into this movement, right? They think they know what they're talking about and everything. And they now that they don't know what they're talking about, they're leading and misleading.
But Kayla, let me pose something to you. Why are you going in on Go Black, bruh? I like that, bruh. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some things I do not agree with. Hey, but this one I'm saying, hold on, Kayla. I like what the brother say. He's just informational. I think the brother is really truly looking at, hey, if your money can afford you to do this in Africa. And I think that's what he's really truly saying, Kayla. You going in on that, bruh.
No, well, let me put it to you like this about Go Black. This is my thing with him. One, he just got into the movement, right? He got into the movement, right?
All right, hey, Kayla, let me hold on, Kayla, for a moment. If that brother did just get into the movement, and he's doing what he's doing right now, he is not doing anything against me nor you being black men. This is what I'm saying. He's not doing anything against me nor you. He is encouraging people that look like me, you, and him, and his kids to, you know, hey, talk to me, bro.
Check this out. Look, Go Black is preaching to the choir, right? We're not saying don't go to the continent. But when you get
no, Kayla. It's not us.
Mike, you didn't let me finish, right?
All right.
There was a woman on one comment section, right? And I really felt bad about this, right? She's on the comment section and she says she's 62 years old and she's moving to Ghana. She has no social security, no pension, no savings and everything like that. But she feels that she's going to take a leap of faith and go to God. 62 years old. You got health issues, and you get sick, you know, like that. She goes, and I know I'll be all right because I listen to, I'm a follower of Go Black to Africa. And I'm saying people who basically, me personally, when I tell people before you go to the continent, right, do you got residual income? Do you got a health care? Do you got a burial plans, you know?
Kayla, hold on just for a second, Kayla. I'm gonna lay something down on you. You just said this sister is 62 years old, no money, no health plan at all.
Right.
Kayla, she don't even have a health plan in America.
No, well,
she don't.
Bottom line, why?
No. Kayla, listen to me. Listen to me, Kayla, on this. Listen, but I'm just saying, Kayla, let me pose something to you.
Mike.
Talk to me, bro. Talk to me.
You know, let's not get emotional.
No, bro. This is not emotional. This is for our sister, bro. This is for our sister. When I say,
Mike, I understand that, brother. But check this out. I'm talking from a man's point of view, a father point of view. You know, look, who works in the healthcare field? Every person in America, no matter what income, has a basic healthcare called Medicaid, right? Medicaid. She probably has Medicaid in America. I mean, she can get healthcare. You know, every citizen is entitled to Medicaid. You know, that doesn't have any income, a low income. I know that because that's the field I work in. Okay.
All right.
Now that gets you hospital and everything. You cannot bring Medicaid over to the African continent. You can bring Medicare over there, right? If you earn the course or private insurance. Okay.
All right.
You can't bring Medicaid over there. She has health care in America.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody under a certain income bracket in America is entitled to Medicaid by federal law.
And when you under that bracket, you become a guinea pig, bruh. And you very well know this.
Mike, I work in this field.
I know you work in the field. Kayla, hold on, Dwayne, hold on. You very well know once you get up under that particular bracket, you are a guinea pig. You are a guinea pig. You know this, bruh.
Mike. All right. Let's look. You said a guinea pig, right? Everybody in America. This is what I'm talking about, right? You need health care and health insurance to survive. You need it in Africa.
You're right. I'm not arguing with that, bro. I'm not arguing with you that on that, Kayla.
So what I'm saying is this: you people in America have health care, basic health care, right? That basically allows you to go see your primary care doctor, specialist, and get surgery if you need it. You know, save lives. You know,
but Kayla, you just said it. It's basic. Now listen to what I'm saying, Kayla. This is all I'm saying, and I'm
basic healthcare in Africa.
No, I know you don't. But then listen to this is what I'm saying to you, Kayla. Why is it that this sister said she moving on faith? All right, I'm going to step on this sister's side with faith because I mean what? All right, go there, sister. You can do the same thing.
There was a brother in Ghana just recently was in good shape and everything, just died a couple of months ago of malaria.
Okay.
Young brother, good shape and everything like that. Good looking brother, had good muscles, pecs, everything like that, and good health when that died of malaria because he didn't have proper medication and couldn't get the treatment in time. A life lost.
Let me pose something to you, brother. I was in Morocco about all right, Kayla. I was in Morocco a year ago. I got malaria. Boom. I got over it while I was in Morocco.
Hold up, that's different. You can get malaria.
No, Kayla. No. Listen what I'm saying, Kayla. Kayla, this is what I'm saying to you. Kayla, this is what I'm saying to you is this.
Where did Mike go?
I have no idea what happened to Mike, but let's continue. But we're gonna have to tone it down a little bit and stay focused on the subject.
Like I said,
he seems to be like he likes to argue, and that's not what we're here to do.
I mean, Mike's getting good points, but what I'm trying to say is exactly what
we can get back on and we just have a smoother connection.
Yeah, but, we basically, when I talk about go black, right, and people say just go to Africa. Look, people have been going to black people going from America to Africa for hundreds of years. We don't need go black, get up there told to go to Africa and whatnot. We need people to go to Africa with a freaking plan and be organized. Why didn't nobody tell them that message? You know, where's the organization? Where's the investment club? Where the banks? Where all this stuff like that? Why are we not have investment pools and stuff like that? People talk about this unity, Ubuntu. They talk about what's the other thing? Julie, you know? They talk about Ujima, all these nice things. But when it comes down to actually doing it, we don't do it. You're on your own.
Hello?
So we don't have.
You'll get back. Also, Mike, we got to tone it down, and your mic is very loud. We don't want.
I'm sorry about that, bro. All right, no problem.
Just want that one person finish up talking, and then so you can go back and forth. But definitely want to make sure that everybody can hear both of your points.
All right, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, all right, go ahead, Kayla.
No, so my point.
You know what? Hold on, Kayla. Hold on for a moment, Kayla. I mean, just let me know if I'm speaking too loudly and things of that nature. I don't have a problem with you telling me.
I mean,
turn it right down.
Let's just have a conversation. Let's not like argue, like the tone a little bit.
Oh no! I'm not arguing with you, Kayla. You know how we get down, bro. I mean, we don't argue.
But what I'm saying is this though about Go Black. I have nothing against the brother, nothing against that. But when you tell people, you put it out there, what's dangerous is Black people in America are getting shot and killed every day. Black people in America are living paycheck to paycheck. You're gonna call you and I'm saying to myself, and you're giving Africans that impression. While these people, do you know how many millions of Africans are in Brazil and they're trying to get to the United States? At the southern border, sneaking in with the Mexicans and everybody else?
I mean, Kayla, I understand what you're saying. I mean, things of that nature, and I understand what Go Black is saying. And
it's not in a desperate situation. The reason why, let me say this: the reason why Go Black is selling like that because he doesn't have any organization. He has
what?
The people that, like, say somebody, Mr. Rosenthal, contacts me. Mr. Rosenthal is 77 years old, right? He built the Gold Bullion Bank, right, in the Congo, Angola, right? He added me to some special group of Angola, but I don't even talk to these guys are so high level. I don't even bother open up my mouth. I just listen. He's in Uganda, right, building stuff like that. He doesn't call somebody like Go Black. Who does he contact with? Kala Genesis, me. He said, "What do you think about this?" So Go Black's on the ground. You would think he would call Go Black. Go Black is not connected to anybody important in Africa. So who is he to tell somebody to come to Africa and build and everything? He doesn't have any organization.
Well, I mean, Kayla, I mean, this here, I mean, I think what they're looking at is the fact that the brother is traveling from continent to continent from country to country. And I think that's what they're looking at.
You know, that's beautiful. He's traveling country to country. But everybody, you can go on Google Earth and look at the countries and whatnot, you know?
No, bro. You can do that stuff electronically, but being there fleshly is it's two different worlds.
Okay, let me give you another thing, right? I have nothing wrong with travels and stuff like that, you know, travels, stuff like that. Why is it that Go Black is not trying to convince the millions of Africans, right? Who living in Europe and living abroad and whatnot. How come he's not trying to get them to come back to their own countries and start building?
Yeah, I mean, I think he is, Kayla, because
Kayla. You know why? Because let me tell you something about how you.
Hold on, Kayla. You gonna hold on for a minute, Kayla. You asked me one question. I think he is. He's not necessarily saying Europeans come back to Africa. He's saying Americans. That's where he's from. So and I think he is really truly reaching out to the people in America for which you and me are from.
He does not have any sort of anything to offer Black people in America. And he has not.
No, I can't agree with you, Kayla, on that because
you tell me.
I mean, this is what I'm saying, Kayla.
You tell me what credible connection does he have with an African government? That basically says
no, Kayla. I can't say that. I don't think he have any type of.
You can't say that because it doesn't exist.
All right, that's true. But the fact that he is trying his best as a black man, to get African Americans or anybody for that matter, hey, rethink your movements to your motherland. Why in the world would we argue with that? The brother is doing.
You understand something, right? That is so basic. Black people in America.
Basic. Hey, Kayla. Let me pose something to you, brother. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We have many BAIO members that's living on the continent, right? Living on the continent, doing what? Tanzania, South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, Liberia. We have members in the BAIO, all Zambia and everything. I got Zambia chapter that's big. You know, and so the bottom, we got many people that's connected with us living on the continent. You know what those people are doing? They're doing their daily thing, day to day, and everything. We got a lot of Angolans and everything like that are on the continent that's doing their thing and everything. What you need really is the Africans that basically live like that are in Dubai right now, right? Living it up and whatnot, living Europe, living it up right now.
Let me pose something to you. Let me hold on, Kayla, just for a moment, just for a moment.
You guys start interrupting me, man.
All right, then go ahead, Mr. Sensitive. Go ahead, bro. As much as me and you talk now, all of a sudden
you guys start interrupting me. I'm making a point, right?
All right, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Making my point, then you can respond to it, right?
All right, go ahead.
Africa's problem is not African Americans coming in. They have to basically first bring back all the people on the continent. You can't do that with the economies that you have right now in Africa. Africa has not changed its economy. They refuse to nationalize its industries, right? It refused to do all the stuff like that. So all their people got to go outside of Africa, right? Instead of Africa building its own currency up and have a monetary zone, right, which make Africa, which you can build a middle class, right? Africa's got to go abroad, work in shitty jobs overseas to send money back home and everything, which is ass backwards. You know, they have to bring those millions and millions of African youths that are overseas right now, struggling, drowning in the Mediterranean Sea, back home. Make Africa the place where they come back home first, and then naturally, when Africa starts growing, right, then you make the appeal to Africa. Other than that, you do it like the way Bomani and I are doing, right? We got specific countries that we do specific things. I can't tell anybody just go to Africa when I don't know what's going on in Chad. I don't know what's going on in Central Africa, right? I don't know what's on, but I do know what's going on in Ghana. I do know what's going on in Liberia. Okay, and so we're doing that. We're talking about specific things.
All right, this what I'm saying. I mean, I understand what you're saying, bro, and you know, and things of that nature. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not arguing with you on that. But at the same time, if Go Black is saying, "Hey, I'm in Ghana," or so and so, he lets you know where he's at, and he give you the pros and he give you the cons. So I cannot disrespect that brother.
I heard the pros. I have not heard the pros and cons. The only person only person I've ever heard do pros and cons of Africa is Bomani right here. That's the only.
I mean, no. This is what I'm saying, bro. I'm not knocking you and Bomani. I'm not. You know how I get down. I rock with you, bro. You know, and you know this. But at the same time, I cannot knock another brother down.
But bottom line is this: you're gonna find like
Taylor. Did you not just tell me to hold on while you speak?
Right. Okay. Let me shut up. Go ahead. I'll mute myself.
Come on, bro. This is what I'm saying, Kayla. The brother is doing the same thing you and Bomani is doing. He may be doing it on a lesser scale or a higher scale. Whatever it is, he's still doing what you and this brother is doing here. We are all black men doing the same thing we're trying to achieve for all black people who look like us. My thing is this: don't knock a brother down because he's doing it in a different way. He may be going up 5th Avenue, you may be on 6th Avenue. Period. But when it all boils down, bro, we all trying to get to that particular road we need to get to. That's it. When it's all over said and done, that's all we're trying to do. I'm not trying to knock him down. I'm not trying to knock any other brother or sister down that say, "Hey, come to Africa." African American, come to Africa. All right. It's just the same thing when it comes to the president of what's his name? Ghana. He's saying African Americans come home. Is that brother wrong for saying what he's saying? No, he's not. He's not, bro.
What will be ideal is if he offered us some protection from some of the weird stuff that goes on in the country. That's one thing I would say more than this. So let me just make a quick point. So it's I'm one of them people that I rejuvenized this movement that was dead called repatriation back in the early 30s with my colleagues and people and professors and other people. Now we're all part of this modern day repatriation movement. So now we're saying that it's more than just telling people go to Africa, move to Africa, things like that. It has to be put in proper perspective. Now people like us, what we do is if we're telling people to go to Liberia, we have our Liberia connection. And we're telling people to move to Ghana, we have our Ghana connection. And even when we do consultation, we don't accept people payment and then say, hey, just go here to this country and things like that, and you can figure it out. You have to have concrete foundation of things available so people don't fall into the traps and things like that. Because while it's nice for us to make those moves, I'm tired of seeing my brothers and sisters die at the hands of people poisoning them, people conjuring games against them, and people doing all kind of things that I don't really want to always just say online and say on this, because I don't want people to feel like our people in Africa are just waiting to just do us harm and bad things, because that's not the truth.
Hey, bro.
I'm almost up in the, but it's too much situations that are going on,
and
I'm at a point where I'm done with it. So we're literally putting ourselves out there, and that's why me and Kala been going strong with this for a whole straight year, and said, hey, we're gonna make sure that we have our people back who wants to make their move to Africa, and telling other people stop giving people bad advice, because when they ruin their life and destroy their life, which a lot of people are, then what's gonna happen? We have people that are also very successful there in Ghana. One of them is my sister here, but all of us will tell you the trials and struggles that we have been through. So what we're trying to do now, because not everybody have those people who have been successful and have stand the test of time in Africa. Not all of us in America have their strength and energy, and all of us can overcome some of the things. Like if I tell people what I had to overcome, they'll be like, "There's no way I can do that." Like people always saying, you know, I can't, you know, that I don't know how you do it. I don't see how you do it. But what we're doing,
I mean, but this is what I'm saying to you, bro. What you
we're paving the path of success because people have been giving people very bad advice, and people are not going to provide the right, you know.
All right, but this, Bomani, but this is what I'm saying to you.
People who don't have success in Africa, like some of these people online, yes, Kala is calling them out, and he's right for calling them out because
all right. I mean,
all of their bad advice is leading to people dying, is leading to people being homeless, people losing everything. So now to properly deal with our connection to Africa, we're handling things so we want to connect people with success. I don't mean to take too long,
but bro, this is what I'm saying to you, bro. Is this what you and Dwayne is saying? I'm not knocking what you and Dwayne is saying. I'm down for what you're saying, but at the same time, are you and Dwayne willing to put yourselves on the chop block, saying, "Hey, we're going to guarantee you safe passage to these countries we are pushing you to"? Are you willing to say that, bro?
Brother, what I'm doing, that's what I'm saying. Like I professionally take people to the country we go to, and I don't leave them hanging. I'll put them in the hands of my best of my people. But what we're saying to you, and you have to understand what we're saying.
Clearly. No, brother. That's not what I asked you, bro. I asked you and Dwayne. And you know, I don't want to. I don't. This. Hold on, bro.
There's no guarantee.
Hold on, Dwayne. Hold on, bro. Hold on, just for a moment. Hold on, just for a moment, bro. And you know, but mind, I'm not.
I have to mute you, brother. You cannot take over our show and our conversation. You have to listen if you're going to be a guest and things. You're not running our show, so please. Let us finish what we're saying, because the whole time I was talking, you're trying to emphasize on what you have to say because you're not thinking about what I'm saying. I'm a professional at this, and I'm telling you, people's lives are being destroyed and things are happening. I'm not here to waste my time being up here all night long just to talk and argue. I'm not into that. I make valid points. So Go Black is a friend of mine. I brought Go Black to Africa. He's a good friend. We still talk and communicate. Anything I would ever say about him, I always put in perspective. But one thing, and you know, Kala is a free man to say what he needs to say because Kala makes his point. I respect Kala's point. But what we're saying ultimately is these people who are talking all this stuff about going to Africa, they have no credibility. And if you're talking about safe passage, I'm not a government. I don't own a country. But what we have is good people in the country that we can connect people to and make sure they're safe, make sure that things are in place. The people that are failed and not doing what and are things are happening to, they're not looking for wise counsel. They're following internet people who just running their mouth to get views and things, and they're taking bad advice. And I'm gonna tell you one situation. One of my good brothers that was a part of my group, he literally got to Ghana, and I thought he felt like he knew more than me, and saying, "No, Bomani, you know, I'm gonna close out on this, you know, community that you're building because I'm gonna do something different because here in Ghana, this is how it works." So the brother literally, the expert who have been taking people back and forth for over a decade and a half, he's literally gonna tell me that this is how it works. So I'll say, brother, if you feel like that's how it works, he said, you know, the way it works here, Bomani, like I'm supposed to be some kind of fool, is you live amongst the people. Now, I don't knock anybody hustle for going amongst living with the people. But me personally, I am not moving to Africa, living in no random place. I'm going to live in a community with my peers, my brothers and sisters from Jamaica, from America, and all my Ghanaian folks. And that's going to give a balance. But when people just say, oh, just go here and move here and do that, they don't have any connections to give them, and they don't have anybody in the country to help them. So these are the people that people are taking advice from and ruin their lives. And people who are credible, like I've told you, we have had business conference and people travel with us. But next thing you know, instead of dealing with the people that we have, oh, I met this guy and he said he's the chief's son and so on. Next thing you know, they get caught up into things. So what we're telling you is real stories where people are ruining their lives and things like that. And the people who are giving advice, they don't care. There's nothing that. So I'm telling people, don't take advice from people who are not in a movement that you see them accomplishing things. And there's very few people online on YouTube that you can take consultation from or take advice from to go to Africa. And I just want to make that clear before we continue, because I have an audience of people listening and we have to put things in perspective, because I don't want them to think we veer off.
All right, then. You know, brother, look here. Let me take a step back. I'm not trying to offend you nor my brother, Kayla. And, you know, when I say this, when I talk with you brothers, I have respect for my brothers. Period. And I don't care what nobody is talking about. And just so that you know, and Kayla know, I have nothing but respect for you brothers. I'm not trying to put you brothers down. If I come and ask, you know, and things of that nature, if you think I'm trying to put you all down, I apologize for that, bro.
Mike, we're not saying what we're saying tonight is the reason why Bomani and I doing the show is because there's a lot of people who are walking away from this movement, right?
I understand what you're saying, Kayla.
And stuff like this, and people losing their lives, they're losing their savings, all stuff like this because
Kayla, they doing that here in the United States, Kayla. You know that.
Yeah, but the thing is, America got a social safety net. You go to lose in Africa, but
Kayla, hold on. Kayla, I don't mean to cut you off, and you know, things of that nature. I mean, and then this is the thing. I just really truly think we need to take a step back and look at the average of African American for what we're going through. Look at the news, bro.
African American, I see.
I know you. No, Kayla. Listen, what I'm saying. Kayla, you, Kayla, you, and Bomani, and myself, we all own businesses. We all own businesses. No, Kayla, hold on. Let me get finished, Kayla, let me get finished. We all own businesses.
The average African American who can't afford to go to Ghana should not go there. You cannot go to Africa if you don't have money.
Kayla. The lowest.
You think of somebody, well, like I told you about the woman, right? No money, no nothing like that. She just take a leap of faith and go to Africa.
Kayla, that is a grown woman. If that woman says, Mike, I want to go, and I know, listen to me, Kayla, listen to me, Kayla. If that woman says, I want to go to Africa, and that's if she got to roll the dice, I don't have nothing to lose. I'm rolling the dice. I'm going to Africa. No, Kayla, listen to me, bro. Listen to me, Kayla. I listen to you, and I listen to you, brother. I just want you to take into consideration when a person got dice in their hands and they ain't got nothing to lose. Kayla, that's how we have to look at it. That's how we gonna have to look at it. If they ain't got nothing to lose, hey, bro, if you go there, boom, all right, and then work out for you, you get sick and you died in your land where you are originally from.
Bottom line is this. I'm not going to tell anybody, right, to do something.
No, I'm not. I mean, Kayla, look here, Kayla, hold on. Let me take a step back, Kayla.
I would not tell nobody to move from New York. They got a good job, everything in New York.
No, Kayla, you did not give that scenario, Kayla, you did not give that scenario. You gave me a sister who is sick, who don't have money, and things of that nature. That's the scenario you gave me.
And the bottom line is that she thinks she's going to live a good life and everything like that. And I'm like, Kayla,
Kayla, hold on for a moment. Kayla, hold on. That was your scenario that you thought that she was going to get. She did not say that she was going to get. She was going there to get that. No, that's what you assumed that she was going to get.
What I said. She said she was going to be able to start a business. She said she'll be able to buy some groceries and do street vending. Like, you know what, those ladies that carry that stuff on their head, what they got to do? They carry something on their head for all day and make $5.
All right, Kayla, let me pose something to you. I didn't hear all of that now. I didn't.
Well, you didn't let me finish.
This one's saying to Kayla. If this sister says she's leaving the Americas to go to Africa to do that and things of that nature, truthfully, I would not encourage her to go at that particular time. I would encourage her to save up money. Hey, if you got health issues, to work on your health issues before you go. That's just my encouragement to the sister.
I was trying to convey to her, but she said, "Yeah, well, I got encouragement because Go Black said I should just go for it and whatnot because I could always sell."
Kayla, hold on. Kayla, hold on for a moment. I gotta stop you, bro. Now, I don't want to shoot that brother name out there saying that Go Black told her to do that.
You
now,
said
that's one thing.
Brother, I saw the comment.
You saw the comment. I said behind the comments.
All right. I mean, I don't know that. No. Hold on for a moment. I don't know that he said that.
I'll send you the comment you said.
The lady wrote a comment in a video, and she said that. So I'm telling you, these things are really going on. And people like myself who are expert in this movement, who built this movement when people were doing something else, literally can't sit around and accept that. We have to, especially since I know the truth, and I know I've seen people come and go, and people succeed and fail. So we have to interject and provide people with wise.
All right. I mean, I got you, brother. I did not know that, you all had this post and whatever. I just came and gave my assumption to it because I did not see that post and things of that nature. So I feel that I got to speak for the low end of the brothers and sisters. It's not that I'm trying to argue with you, brothers, or saying you're wrong or whatever.
Problem, Mike. Here's a problem, brother.
Talk to me.
The fact that back in the days, we used to have organizations, right? You had the brick and mortar organizations.
Mm-hmm.
When you went into an organization, right, you saw the person who's leading you, right? You felt his body language. You saw where he lived, saw what he did. You saw him and everything, so you had to engage. Now people get on YouTube and you don't see this person all the time. You don't see what he's doing. So people taking stuff. They look at the person must have a lot of subscribers, and that's what they listen. They listen to people who got the most subscribers, not with the most experience. Bomani has the most experience in dealing with Africa. And anybody that's
all right, but then at the same time, Kayla, hold on. At the same time, Kayla, what I'm saying is this: you tearing down, you building up a brother. Tear down a brother.
I'm not tearing down. We're putting it in perspective.
I mean, when it's all over said and done, Kayla, it is you tearing down a brother to build up a brother. I don't mind. I don't mind building up. You and Bomani. I don't have a problem with that. But I don't want to tear down another brother for that.
Example. Let me give you the guy Luke made. Remember Mike Jackson that was with us?
I remember. Yeah, Mike Jackson.
Right. Now this guy lost a lot of money. Like listen to somebody like Luke Major on YouTube. He tried to call me about a month ago. You asked me about Mike Jackson. He tried to call me. He lost a lot of. He lost his life. And saving everything, dealing with people like Luke Major he met on Dynasty Show. He lost everything.
Yeah.
I told him I said just hold out, just work with Celeste and go to Angola when that. No, he didn't listen to me when that because we went with the in crowd and look what happened. Now,
Kayla.
Your answer would be, oh, well, you're tearing down a good brother because I don't care at this point. I don't care about somebody black. If somebody, you got to be right. If you're saying something wrong or whatnot, I'm going to call it out. You give people wrong advice and everything. It causes people to lose things like that because Bomani has lost people, right, in this movement, right, because they went to Luke Major and everything, lost money. And because Bomani was on a show with him, they figured, okay, well, you was with him and everything. I thought it was everything. He was cool with him and everything. And they went and invested money with this guy and lost.
No, Kayla, this is what I'm saying. If there's a brother or sister saying, hey, African Americans, wake up, start doing business in Africa, that person is not necessary.
If they don't say join the BAO, join Bomani, I'll say don't do it.
But hold on, Kayla. You're not the only black person in the United States or on this planet for that matter. I get what you're saying. I do. I get what you're saying. But you're not the only one on this planet, bruh. There's other black people that are saying, hey, black people, wake up. Let's do business in Africa. We need to support them just as much as I support you, period. We cannot tear down one brother or sister just to promote you.
No, I'm not trying to tear nobody down. Matter of fact, I would.
Bro, I mean, if you're talking about, if you saying what Go Black is doing, I don't think that. No. Hold on for a moment, brother. Let me get finished with this. If you sit up here and talking about what Go Black is doing, you're tearing down a brother. He may not. He may. No. Listen, saying. Hold on, Caleb.
Listen, no matter what I say.
Go ahead. Go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go Black, no matter what I say. you know, because he has a huge following. He makes good videos, stuff like that.
Bro, I ain't worried about that brother's followings. I'm not worried about his followings. I'm not.
No,
I'm not worried about his followings.
Followers and whatnot on YouTube that watch his videos and everything and listen to everything he says, like it's gospel, just fine. But what we're trying to say is, you know, look, when people tell you to go to the continent and they have nothing set up or they're not connected or whatever like that, they have no agreements, they have nothing. There's no black people from America in these Pan-African groups that's on any African stock exchange. There's no investment group. There's not even one African-American bank on the African continent. You know, you're putting yourself at grave risk. Those things like that, the things that we're trying to build on the African continent, the bullion bank.
Hey, Kayla, you know what? Let me ask you this here, Kayla. Let me pose this to you. Have you ever reached out to the brother and say, "Go black, look here, bro. This is what we got going on here.
He knows
what
we got going on.
All right, hold on, Kayla. This is what I'm saying. No, this is what I'm saying, Kayla. Hold on.
Bomani was going to reach out to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bomani's going to show him how to do it. Bomani's an expert on tours. You see, Bomani's been doing tours since 2004. You know, how many trips? He's been 600 to the continent on tours. Satisfaction guarantee. Go to his website. You know?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, bro. I believe the brother, and you know this because I told you. I said, "Hey, all right, man. Hey, if everything pan out what I'm trying to put in place, I told you, hey, I'm gonna rock with you by the end of this month or next month. I already told you that. If it's with money that's talking about doing this stuff here, let's go ahead and put this money together."
Mike, here's a comment right here. Sisters have you amazing voice. I moved to Ghana. I'm 62 years old with no pension, no social security, no income really. So I must plan, research and save. I also plan this. I got 4 members already living in Ghana, and let's say for 15
Kayla, hold on.
years,
Let me stop you there for a moment. I'm finna break something down to you right now, Kayla. My niece, Kayla, my niece came to me.
Brother Kala was making a point. You gotta let him finish. I mean, we're doing a show here.
All right. Go ahead, Kayla. Go ahead.
Okay. So for 15 years, traveled to Ghana from Texas, and now live in Ghana with his wife and 5 years, old child for 3 years. He has wrote a book on what he knows and not to do in Ghana and how to plan. If he wrote a book in Ghana, how do you moving there with no savings, no pension, nothing like that? 62 years old, a 62-year-old woman pushing 70, you know, with no health insurance, no pension, or whatever like that. That's not a wise move. Yes, he also has a research, leadership program. Because I was the only one to comment with her. Other people going back and forth saying, I think you need to think this out before you go. She was just adamant that she was going to go. She go, trust you have money over 100,000 because of infrastructure. You want to have no problems with water, shut off, keep all lights on, solar back plus and everything like that, government service. And that's what she read in the book, have $100,000. A 62-year-old, where's she going to get $100,000 from?
Well, perfect. Right. Let me go over to the next comment since you read most of that. Let me get this working here. All right, cool. That's the next comment right there. I'm trying to make this thing larger, but it just won't.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see if we can make it larger. I can't barely read it. All right.
No, I can't read that, bro.
Hold on. What I'm gonna do, because I don't want to show my personal business on WhatsApp. I think if I click here, it goes. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, that's better. That's the first comment. Go to the next one.
All right. So let me just put that up here because I don't want anybody to think my brother's making this up. And this is just what we do. We analyze information.
No, bro. And this is the thing, bro. It's not that I'm thinking you all making this up.
Okay. Let me read this.
All right, go ahead, Kayla.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. Hi, this message. Kala Genesis. She goes.
Sorry about that. Let me. Give me a few seconds, Kyle. You know what I'm gonna do? I'll keep talking. What I'm gonna do is just actually download the message and pop it up on my screen that way I don't have to show any of my confidential information on WhatsApp.
Okay,
but Kayla, hold on, Kayla. Let me pose this, man. I had a niece. She wanted to start a business. Don't have an ounce of business education, period. You know, and that's like, there's a lot of blacks that want to start businesses, but don't have the education to do it. And I understand it, and I don't knock them for that, bruh. For them wanting to start a business. Like this sister here, if she wanted to, hey, I want to go to Africa at this particular age with no money and things of that nature, yeah, I'm gonna give her the realistic view of what she need to do, just like anybody else would, you know, period. But Kayla, when you've been slapped around and pimped around all your life, and you go through life, hey, I'm working, when you're in your prime, in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, or let me break it back down to 50s. Then you start to retire and you couldn't realize, hey, I don't have enough money to live off when I'm older.
So what you want to do is go outside the country and whatnot. You know, if you do that.
No, Kayla, no.
Let me tell you about what other people do, Mike. Right? I know a lot of Filipinos here, right? I know a lot of friends and whatnot. You know, they saving and they're investing in the Philippines. They got good jobs and everything. And if when they have their pensions, they move their pension funds to to a Filipino security, and the money goes way before. They got land in the Philippines, so they retire, work here, and they retire back in the Philippines. They live like kings and queens when they go back and everything, because they spent their whole life planning. Black people don't want to do that. Black people don't want to plan 20 years of saving and putting.
Kayla, let me hold on. Let me stop you there for a moment, bro. And I think we need to stop that nonsense. It ain't the fact that we don't want to. It's the fact that we don't have the education to do what we need to do. It's easy to sit up and say, let me get finished, bro. Let me get finished.
Education, we reject
no. Kayla, let me get finished, bro. Let me get finished. I work and talk with people of the same caliber. I'm not going to knock my people down because I'm sitting up here and want to take on this mentality of what black people don't want to do. If black people had 10% of power that white people have, game is over, period. And you very well know this. You give black people 10% of power that white people have, the game is over. Everything is changed. And you know this. So I'm not going to sit up here and play black people down to that particular level. Because I know for a fact, black people don't have to go to college for 10 and 20 years to learn this or that. You show them a couple of times, it is absolutely done. And then at the same time, they go take what you show them and they go enhance on it. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Kayla.
Yeah, but what are we talking about? So we're not talking about those black people. We're talking about the people who are going there, the people that got education, skills, and money and stuff like that saved and did it right. They're doing fine in Africa.
Kayla, I'm not knocking at Kayla.
So what are we
I'm
talking
not knocking
about?
Kayla,
we're talking about a woman that did not do all those things in life, right?
No, she didn't, and that's for the majority of African Americans, bro.
That's not the majority of African. Majority of African Americans.
Well, let's get back to your comment, and I'm gonna put it on big screen. I have it titled 1 and 2. So this is the first one, and you know, it's just been putting this thing in perspective. Last time it wasn't as clear because it was on WhatsApp. So here's an image of it, and let me just remove our banner. And if you wanted us, get back to what you was explaining, we don't have to read the whole thing on this one. And then you could just read it.
So this is what I was talking about. She says, you know, I'm 62 years old with no pension, social security check, or income really. You know, so she has no thing. So I must play. So at 62 years old, what is she gonna do at 62 years old with no pension, no nothing? So that means she didn't have a good job, no social security. That means she didn't earn any social security. That means she never worked a job. So you own social security when you work 10 quarters. That's a guaranteed income for the rest of your life. You know, when you turn 65. You know. That's what I deal with in my business. You know, people who want Social Security, people on Medicare. You're on Medicare. You know, you're on Medicare Part A and Part B. You pay for Part B and Part D. Now, if you have low income,
Kayla, read the post, because see, I can't read it, and you know, if you can read the post, and then then I can understand today.
Already, she goes, sister, you have an amazing voice. I'm moving to Ghana, and I'm 62 years old with no pension, Social Security check, or income really. So I must plan, and research and save, and research and save. Also, I planned about four. I planned about 4 mentors already living in Ghana. One like Tim Swain for 15 years traveling to Ghana from Texas, now living in Ghana with his wife and 5-year-old child for 3 years. You know, he wrote a book on what to know and what not to do in Ghana and how to plan. Plus basic questions one must ask, and you might make costly mistakes. Yes, African Americans, young women have given birth successfully naturally in Ghana. You know, yes, he also has research, or rather leadership program, that you live in Ghana for 2 weeks, month, or work directly with villagers in need. I need to get my vaccination, dual citizenship, work permits, business permits, you know, Ghana residency card, you know, all this with no money. Residency card, Ghana card, bank account, international driver's license, business operations documents, building permits, and so on and so on. She's gonna do all this at 62 years old. I'm just, you know.
Kayla, that what you just read that and things. Let me break that down, bro. Looking at what she said, what she got down, that right there seemed like that is an orchestrated text message that somebody put up there to shoot somebody down. If she knows for a fact she's 60 some years old and she's saying all of this stuff about herself, think about that, Kayla, for a moment. Would you post something like this about yourself, talking about you gonna move to Africa at 62 years old, you ain't got no type of money, and think, how you gonna get to Africa, period?
People do that all the time, brother. 100%. They do that all the time.
Hey, Bomani, I'm not knocking that, bro. But this what I'm saying to you. Where's you getting this money to get to Africa anyway? Where are you going to stay? You got to have some type of mentality or some type of money set up to get to Africa. But you're not going to get to Africa. Find you a place to stay with this little statement, and you saying you uneducated, you got health problems, you ain't got no money. Think about what they just wrote in that, bro. It seems like to me somebody wrote something to demean us. That's what it seemed like to me, bro.
No, this lady was absolutely for real what she was saying, bro.
No, bro, this is what I'm saying, Kayla. This is what I'm saying.
People will literally don't have much going for themselves.
How is that person gonna get to Africa? Period, bro. Her ticket to get there is gonna be over $1,000.
But brother, people come up with the money for the ticket and they go there and they don't have much going on. Trust me, I'm telling people, like literally, this is something that we deal with on a regular basis, and we try to help our people here in the country, but we only can help them so much because we only have so much set up. And we're
Bomani, this is what I'm saying to you. I'm not complaining about the authenticity of this message that you all get. I'm not saying that. But my point of saying it is this. I have seen people come in to demean Black people. And this is what I want you all brothers to see
and this is not
and understand.
We're not talking about an assumed situation that you're talking about. What we're talking about is a practical, real situation based on our understanding.
Well, I mean, but this is what I'm saying, brother. We never met this sister.
Since we're analyzing it, we don't want you to take it out of another direction, because that's what you're doing. Whether you're thrown off what we're doing.
No, I'm not taking it out of a direction. I mean, brother, it was brought to you in this direction, brother.
Ego, we're here to put information up and explain to people because these situations are real. So whether
all right, this is what I'm saying to you, bro. It was brought to you in that direction, though. If it brought to you in that direction, it deserved a conflict. You automatically.
What we do is the Afrikstan Analysis, and you're really interrupting our show. I really have to put you on mute, and we're gonna have to get you to this get off for a second, because while we're trying to explain things, you're consistently making it seems like we're tearing people down. Like, I don't give a damn about any of these YouTube clowns on YouTube.
Bro, I'm not, brother. I'm not trying to tear you down, brother. I'm trying to keep peace between brothers, bro.
I'm not saying you're trying to tear us down. What I'm saying is you keep on talking about we're tearing people down. It's not about tearing
them down. I did not say you were tearing people down, bro. If you talk to Dwayne, you go know who I am. Me and Dwayne, we have conversations. Period.
Yeah, but Mike,
not here to, brother. I don't give a damn about nobody's feelings. I've lost friends, and I've lost people who have died. I've had people getting poisoned. And I have people who literally say they didn't want to be a part of our community, but next thing you know, they're dead because they're in a situation where none of us can get access to them to make sure that they're good. So I don't care about nobody feeling. I don't care about tearing nobody down. Most of these people on YouTube are clowns and fools, and they don't. Only thing they're doing is running a show to make money. I'm not here posting up or send me some super chat or get dislike or anything. What we're doing is we're delivering a message that will save people's lives. And when I first started going to Africa, the technology wasn't out there like that for us to do these shows and things. So now we're doing it. So I'm just asking you, please, let me just mute you.
Bro.
What we're doing, please, and you can just wait till the comment is finished, and then you can talk, because you're disrupting it continuously. So, Kala, finish what you're reading on this, and let me post it.
So,
and then we're gonna talk.
Right here
I want to make sure that people know that people hear you clearly.
Okay, my point is like this one, and we were going back and forth. There was a bunch of people. I only gave you a couple of comments, right? A couple of people tell sister that don't sound right. You should do this. Give her sound advice. She was like, no, and then she was like, well, I listened to Go Black for Africa, and I'm like, yeah, that's sage of wisdom. And this is not tearing down anybody, right? When you come out there and on social media and you're influencing people, right? And you don't take any responsibility for what happens to somebody. Like I said, the people that go around telling people they're Aboriginal, people lying about Black people's background and stuff like that, trying to control. But it's all about control and power. If you got power over somebody, you can influence somebody. I understand this. There's Pan-African realism, and there's Pan-African enthusiasm. The enthusiasm, that, like I always say, exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. When somebody's an enthusiast about something, they tend to exaggerate, And I used to do it too. Oh yeah, Africa's this. That's why I never. If somebody says, Kala, man, I'm not feeling Liberia or whatever like that, I never say, look, you got to go there. When I said it's opportunity, I got connections. I can't guarantee you anything. Angola, I got people there and everything, but I can't guarantee you anything. I tell them the truth. I tell them everything that full disclosure. This is what happens. And I ask them, do you have money? Do you have a job set up? Do you have a financial means and stuff like that? And those are the type of people I normally deal with when we talk about Pan-Africanism. I know the average person in America, Black person in America, don't have the means to go to this continent, right? And do stuff like that. So my point I'm trying to make is this. When I was giving the sister some advice, right? I said, look, what you should do is this. You should at least try to work in America to earn Social Security, if you haven't done so already. I said you should get Medicare, right? You should have a life insurance policy. So, God forbid you die, whatever like that, your body could be flown back to the States, or you can have a decent burial in Ghana, whatever you want to do. You should have health care, right? Because what's happening in Ghana is people are telling me is that there's a lot of this is embarrassing too. They said there's a lot of people from America who are going to places like Ghana and leaving medical bills behind. All this stuff like this is weighing on the movement. The Ghana is really looking for the Black people in America who coming here. They got a 401k, they got a health insurance, they got stuff like that. They got the means to put down to buy a property and stuff like that and contribute to the society. I understand the enthusiasm about Africa, right? But the reality is, only a few people are going to make it over there and do it right there, and we're not working together. That's why if you look at Bomani's community and Jagazi, that's setting up something where people, people go over, they could stay in a few months until they get their house built or they whatever, and they got a support system. You know, these people are not talking about a support system in the African continent. You know, there's nobody can point and say, "Well, I got the support system over there, and I can make it." It's just like you go over there, just go. You know, that sounds good. You're going to go over there on vacation. That's beautiful, because if you go on vacation, you're spending money, you're helping the local people, you're going home. You know, but when you talk about going to somebody's country and living, you know, then that country is now burdened with you. You know, this countries in Africa, as first priority is feeding and taking care of its citizens. Yeah, if you come over, you have to be a situation where you have the means to take care of yourself. Ghana asks you that. How will you support yourself? You know, how will you support yourself? You got to show them that you got to support yourself. Nigeria won't even give you a visa unless you show a bank statement, because they know there's a lot of people come over there and they end up being a burden on the society. You know, this is not a first world country. This is a developing country. In a first world country, America, you can come here because we have the infrastructure to take care of millions of people coming here if we want to. You know, so that's what we're talking about tonight. You know, and this is not taking shots at nobody. It's just that people are saying come to Africa, and I said the question too, the African governments, right? And let me give you an example. Bomani's community, right? No government in Ghana, they see what he's trying to do. He's trying to build a community. The government of Ghana has not reached out to Bomani and say, "Yo, look, we'll help you build roads, infrastructure, and everything," because they're barely making themselves. So everything in what we're doing in building Ghana is done from our own pockets. We're putting money into the country. We're providing jobs for these people, for the people over there. You know, and we're saying that, you know, it's a long haul, because in the end, we'll have a community that can support itself, sustain itself, and give back to the community. We're putting local people to work and stuff like that, and they're working together with us. You know,
exactly, Kala. A great point. And let me just make sure we finish this comment and get to the next one.
Yeah,
there's a few good points on here. All right, perfect. So, brother, let me stop right there. And perfect, Kala, and good analyzing that situation. Your brother, I appreciate him coming on, but I just didn't want to lose sight of what we're trying to do, because when you're talking and explaining things, you know, no one needs to interrupt you.
No, check this out. This is not about putting another brother down and whatnot. But when you decide to get on YouTube, like I said, I like with the ADOS FBA movement, you know, that shit show, right? I have nothing to do with that. You know, so somebody would come in and people going left on certain things, I have nothing to do with that, right? Because I'm not in that movement. But when you talk about the Pan-African movement, particularly countries that we're operating in, you know, I that's what I speak up. Okay, hi, this message is to me. I followed the advice of Tim Swain, my mentor. I read his book. I took the advice to go back to Africa, to have a business set up before I come to Ghana, which is good, have a business set up. But how are you going to do that with no money? Grow my own food, not living and spending my money like a spoiled American. My budget's around 4,000 CDs was at $300 a month, something like that, to 600 CDs a month in Ghana CDs. My investment will be off the wheel. I can invest in livestock, work with a local village. However, I decided to invest in billboards and catering. She meant catering. She says catering. She's not educated. She's catering. It's catering, she meant, towards American tourists and future homeowners who need rooms to rent while waiting out their home to be built. Like Airbnb, rental income must be paid up front for 1 year, which basically is a scam thing. You know, you rent for a year. And like, you remember Gambia? Remember Gambia, the Nigerian guy? He went and paid this Gambian money up for a year. And he found him, and he took out his belt and was whipping him. Remember that? It happens all, bro. This is a train wreck waiting to happen, you know. Many Africans are living on large sums of cash up front, which they bank. So on one hand, black people don't got no money, right? But yet they want black people in America to spend a year up front for money and whatnot. And so yeah. I was a business owner before I became injured. So my goal is to travel back and forth, you know. My daughter's a professional caregiver with 3 clients with full power of attorney, making assume clients of $329 with a sick patient living life, you know, plus one more veteran 2 weeks, so she can hire me if all else fails. Also, penny stocks. My flea market business used had 6,000 people walking through every weekend. And 3 weeks, like Ghana, street vendor, I hustle. I'm not fearful, just a little older. So many Africans buying costly big houses, living on checks, do not realize the importance of owning land and water. Yeah, like I said, people have these African dreams, if she goes over there and everything like that, if she somehow makes it, hey, that's more power to her, But, a better situation would be, be prepared before you go over there. All this is like speculative. I'm going to go over there. I'm going to have this money in America and I'm going to go back and forth and everything like that. It's like $2,000 every time she goes back and forth to America. And also in Ghana, when you live there a certain amount of time for residency, you got to go back to the United States and apply for residency to go back, so that's what people don't freaking understand. You got to go back to the States and stuff like this. That's why we always say, you go to Liberia, you can get residency just with a U.S. passport, But the point I'm trying to make is, when people say, I'm taking advice from YouTubers and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Did you get a consultation about what she said she got a mentor, Tim Swain? I think I heard. He sounds familiar. Tim Swain.
It sounds familiar. He's an author, right?
Yeah.
He said read his book.
Yeah. So, and he probably told me when she said when she put his first thing, his state right there. He said, "Yeah, you need $100,000. You need residual income and stuff like that. All stuff like that." She said she's 62 years old with no income and no pension when that she doesn't have. And so I'm saying to myself, I would not tell somebody like that to move to Africa. I said, "Now if you do it, I wish you a lot of luck. I'll keep you in my prayers."
Absolutely, and what you and I are talking about is bad advices. So I appreciate your brother interjecting and everything, but it was not meant to be all of that, and so on. So family, apologize for the long back and forth. We're just really
Kobe's in Ghana right now. Yeah, he about to save his money. He's ready to come back. He said, "I'm fucking giving up my credit, being in Ghana. This spirit will make good ass."
He's messing up his credit.
Not giving up credit. Yeah, man. He's gonna come back with that big credit card. But your wife is beautiful, Kofi. His wife in Ghana is beautiful. She's well worth it. He's gonna come back. Damn, I got 3 years to pay these credit cards off and whatnot.
Yeah, family. This is what we talk about. And Kala just broke it down in that what he posted. I remember you posted that to me a while back, and I was like, I'm glad I was able to find it because that was something great for us to analyze. People are literally reaching out to people on YouTube to say, "Hey, I saw you on YouTube. You was in this country. What do you think I should do and everything?" Now that's fine to reach out to people, but they're not professionals in this world and in the world of what we're dealing with. And they don't have the right connections to help you. So that's fine if you want to pay them, whatever they did to talk with them and everything. But if you want real help, they're not going to help you. It's kind of like if you reach out to somebody like Woody Maya, and it's not beating on him also. He's not going to help you do these things. He's a YouTuber. He's someone who glorifies going around trying to find the richest, most successful people and say, "Hey, they built this business here and everything." And that's cool. That's nice. But what we're dealing with the real situations and the real struggle. And I don't want nobody to say, "Well, stop tearing people down and stop doing this." We're not here to do that. When we talk about Omar Johnson, especially him, we put everything in perspective. But this is not one of these shows. I'm going to sit here and just make it seem like all of these people are the best of our friends and they're working together with us. No, what they're doing is destroying a movement and giving people bad advice, and they're not qualified to give these advice. So I'm telling people, and like I mentioned to the brother, I don't care about who feels anywhere, who feels whatever. It's not about people's feelings. When you have been able to be around people and you see people lose their lives over bad decision, like the brother that mentioned, I don't want to be a part of no African American community. And I'm always telling people, when you say those words, you're going to regret it. And he regretted and paid for it with his life, because now our people are not around to help him and look out for him. He's around people who literally will just target him. They wait for your house to get built, poison you, you're dead. A woman who thinks you love that she loves you, and then next she bring one of her friends in, and now you have now you're like, wow, what better than a threesome and things like that. And but what's really going on is you're getting worked over, and and these things happen a lot. I'm not saying that it happens all the time, but I'm telling people don't jeopardize yourself and put yourself in a situation you're not prepared, you're not ready, you're making confused decision based on emotional. Like I'm thinking about all the people who are making emotional decision because they saw our brother Tyree Nichols lost his life, which is very unfortunate. But I can't say that goes on here in the South every day. Now, do these things happen? Unfortunately, you know what I mean. But you are putting yourself in a worse situation, because it's like one of the things that you and I was talking about today. I was talking with a few people. I was like, one of the things I love about being in Africa is I don't have to be walking around or driving around and then I just see people walking with those guns in their waist. I'm going to Kroger's and I see from white men to whoever with guns in their waist. Some and almost none of them are law enforcement, because they have this open carrying. As long as you have your license and everything, you're good. But at the same time, too, that don't prevent them from making bad decisions and shooting somebody off emotions and things like that. And that's so one of the things I love about Africa is the fact that it's not plagued with those guns everywhere. Like and you have a level of feeling safe. Like I went to Tanzania and Zanzibar Island. I can't remember like one time if I saw anyone in law enforcement have guns or anything like that. It's just that level of energy. But at the same time too, when it comes to the economic situation, you have to have all those things in place in order because no African country is a welfare state. You know what I mean? Here in America, you have the welfare state. So where, if you're a sister and you're on your luck and you get stuck with 2 children and no one wants to help you, you go down to child services or you go down to some of these places and, you'll get assistance and help. But you put yourself in a situation like some people, I'm telling them, why would you take your children and bring them to a country where, number one, you're not going to be able to pay for the private education because the private education is what you can get by and you're not going to be able to, homeschool your children. So why put them in a situation where you're going to send them to a colonial school? A colonial school, if for people to understand, is the worst school you can put your children in. If you thought some of the schools were bad in America, like I tell people, I went to New York State. I lived in New York State or New York City, and the school system that we have, I literally thought it was bad, but I realized that it's far better than many other places because number one, people like myself, I left, like many of my friends, we left with a trade, and for the most part, all of us are still making money from those same trades that we learned when we was teenagers and things like that. So that's an education system you can work with. But it's like, unless we get to the African continent and we build these things for ourselves, put these things in place, build a community energy, look out for each other, work with each other, and work with our best of our people there in the country. Because, for the most part, you're not going to have everyone in the country that's down with you. You're going to have jealous people, which is just rampant. People seeing that you're doing things that they can't do. And you're going to have people who really just want what you want what you have. So the best way to protect yourself is if we move in a unit and we take proper advice from people who know what they're doing, not YouTubers who just go around YouTube and run their mouth and just literally trying to get, basically cloud chasing and things. And I'm not calling out anybody specific, but me, I don't care. Whoever the shoes fit, wear it. I'm not hearing this emotional stuff to care about how any YouTuber feel. You know what I mean? Because when my people's lives are at jeopardy and my people are destroying their future by listening to people with stupid advices that won't be there in the country to help them, you know what I mean? So I'm calling that out. So whether somebody want to say I'm tearing somebody down or talking down to people, I do not care. What I care about is us and our lives. What I care about is the fact that my brothers and sisters here work hard. You know what I'm saying? And they put their life into their enterprise and put their money together. And then now they're trying to make moves in Africa. And here comes, the foolishness that goes on. And I'm telling people, for those people who just want to be in America and then say, hey, no, that doesn't go on in Africa. I always tell people, you can't tell me nothing. Now, I've been across 10 countries and I have people living in all different countries and I get reports all the time. And plus, we have our own enterprise here in Jahadzi. We have our vice president running the operation. And I have to get notes from him, and I also have to give him advice on how to, protect himself and be safe in the country and safe there. So these are things that we're talking about that are literally will save your life. So for the most part, some people do not need to live in Africa. They just need to go and visit, come on one of these beautiful tours, enjoy paradise, have a good time, maybe do some light investments. And when you get your weight up or when you feel like you can work with a unit of us, then you can make a move. Like people, I'm always telling people, I'm one of them people that's been going back and forth to Africa for over 19 straight years. And I do not live in Africa and I will never live in Africa unless for only one reason. When I build our community, I'll move there and we'll have the things that we need set up. But it's like, beyond that, I would be putting my son and myself in a bad situation. You know what I mean? and people ask me, how do I know about these schools? My son have friends because since he's been going to Africa since the age of 2, we have always had friends there, and we have a family from from New York that One Africa. They have built an incredible resort. The sisters from the Bronx, and the brother Shabazz is from Brooklyn, and they have their children, their family there. So he gets to grow up around children that are children that we know, and he's asking questions and he's talking to them about their school. And so he used to think the school system was bad here until he started talking to the children about the school. And you're having teachers teaching English that don't speak English and things like that. And it's a situation. I'm not here to just beat down on the education system there, but I'm telling people, why would you put yourself in that situation? Why would you give up certain things and not build a better life? Our purpose of moving to Africa is to build a quality of life. And the quality of life is basically building your own ecosystem to where you have access to, more land. You can actually do bigger projects and things like that. But it's like, if we're going to go there and these things are not going to work, save yourself the drama, because you have nothing to prove to anyone. And the situation is not dire or desperate, or you're not living in a destitute situation here in America. So our goal is to build Black excellence. And if you're not going to build Black excellence, don't waste your time. So I'm not in a rush to go anywhere. I have to take care of what we need to take care here, which is to get access to what we need to build here in Ghana. Because like you mentioned, brother, the government is not just because you got some land and you're all from America. They're not just going to say, well, we're going to build lights, roads, and basic infrastructure. And by the way, we know you people love your medical system. We're going to build you a nice. They have their whole country to deal with. So we can't come there and be a burden. We have to come there and be in a situation where we're going to put our money together and invest and build, and at the same time to look out for each other's safety, because the government can't guarantee these things. Like the guy's asking about safe passage. Even the government can't guarantee that. We have to guarantee what we need to do by having our own people in place and things like that. And for the people who feel like what we're talking about is foolishness, go ahead and go run to any parts of Africa and run into. Yes, people are going to welcome you, and people are going to do nice, wonderful things to you. People are going to be respectful to you. But after a few years, you're going to be like, wow, what happened to all my savings? What happened here? People give you bad advice and tell you to go do business with this person only because they're going to get a cut from it. Like, I don't want to just be on here to saying a bunch of things, but these are 100% facts. These are things that, we have people I've seen for myself. I have people who call me, communicate with me. I have people in the country that say, hey, this is going on, and say, hey, you're right. Thank you for this advice and things like that. You know what I'm saying? So family, please stop taking advice from these unintelligent, non-experienced YouTubers who just goes off emotion and trying to tell you things. You know what I mean? The safest place for you to be is where you are right now. So if you need to stay in America, stay in America. But if you want to do great things like what we're working on to do in Ghana and Liberia, then let's take it to that level. But don't be on a situation and say, well, I left America because the police are killing everybody. I left America because the men are abusive. Like stop making it seem like it's just that bad. Now, one thing I'll always say, I don't feel like we've ever been able to build the America that we should have built, but it's what it is. We also got sabotaging, and we also got a whole lot of other people coming in, and they literally are just working and doing what they're doing. And while they're doing that, certain energy is going towards them. And then when we turn around, we as a people are being neglected and not having the opportunity we need. And some people may say, oh, we as a people are lazy, and say all kind of things. But it's like the reality of it is, it's a hard move for us as a people. So why put ourselves in that situation? So 2 things. I tell people, we're not going to make any moves. Stay here and work on what you're working on. And those of us that are operating in Africa, help us build what we need to build so we can build that Black global business pipeline.
Right.
We have a balance of strength and energy, and we can literally just we literally.
I've been saying that since day one.
I told
people, I said, look, we don't need everybody. Those who go that are best and brightest that can build stuff that are organized, they're on the continent building, and our job in America is support those people on the ground. That's what we need to do. That pipeline. We need to build a pipeline of logistics and support and everything like that. I tell people all the time, why are we not living like this? You live in cities like people live in a city like Chicago. Chicago should be Black people in Chicago is so organized, right, that people could petition the city of Chicago to invest some of its sovereign wealth and pension funds in countries like Ghana, you know, in countries like Ghana. Billions of dollars Chicago has. Chicago basically built the casinos in Las Vegas, you know, as employees' pension funds. Black people sit on these boards in places like Chicago, right? That's the sort of energy we need, you know. And we're serious about Africa. We have to get the real backing, the infrastructure in place for that. You know, we need the governments of Africa to work with us on a high level to get that level, you know, and get to that level. But we don't have that, you know. Nobody on YouTube is basically talking like that. Nobody on YouTube has those connections and everything with the governments here or the governments in Africa to facilitate something like this. So when they give you advice, when I say, okay, where do I work? That's one thing people all need to understand is when you go to Africa, I keep hearing this story. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna this like this. What are you gonna do for income? You know, I can live on a dollar. Do you understand that in Accra, some people say some places are more expensive than New York City to live? You know, how do you make money? If you only got a certain amount of savings, then how are you gonna make money? You know, how are you gonna make a living? You know, oh, y'all talking doubt? No, we're just talking the truth.
Yeah, New York has great. New York have some of the best infrastructure in the world, so that's the difference.
The reason why Ghana is like that is because they don't have enough. The real estate's inflated, you know, because of lack of infrastructure and everything. Just the opposite. Lack of infrastructure means there's only certain parts that got pipe-borne water and stuff like that. So
I see.
That's what everybody. If you really want pipe, if you want to go use the well and stuff like that, wash out of a bucket and stuff like that, yeah, you could probably get a property for $100 a year. You know. Yeah, so Ghana has a serfdom and Kofi's over there right now. You know. You know, and so exactly. People, like I said, man, people have no idea what they get themselves in. The best thing we could do is be organized and work as a unit on the continent, you know, and then we have our own, like the Jews do.
Exactly, and then that'll put you in a better situation to live. Just like I mentioned, once we build what we need to build, then I can live and move and do what I need to do. Other than that, no, it's not happening. I'm gonna keep on working on what I need to work on and build. Like people make jokes, you just always go back and forth to Africa, back and forth to Africa. Like, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to pull my child out of school and just go shack up somewhere and just think it's gonna be all right. I know it's gonna go wrong. That's why I've not done it, and I advise people not to do that. And that's what a wise counsel does. You know, it's kind of like warfare. You don't run into war unprepared, unorganized. And I tell people like myself are trained naval tactician. You know, you're out there in the water for 6 months. Everything is about making sure everybody gets back home to their family, and you have to follow protocol and be wise in decisions and things like that. You know, we can't have a crazy nut captain trying to take us off into war and everything. As a matter of fact, that wouldn't happen because somebody was snatching down, and things are a little more organized than that. Everything is based on wise counsel, wise decision. That's why you don't see naval ships sinking. You know, I mean, it's a serious operation. So people like ourselves, we have to think tactical for the survival and the future for our people, and think just like
that one time back in 2004, I was driving cab in Norfolk, right? And in Wisconsin, that's the biggest time you make money in the cab when the ship's going to move out, right? The Wisconsin was moving out, right? 2004. I don't know what was going on in Iraq, right? I think of Fallujah. I don't know what was going on. I was after Fallujah, right?
There was some drama overseas.
But anyway, check us out. The whole city, you saw friggin' cabs, everything headed towards the base, you know? Everybody's in line formation and everything. Then we drove around to the ships and whatnot. People getting off and whatnot. You know, that was an amazing time period. Guys with those big, with those backpacks or whatever like that, you know? And everything going.
Your sea bag.
Everybody going in. I was like, the way it was like, everybody was like, they got 72 hours to get on that ship, right? The whole traffic was packed up whatnot. All those dudes going to the ship and whatnot. It was so organized and whatnot. I was like, damn, man. I said, that's organization. You know? I was like, damn. That's why when I met with mine.
Success. I mean, and that's what I'm telling people. We're gonna operate. Let's operate organized for success. And I usually just use that military operation because it's it's part of what keeps America safe. So I also tell people the reason why you're safe. Those ships are on the Pacific coast and they're also the Atlantic coast, and they pretty much protect anything coming in. So people make it seem like there's a bunch of people out there doing nothing. Like people like to just say crazy stuff, but military formation operation is unique, and so it would make no sense for me to learn all those great, wonderful things in the military and come out here as a civilian saying, let's go to Africa and lead people recklessly. You know what I mean? That's not leadership. That's just people literally, so brother, you and I are on point, man. And I appreciate your brother getting on. But
Mike's my brother. I love him.
He's more of a distraction than anything else because
but the problem is
what we're saying, he tend to want to be ready to make his conclusion immediately. And I tell people, if you're gonna be on here with us, listen to what we're saying carefully and clearly. And then
this is the same thing. What happened was, when we had the Lou Major situation. We're gonna talk about
the hunt for Lou Major.
The hunt for Lou Major. He said the bottom line is this. Now we would be like, oh, Lou's a good brother, Kala, man. You can go against him on that. What would happen? I
said, you were right. As a matter of fact, you were the only person I saw that. As a matter of fact, when you saw me on there, you called me. He's like, Bomani, keep away from this guy right here. And you know what I mean? And when you tell me things, you're always on point.
And check this out. He was basically like,
what happened later on?
What gets me is he didn't even know who you were, but he was acting like he was your buddy. Remember, like
me and him were cooler things. I should have just went off on him. I was probably in a good mood back then.
Yeah, he was like, I thought Bomani gonna go off and I don't know you, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I should have said to him because I don't.
He could say,
it seemed like he did look me up and look at some of my stuff, and I was like, okay, you're following my brother, which is fine, but you're following someone to basically get access to their network and then scan their network, just like what he did to Dynus. He followed Dynus like him. It was cool.
Yeah, now we would have basically put him in his place. Lou Major had the biggest problem with me because I was stand up to him. Everybody act like it was scared of him. I was like, no, man, you're talking bullshit, and this don't sound right,
Brother, you're so right, brother.
You're what I'm saying? So my whole thing is this movement right here, the BAO and I don't let nobody come in here and get on these streets and whatnot, because I got people like my brother Mike. He listens to people outside us and whatnot. We're telling him we got the plan, we got the stuff to make it successful. You don't have to go to no place else. We got the people on the ground, the networks, everything in place to make sure if you want to invest in Africa, you want to build in Africa, we got it. We got your back. I can't guarantee anything anybody else says. I can't guarantee that. Somebody says, "Oh, somebody," I don't know what's going on in that country. This person's not with me. As a reason why some people don't get with me because I'm not about a bunch of BS. And Lou Major found that out. He tried to reach out to me one time. I talked to him. I had an hour-long conversation with him. Him and Mike Jackson. We had a conversation. And I was like, I wasn't feeling this guy. He was talking to me a bunch of nonsense. And then he told me he was in Africa. Then I looked on the call ID. He was in Colombia. That was a red flag right there.
What kind of fraudulent things? You gotta displace your location if you're real about that life.
And so my whole thing is when we start talking about the Pan-African movement and stuff like that, you got a lot of people coming here. And like I said, for righteous, black with Solomon.
Even I don't know that even this $8 person know about Lou Major.
Yeah, and the bottom line is this: this guy comes up here and he said on Dynasty show that black people in America need to be exterminated for the black race to live, and he kept getting invited on.
And then Dynasty accept that you come on. Like I tell people, like I'm not the one to play games with. I'm saying I'm not one of these. That's what I'm telling people. These people are YouTubers. They're not like Pan-Africanists or people who are or providing black leadership. So I'm telling people stop listening to them. They just dare to do their shows on YouTube and run them out. And it's like I'm telling people, all of them. So if you want to deal with people, deal with the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood, Bomani and Kala.
Because the bottom line is, I never took
it ain't about that life, and they're not,
And like I said, it's all about delayed gratification. I've been working on it for years. I never said, "Yo, let's do this" or whatever like that, because I know, you got to have your ducks around. We never give anybody bad advice and everything like that, because I know that's the way. That's my integrity, But some people. You got people out here taking hundreds of thousands of dollars from people, with these land scams and these investment things. Look what's going on there in Gambia. I guess we're not supposed to say nothing about what's her name? Brexit and stuff like that. Oh, college.
That's European cousins. I think they're related.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We're not supposed to say nothing about the scams that's going on in Gambia. We're not supposed to say don't say that because there are people trying to get people to Africa. So what,
Yeah, we're not supposed to say anything about when our people go to the Gambia. Like, look at what happened to their rivals and other people. You have fools breaking into the other side of the apartment, to take their stuff, and people breaking through windows. Like most of those, and these things happen in countries like Ghana also. I remember Native Born saying that how somebody snuck through the window. So it's like, family, you have to be on alert. You know what I mean? These things may not be nothing to some people, but it's like your phone and all these things that has all of your important stuff, your computers.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need nobody victimizing you in situations.
Yeah, in America, I don't have to worry about nobody stealing my cell phone, but in Africa, they snatched my girl, my fiance. She got her cell phone snatched, and I said, it better not be the one I want you to know. It's the other one, the Samsung. I said, okay. It better not have been that iPhone because I would have been pissed,
Yeah, literally, brother, you walk in and next thing you know, somebody roll up on a bike and snatch, so. I have to tell people I have to just get the people around with us to just make sure you keep your eye out and everything. The same thing when I was in Brazil. The tour guide kept on your phone. I was like, yo, I'm with all my military guys here. I dare one of them to come try to pull any foolishness. And that's when we need men to be men and men to protect our women and things like that. And I dare one of these guys riding by a bike. I'll kick their ass off so fast off that damn bike and literally stomp them out, give them one of them, one of our famous Brooklyn beatdown. That'd be a bunch of homies stomping you down into the ground.
And you cannot go to the continent looking weak, frail, helpless, and victim. They see that, right? When you see desperate, never tell nobody, oh man, America. Yeah, I live in America. It's good. It's cool. Act cool when you're over there and stuff like that. And then people don't try you. And they also always make it seem like you have people. When I was in Liberia and whatnot, I had all these people around me. People like, oh, you know a lot of people here,
We rolled deep.
I said, damn, man. When I had a beach party, all these people showed up and whatnot. Oh, Kala, what's up, man? You finally get to meet you and shit, All these people came down and whatnot, and everybody let people know who was having thoughts. I know a lot of people here, I knew a lot of dudes that were in the streets, Yeah, Kala's here and whatnot, That's how you got to roll. You got to roll like you got numbers and strength and whatnot, You can't go over there like, I don't know nobody and blah blah blah. I got my shit together, my money's tight, everything's good, everything's good, And so you got to make it seem like you're that's why I said it's important in building communities and networks with people that and stuff like that. Locals that you trust. That's it. You should be building a relationship with the people. Now, if you plan on going to Africa, you should have a relationship with people on the ground for a few years that So it's like that's what it is, man. So we're not giving people bad advice. We're not like that. We're not basically picking on Gold Black. I love that brother. Wish him a lot of luck and everything.
But these conversations go beyond just any individual. Man, that's what I'm telling people. Right. Stop being in your emotions. It ain't about any of these individuals. We're talking about. More in a general situation because this thing, but it's like that one comment. We have to use that comment, brother. When you send that to me, I realized that I was like, this is a good comment to have a dialogue on. Regardless of whatever somebody typed up, whatever. But these are real comments. We all get them on YouTube.
Yeah, and she was basically going back and the page that went like 30 comments deep. People were like, sister, something ain't sounding right. You're saying you're going there. She's like, well, I know what I'm going. And blah 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 blah. Now she was like in her 20s, right? You got young women that go to Ghana, and some older man will snatch her up, whatever. A lot over there, That's different. When you're 62 years old, and you fucking going to the continent, right? And like I said, see, I care about people's life. I care about human life.
I've seen too many lost days, man.
Yeah, and the bottom line is, it hurts me. If I see somebody sick or down and out, or like we had a sister, I got to mention her name, where she went to Ghana and things happened, and stuff like that, and things happen to our people that we care about, And,
I mean,
it could be anything. If you move to another state, right, and you get carjacked, whatever like that, I care about people, I just naturally care about people. And their well-being, I put people before anything, and people, like I said, we would like to go do this with Africa. I'd say, you have somebody in your group and their health is not in the proper order. And you gotta be honest with them, you gotta see the doctor like 3 times a week, You got to get this treatment and whatnot. You know, you may not be in the healthcare system on the continent is not there yet. You know, I say a country for you might be South Africa, where more developed healthcare system. You know, say, well, there's a lot of whites will say, yeah, West Africa might not be for you. You know, you get sick, whatever like that, you know, and you don't have proper health care and everything, you could lose your life. I don't want to see that happen. You know, I don't want to see that happen. And it does happen. You know, people go over there and they run out of medication and stuff like that, you know, and they get sick, they get bedridden, stuff like that. It happens all the time.
Exactly, family. And that's why we're talking about it, because too much of these things are happening. And that's why we talk about people running to Africa confused and unprepared.
Yeah, unprepared.
And then literally go in there and say, hey, I'm running from the police. They're gonna kill me and all my family. I'm running from this person and everything. It's just not true. I mean, or that comment you mentioned that some ladies say that every 6 seconds a black man kills a black woman. I'm like, what the hell? What kind of foolishness and lie is that?
Check this out. I had this one lady that's a client of mine years ago, right? And I noticed that when a woman hits like around in her 50s and 60s, you can't tell them nothing, right? Anyway, this is out in what year? This is in Suffolk, right? This is in Suffolk in the country, right? I pull up on this lady, and this lady is and she was a nurse, right? A retired nurse. She was a full-blown Nuwapian. And she was basically tell me, yeah, you know, we're not supposed to be drinking water. I said, well, I don't know, but, you know, we're not supposed to be doing this. And she was actually...
Malachi York told her that. He said Nuwapian, right? Nuwapian,
yeah,
right?
Nuwapian, yeah, you know? And I would just like trying to write the applications. I'm trying to get paid, right? Yes, sister, right? And she's going off on me about all this stuff. We got to get back to nature. We got to get back to this. We got to get back to this. You know, I want to see... I got that blah. I'm gonna start growing my food right here and whatnot. I said, you got a nice house, you live in a nice neighborhood, whatever like that, you know. And she was just paranoid that the world was coming to an end tomorrow. That was like 7 years ago. Is the world coming to an end? No. You know, so we got people with these mental issues, right? Mental disease in Black America is growing. You know, it's growing, and the bottom line is. I don't want that to be the face of the Pan-African movement, you know? I want people of sound mind and body and intelligence with this, right? That's the only way that it's going to work. We can't have people, I got to go to Africa. Because the world's coming to an end.
And brother, that's some of the calls I get. So when I was telling you, brother, like literally, like, you know, I tell people like, you're not in this world of that connection Africa. I deal with all of the crazies, and I deal with, you know, from the intelligence to the crazies. And, you know, you have some people, they talk with you and they're very prepared, well organized. And, you know, I'm like, yo, man, this is perfect. We can work together to make sure that you're good in Africa. And you have some people, no matter, you can't tell them anything. So it seems like they want to call you to tell you they want to call you and tell you what they want to do. And then for you to just to sanction it and say it's going to be okay. Like, no, it's not going to be okay.
You're okay.
In a bad situation. Like one person called me and they barely had a job or didn't have a job. And, you know, so, you know me, I start talking about careers, you know, and I tell people, you know, I'm not here to recruit you for the military, but in some cases, it's not a bad opportunity for some of us. And some of us, we just need to go take that $15 to $20 job and work at the warehouse and do manual labor and kind of get ourselves going a little bit. You know what I mean? But it's like
Amazon is always hiring. Talk about
you know, it's funny because I'm always joking about UPS is always hiring. They deliver packages. And so they get a lot of network and they got a lot of business, so they can hire people, drivers, people working in the warehouse and so on. And these are not bad positions. It's better than destitution.
I know people
work yourself up. And then let's talk about Africa. How about you go get a passport first and let's talk about Africa? You know what I mean? It's like, you know, and I know you're trying to run out the country for whatever reason, but relax yourself. You can, you know, if you want to make a quick move, how about you move from one state to the next? That's a good start. I remember moving from New York to Virginia. Well, not really moving to Virginia because the military took me around and got me there. But moving from Virginia to Georgia. And you asked me, did I have the stuff organized? I had a great job that I was moving to at a nice apartment. I already had, you know, my vehicle. You know, I had money in the bank and doing well for myself. And so that move was simple. Now, I can't picture making that move if I didn't have anything in order, because I'm going somewhere I don't know anybody, the state of Georgia. I don't know anybody other than my realtor who helped me get a house, helped me get settled and connect me with his family. And I'm moving there. So the reason I was able to move successfully, I was well organized and well prepared. And now when someone like myself is about to move to Africa, I have to think about my young days when I made wise decisions and say, you know what, you didn't just got up and move from New York. You know, it's easy to move from New York because I was in the military. All you have to do is do well on the exam, make sure that you get your physical is good and all your stuff is good, and then get on that bus. You don't have to have nothing, but I don't think you don't have to have anything with you because they're gonna provide for you and take care of everything for you. All you have to do is work and follow their training and follow the advice and do what they ask you to do and things like that. So I'm telling people like let's not be foolish in our older years when we didn't make these bad decisions when we were younger.
Check out. When we moved from my family moved from New York, upstate New York, nice house, everything, to Virginia. I tell you about that, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Big mistake, man. We went down there because we came down here on vacation, right? And what year was that? That was 88, right? Next year it had the riots down in 89 in Virginia Beach. We came down here Labor Day weekend. We was in North Carolina. I saw all these black people here. Everything
it make you want to move there too.
We said we're gonna move to Virginia, right? Yo, man, biggest mistake my father did. We were supposed to actually move to Tennessee. My father's company moved from Oakland, Jersey, to operations to Tennessee. We didn't want to go to Tennessee, right? We wanted to move to Virginia. My parents came down to Virginia. We had $130,000 in the bank, $130,000, right? We got a house, everything down here, right? Everything fell apart. Everything fell apart. We couldn't find jobs or like that. Within 2 years, all that money was gone. All that money was gone in 2 years, and we were destitute, That's our parents that had everything, built a life for themselves in New York. We sold the house. We had his money and everything like that, right? And we moved to Virginia unprepared, right? We had no job. People kept telling me, "I got jobs set up down there." Oh no, we got jobs and everything like that. We thought it was like New York, where there was industrial jobs every place and everything like that. My parents could find work and everything. I could find work. None of us could. Then when we came down here, everybody was making $3.35 an hour. My father, it had a job, had to start making $4 an hour when we came to Virginia.
That was minimum wage back then, right?
That was minimum wage. Wow. We lost everything. So I have life experience like of moving to a place and you're not prepared.
Yes. Imagine Africa now, a whole world,
Oh, and now you talk about going to Africa and you're paid. I don't care how much money you got. And you don't have no job, you have no income, you have no anything, you don't know nobody. We came to Virginia, we didn't know anybody here. 2 years, we were freaking gone. We lost everything. And it took us years to climb out of that. And I'm proud of the fact that other years later, I got a successful business. My father's looking down on me with pride, So this is not something I'm just talking about. It's something I've lived. I've never told somebody, when you talk about somebody's life, it's not, I ain't not talking somebody going to Ghana or go to Liberia on vacation and stuff like that. When you tell somebody to go to another country to live, right, and you don't have anything set up and everything, I rebuke you. I don't care who you are. Serious. And you don't have anything set up. You don't know anything what you're talking about. You can't advise them. You don't have no connections to help them out, whatever. You don't have no infrastructure in place for them and whatnot. I rebuke you. I don't give a damn about, well, this person is a good brother. I don't care about that. A good brother wouldn't give nobody no damn advice to move to a continent, with nothing set up. We got the BAIO social network. You think people be on there networking with people, connecting with people, finding something. No, people don't want to do that. They want to watch, they want to listen to YouTube for advice.
Exactly, and that's the problem. Oh, let me go check with my favorite YouTuber. He has 110,000 subscribers. He has 500,000 subscribers. He has a million views on this video. He has this, he has that. When it comes down to these things, that means nothing. You need to connect yourself with people who know what they're doing, people who have credible connections. And you're looking at two of them right here. You have Ghana connection right here, and you got Liberia connection right here.
Right. And I'm not going to tell you anything that's going to put you in harm's way. I'm not going to tell you anything that you're going to lose money or lose thing like that, Because I put my life and my reputation, everything on it. What I'm talking about. If somebody's not willing to do that, don't listen to them. Black people have this thing. We love celebrity worship. And we're not allowed to criticize Jay-Z. We're not allowed to criticize this person. Every time somebody's on TV, and Mike is my good brother, but one time he got on me about criticizing Al Sharpton, But Al Sharpton did this. Who was Al Sharpton? But why is it that we got to get out of this, that somebody's above criticism? Somebody's above criticism.
Yeah, a lot of times, the people, some of these people, they basically, what we call a race hustler. They get into a movement and they know they can make a living from this, of our misery and our suffering, and they just play their part. And I'm not saying that about Al Sharpton, but I'm also not saying that, not saying that he's not doing that, but it's like people like himself, they're close connection to these kind of things. So people have to just really analyze it and stop this.
What I can say about Al Sharpton is the fact that
we got to tear down these idols. Too much idol worshiping.
There's too much idol worship,
People on TV worshiping YouTubers. You know what I mean? None of you shouldn't be worshiping idols. You know what I'm saying? You learn it at an early age.
And also, the age when you stop worshiping idols, when you turn like in your 30s, the 35, 36, you should stop looking. You should have enough life experience to make decisions for yourself. Stop listening to people. But
exactly, by that time, you should know that Santa Claus doesn't exist.
Right.
And Christmas is a fake hoax and a made-up holiday. Things like that. Like, let's be real. Let's use that as an example. It's always a good one.
Yeah, check this out. Now, Al Sharpton, right? Because of him, right? This guy radicalized me. It wasn't even Farrakhan. I was Sharpton, right? But I was living in New York. That Tawana Brawley situation was going on. I felt bad because I had a nice house in upstate New York, and upstate. He came up there with that Tawana Brawley stuff, and all this stuff was going on. And I listened to him, man. America's a racist country, right? You black people living. So I felt guilty about the life I had. I had a good life. I had a good house, good everything like that, and I had a good life. I had a car when I had a job and everything. I was in college and everything. And I began to hate the life that I had, listening to him. So I became radicalized. I began to hate America. I began to hate white people like me, hate all stuff like this. And then now where I see Al Sharpton, he's at the Democratic convention, hugged up with white people.
Exactly. You see what I mean, brother?
This nigga radicalized me, took my youth away from me. You know what I'm saying? And because I'm like I am right now, because of him, I got so deep into it, right? I got into the Nation of Islam. I got into stuff like that, all stuff like this right here. Now these same people will come to me and tell me, say kumbaya and all this kind of freaking nonsense. I know what it means to radicalize people and whatnot. He radicalized me. So now he's gonna have to deal with me, not now. Now I'm to the extreme. Now I'm a complete nationalist. He brought me. He gave me down this road. I listened to him. I thought he was a hero. He was a great black man. He spoke with but not really about the real time. He didn't care about give a damn about us and whatnot. He was just trying to make a name for himself. I didn't know that as a young man. So all these people get on the mic, they write their books and stuff like that. They radicalize you and everything like that. Then when you really need them, you really need direction, they're nowhere to be found. When I was in Virginia and I was really going through stuff, racism and whatnot, stuff like that, and I was completely realized I was on my own. I was homeless. I had no money. I was outside. I was angry all the time and whatnot. I said to myself, man, I was living a nice, comfortable life. I moved out to Virginia because I thought I was gonna be around all these black people. We're gonna have this, whatnot. I wanted to be away from up New York, whatnot, because Giuliani was mayor of New York and all stuff like this. I had to get out of New York and whatnot. Blah blah blah. I hate New York, whatnot. And now this nigga's a toast of the town. Al Sharpton eating in the best restaurants in New York. He's on MSNBC after he created all that hell and chaos in New York City and whatnot, radicalized a whole generation of us. We all left New York because of him. We thought New York was the most racist state in the world and whatnot. He said New York is the most racist state. It's like the Deep South. And he said that. And I believed it. So at this point in my life, I don't really give a damn what people think. All these people that you see are fake. Well, we're trying to do a Pan-African movement that's based on realism and reality and love. We're not going to tell you anything like that we don't live. Nice people talk to stuff like they don't live what they talk. How you going to tell somebody, oh, New York woman, and say, well, I changed in my years. You changed. You saw the light. No, you saw the dollar signs. Now you up there with the LGBTQ, Al Sharpton. You up there with de Blasio. You up there toast of the town. You up there with the Clintons. You up there with the Obamas and whatnot. You live in this beautiful life and whatnot, and you turn New York inside out. Now, all of us now, young people, have been radicalized, radicalized to black nationalist politics and everything, black separatist politics. Now you want to come and preach to us about peace, love, and I love America and all stuff like this. And you want to tell Donald Trump that he's not American, that this is not what America stands for. You told us America, goddamn America, America's a racist country, irredeemable. I believe that. Now you want to come back and act like you some great American hero, a civil rights person who believes American. Get the hell out of here. Chris said, no one in Africa will be able to help you like you care because they expect you to have. Yeah. If you go into Africa, right, you're coming from America, right? They're looking at you like my boy Great African said, right? He said, when you go to Africa, right? He said, you have a year and you have what we call the American smell on you. That means everybody's it's like they get a whiff of you. They're like your aura. Everything you say, people are going to listen to you. They're going to flock to you. They expect you to know more than them. They expect you to have things organized. They expect you to build things. After a year, the smell wears off. And you just become just a regular local guy around the corner that they don't care about. That's the reality. A lot of black people in America who make it in Africa never lose that smell. The ones who go over there unprepared, right, lose that American smell within 6 months. And you're in a world of trouble. Because not only do you feel isolated from your people in America, right, you're going to be isolated and discarded by the locals. Are you prepared for that? Are you ready for that? This is why you have to have a support system on the ground, And that's what we're talking about tonight, folks. This ain't about taking a snap at whoever is doing this and everything. It's just basically on this channel, on this show, we tell it like it is.
Yeah, if you're worried about your feelings getting hurt, don't listen to us because we
simple as that.
We can care hell about anybody's feelings because we have lives to save. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're like the firemen in the world. You know what I'm saying? The job is to put the fire out.
That's what I'm saying. Keep Walking says, even Africans move back. Yeah, they do it all the time. My boy Naya, he goes to Liberia twice a year, every year. He has no plans on moving back there right now because he knows it's not right. He has a daughter in college, right? Beautiful daughter. Beautiful monarch queen, daughter, right? I mean, beautiful. I was at graduation last year. Beautiful daughter in college, right? He got two sons in the Navy. Guys are doing really well and whatnot,
Yeah, I mean, he should just brought them back and put them in a colonial school.
Yeah, it's like, so in Liberia, he goes to Liberia. He got lots of land in Liberia, but he knows he has to make his money in America. He's not ready. His wife has never even been to Liberia yet, So basically, they do what they got to do. He says one day he's going to retire. He's going to live in Liberia. And he got one guy that has a good job in America, a Liberian brother, that's helping building the pipeline water system because he's a superintendent somewhere in Rhode Island somewhere, So he goes back and a lot of Liberians bringing these skills back to the Liberia, But the thing is, though, they go when they're ready. They're not pressured, They say, yeah, like this. But the only people that basically feel like they're pressured are the people least prepared to be in Africa, African Americans. I don't care what your feelings is. If you ain't prepared to live in Africa, I'll tell you. He said the reason why these other YouTubers have a lot of subscribers because they're not talking reality. They call, yeah, this is the truth. They're not talking reality. We talk reality. We talk reality. This is reality.
Hey, hit that super chat. Hit that super chat.
Send
me that like. Send me that like.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button. When you come in, hit the like button.
Hey, I'm not gonna start a program until I get at least 150 people on there hitting the like button.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. I mean, we gotta hit that like button. The bottom line is, if people get,
brother, is that what our movement is about? Like, share,
hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe. That's the movement.
Giving false information and destroying people's lives. Because I'm telling people, once you're on this YouTube, people like it's terrible, and I know it, but people literally think like people like, like, you know, some of the people you talk to, they was like, yo, I saw you on TV. I was like, I was on TV.
Yeah, they think you saw me on television with that. Yo, can I get your autograph? They got people
on TV giving live advice. I'm not even saying that the people on those news networks are even credible to give information, because most of what they have is false news anyway. You know,
but at least they got some way to back it up, right? Let's say if they're wrong. They said last night we said this, we retract this, you know, because they got this guideline, FCC guideline. There's no FCC guideline. You can say what the hell you want to, you know.
Literally, you can, you know, literally. You remember Negro P, and he'll literally just go out there and make up stories on people.
Yeah, the Negro P, you know, at one time, right? I had got caught up by Negro P. The way he plays the music back, I'm sitting there like, this. It wasn't until I look up. I see Bomani's picture up there. Now he got my brother Bomani, right? This guy Bomani Cruz, a scammer that been taking people to Ghana, taking people's money, robbing them. He's a career criminal. I was like, damn, I didn't.
And he said, you know, the craziest thing, he said, I'm gonna end up just like Marcus Garvey. And I'm like, yo, you know what? You're lucky you're not in England, because all them Jamaicans would have been beating your ass down in England. As a matter of fact, when people find out where he is, they need to handle him. You know, that situation.
No, he's another one that's gonna get dealt with.
Literally, there's no judge today would charge Marcus Garvey for what he was charged back then.
Right.
You know, and it's like, Negro P and go do some research on what happened to the man. Garvey was one of those first people that they didn't know what to do with Garvey. So it's not like Malcolm and King. They later figured, we just need to get these guys assassinated.
Right.
They literally couldn't. They didn't. And I think that back then they didn't. It wasn't the FBI. They didn't have the FBI set up. It was something.
Well, no, they had the FBI. It was a new organization.
It was because that was J. Edgar Hoover. Yeah, so it was very new. So it's exactly. So they literally, thanks for correcting me, brother. Because they literally didn't know what to do with the brother, and they literally had to come up with something just to get him out of the way. And that's the biggest thing they came up with to get him arrested, throw him in jail, and then get him deported.
They charged him in New York for something that he didn't have to do with in Chicago. You know, and he basically, like, Garvey's like, yeah, I know this is that. You know, they basically said like, and also the NAACP, the boys, when Garvey did that big rally and had all those people following, they said the NAACP and all these AFL went to the government and said, please get rid of this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they went to this is what we deal with: open race traders who freaking go who go after our leaders. And they said Garvey must go. Garvey was one of the most powerful men in the world at the time. So to reduce him to a page in history books, like a paragraph in a thing, while you give the civil rights all like 10 pages, Garvey had the largest black movement and one of the largest mass movements in world history. You know,
Madison Square Gardens in the 1920s, 100 years ago, the same place where New York takes play.
Madison Square Garden, packed Madison Square Garden
in the middle of Manhattan.
You know, packed Madison Square Garden.
In those days, the 1920s, family. That's how you have to be on a whole level of organization for you to pull that off.
Check us out. After he did that,
pull it off now with all of our technology and all of our so-called wisdom and knowledge.
That's what I'm saying. Check us out. After he did that, right, the mayor of Monrovia, right, was there, right, in Madison Garden. He felt so emboldened because he got a position in UNIA. He went back to Liberia and said his position is more powerful than the president. You know, he said, I'm the head of the UNIA. You know, and these people, but that's how powerful this Garvey movement was. You know, and so, you know, and people basically going to spit on Garvey's name nowadays. We ain't gonna let that happen. You know, Marcus Garvey was the man. He was a man. He spoke with fire and brimstone. You see when he was preaching and whatnot. You know, that electrified Black America, man. Is people trying to make this? Oh, he's Jamaican. You know, when he came to America, he said, "These are my people." And the Black people in America said, this is our leader. They didn't give a damn where he was born at. This was our leader, you know? And so the bottom, let me tell you something about this ADOS FBA movement shit, you know? I call myself African American. I don't call myself ADOS FBA. As far as I'm concerned, any Black person who is slave descendant living in America is African American. That's the way I feel about it, you know? And so therefore, this idea that you're going to basically keep, you know, dividing us based on a so-called lineage because you want to reparate something that's never going to happen. The reason why we're separating because we want a reparations check, you know. Now I guess I'm not supposed to say nothing about that, you know. But Kala, they're good leaders and whatnot. Man, why are you talking about the ADOS FBA? If they want a reparations, let them do. No, I ain't gonna let them do jack. You know, I'm trying to. Anybody that basically tries to destroy the Pan-African movement with division, stupidity, and nonsense and lies, I am going to do everything I can in my reach to destroy them. They're like you take like you got that Jose Bronx clown from Cape Verde. He's a freaking Negro, you know.
Oh, I've seen him on one of our channels.
Yeah, check this out.
He's been on one of our videos, so that's who he really is.
Yeah, check this out. He's
a fake Puerto Rican.
He's a Cape Verdean, you know. He's a fucking fake Cape Verdean.
So he must think he's Puerto Rican.
And check this out. But basically, he was on Diane's show. One Diane's comment. Yeah, Kala believes that, and I forgot about this guy. He said he keeps making comments like Liberia was a brave thing that happened to the black race. So in other words, I say stuff right, and it eats these motherfuckers up, whatnot, you know. And they still talk about it. That means if I'm getting to some people and they going crazy about what I say, I'm gonna keep saying it, you know, because I know my words get.
Oh wow! So I you know what, brother? Before I let Mike back in, Mike, give us a few seconds. We'll let you back in. You know, this ADOS person. Yo, I literally will never understand. It's like every video that we do, this person's always on here, and we know it's not a white lady. You know, maybe
Honey Boo Boo. Yeah, check us out.
I want to know who is this person? ADOS invented.
There's that. Stop anti-FBA. There's no FBA. You know, FBA is a made-up term.
But I notice whenever we say anything about FBA, this person get angry. This person get frustrated. So
it's like they're trying to create a fake.
That has to be. Go ahead.
A fake identity doesn't exist. You know, the bottom line is FBA. That's something. If you basically try to separate them, now let me give you an example. Right? There's a lot of people.
Look at this. It got to be one of Tariq cronies, yo.
Yeah, Tariq's museum.
But check this out. Look what she said about Bucci Beard. So I know she's one of Tariq's people.
What you say about Brandon?
Yeah, that's what I'm messing with folks like Tariq, man. They be sending their agents and trolls after you.
Yeah. Next thing you know, we're gonna be on one of the Bucci Bears adventures. They're gonna have you and me over there. We better shut up. It's gonna be a cartoon.
You know what? The thing of it is, you know, it took the guy making about 100 Tariq videos before Tariq was like, enough is enough. So
we don't talk about.
That's why you can't keep on poking up. Like I said, don't keep
poking the bear.
Keep on poking the bear. But anyway, let me let Mike, and I'm sure Mike got some good stuff to share with you. And you guys can
my good brother,
greetings, Mike. Welcome back to the call. I'm sure you got some good stuff to say since we've been talking about some great stuff.
Why y'all brothers catching feelings on what I'm saying, bro? Nah. What's going on, Kayla?
I'm going good, my brother Mike, man. You know I love you, man. You know I love you, brother. You know, but
why you brothers catching feelings about what I'm saying, bro?
No, it's not good. No, Mike, if you listen to the show every night, we say this every night, man. You know, it ain't you. You know what I'm saying? We understand. Look, Mike. Let me say something. I understand where you come from. You're with the love, peace, and happiness. You're a loving brother. You love everybody and everything. I'm not. You know,
okay, man. I mean, my thing is this. I think a downfall for us as Black people, we don't respect one another, and I preach that to my son. Respect Black people. I don't care if they curse you out down to your shoes. Say you're sorry, apologize, move on, because I see that we lack respect for each other, and I fight to respect Black people. Don't get me wrong, Kayla. It's hard. It is hard and things of that nature. So when I say that, you know, what you and Bomani are doing, I mean, I'm not knocking you brothers. I'm not. But what you are doing, trying to, you know, make sure that African Americans are monetarily prepared to do what they need to do business on the continent. Bruh, I do not knock that. I do not knock it at all. But at the same time, I'm not going to knock another brother or sister down who may not have their ducks in order to say what you all saying and things of that nature. I can't necessarily, talk against that brother or sister. That's all I was saying.
Be right back. Hold up, brother. Hang on. I gotta run for a second. Give me a second.
Okay.
All right, Mike, I'll continue while Kala go make his move and get back. And,
that's what I'm planning on doing. I mean, like me and Kayla was talking, I'm trying to do business on the continent. I'm trying to do business on both continents, here and there. And so I have, I got my company, C Data Services, and then as well as On Point Technology. I'm trying to get it registered there and trying to, talking with Kayla, trying to figure out the best place to, launch my business from here to there and things of that nature. And so, and then he got me in contact with you and with some other brothers and sisters over in Africa. So, that's my go-to. That's my go-to guy. And so, I respect him for that.
Yeah, that is that's the right direction for us to connect and do business amongst each other and so on. But with us, we're trying to do things with people who are ready to work in a certain angle and energy, and if they can humble themselves, good. But some of these people with the YouTube ego who have not put enough work in is our problem. But I appreciate you coming out with positive energy and everything, and that's respectful. And I appreciate what you just said about your son. That's very important that we teach these young men how to handle conflict and how to handle situations. And I've told my son some of the same thing too, because me and him, we deal with a lot of customers. We have customers here we do technical work for, and then we travel with people to Africa. And I'm always telling them, like, son, some of these older people that you can deal with, they may have a certain attitude and things like that, but just try to be positive and also remember, this is how we make our living. So let's be respectful to our customers, and even if they treat us a certain way, let's try to be the bigger person. Even though you're telling a child to be the bigger person over somebody that's 60, 70 years old. But so these are great points that we have as a people. But now when it comes to our Afrikstan analysis, we kind of take things to a different level to where we literally have to be critical on certain things. And some people we're gonna have words for, like Umar Johnson's one of the biggest person out there that we literally always have some good energy for, because he runs around like he's some prince of Pan-Africanism or some ordained person where he feel like he needs to talk to us any kind of way or talk down to our community. So we sometimes go at it with people like that. But this operation that we're doing is not going to be on some kumbaya stuff where we just and we always tell people we're not tearing them, but we got to give these people the business, because we know the foolishness that what they're doing, and what they're doing is unacceptable for the purpose of just getting YouTube viewers and popularity on YouTube.
Hey, Mike, let me say this
to our people, that needs good advice and good connection.
But let me say this, right?
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute, Dwayne. Because he was talking about the brother was talking about what's that cat name? Umar Johnson. And yeah, I understand what you're saying on that, bro. There are some things I do agree with about the brother, and unfortunately, there's a lot of things I do not agree with him on. But when it comes down to black people, black men, and black women, yeah, I don't believe that. I don't get down with black women equating them as what the world may call them bitches. I don't get down that way.
We don't get
me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Now, I'm not saying that all black women are good women. Let me take that. Let me take a step back.
Don't get yourself in
let me
trouble,
take a step back.
Be careful, Mike.
We got a lot of sisters
watching. Listen,
yeah. I got you.
You were good so far, man. But
yeah. No, black women. No, I support them. I kid you not. I know what they went through and things of that nature, and how this brother is saying that, hey, black men, stick with black women. I agree with that brother on that notion. I do.
We do. Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Yeah, I mean, wait, you got some black guys that do not agree with that, Kayla. You know that.
Mike, let me say this, right? If you listen to Umar Johnson said there's a snow bunny crisis. I don't see that. Now, Umar Johnson.
Wait a minute. Say it again. Say that again, Kayla.
Umar Johnson said there's a snow bunny crisis when he's watching too much of that porn.
Basically, black men going all over the place and getting white women, which is
that's
like,
not happening.
That's not true.
That's not happening. That's not happening.
I mean, maybe more famous or popular or rich black men, maybe so.
People, the average
maybe
black
more richer black men.
Wait, and you know what, Bomani, I think more so that's what he's looking at. He's looking at the sports arena.
What does that got to do with us? We're talking to Pan-Africanists.
Well, you, I mean, Kayla, you know for a fact, I'm from Arkansas. I go down there and visit. I see more black guys with white women in Arkansas that I was no, this is what I'm saying, Kayla. I was raised in. Huh? Say it again.
But see, you understand something, Mike. Let me say this, bro. Let me say let me get this out, right?
Go ahead.
When Umar Johnson talks about the snow bunnies, he has this image of the very rare where you got a black guy, basketball player with this fine white woman that he really probably wants in his head, right?
I don't know about fine now, but go ahead.
Crisis, right? The real slave crisis is a dusty dude with like 5 baby mamas, and each one of these white women he got like 400 pounds. You know, that's the reality. But in Umar's mind is there's all these brothers going after these hot white chicks, and that's not reality. That's the porn industry, and those girls are getting paid $20,000 a video to do that shit. That's not reality.
Well, I can see what you're saying. You
know, so where does he say a snow bunny crisis? I don't see it. You know.
Well, I mean, Kayla, you know, I travel for my business. I go to Wisconsin, and I went to Wisconsin. No. Yeah, wait, Kayla. I went to Wisconsin, bro, and I had to do a job in a mall. I'm running wires, but all the while I'm looking at me and this other technician. I'm looking at a lot of interracial kids walking through the mall.
Right. Well,
so evidently, what he's saying it has some meat to it.
All right. Let me ask you a question. Right. Just because somebody is having sex, don't mean they're getting with them. Most black men end up marrying 90% and marrying black women. You know. Women.
Say it again, Kayla. Say it again.
Most black men marry black women to like 80-90%.
Okay.
So, you know,
Kayla, you fell off? All right, go ahead.
The percentage of black men marrying white women or interracial is small. You know, there's some white women that have one night stands with black guys and have interracial, have mixed kids and stuff like that. You know, that don't mean they're together. There's a lot of white women walking around mixed kids and whatnot because that's a new thing now. You know, having mixed kids, whatever like that. But that's the problem of the white man. Let the white man worry about that shit. You know,
Kayla. I was born and raised in Arkansas, and I go down there and visit. I go to Walmart just to pick up some groceries or whatever. Listen to me, Kayla. Listen to me, Kayla. I walk in and I'm looking at white grandfathers with black grandkids in their buggies, and I'm saying to my brother who still lived down there, man, what's going on? He said, man, all these cats, they getting with white girls, man. Dusty white girls.
Those white girls.
But think about it. That's Arkansas. I live in the state of Georgia. He lives in Virginia, and
we don't see that here.
On the East Coast, and we don't have a snow bunny crisis on the East Coast. Maybe somewhere else.
Well, it must be one in the deep South then, because I'm telling you, bro.
Arkansas is a poor state. That's Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton had a half black kid. You know?
Yeah, I know. I know he got a black son. Matter of fact,
a black son, half black son. You know?
Yeah.
So bottom line, you can't. That's another thing I'm tired of, right? I'm tired of people coming from busted ass states projecting that shit like black people don't have the money. Black people here in Virginia got money. We got a huge black middle class and upper middle class. You know, black people running shit here in Virginia. You know, so I can't say black people don't have the black people got good jobs, professional jobs, working class jobs. Everything. Black people owning home businesses.
And I'm here in Georgia, and it's progressive here also. Not saying it's all of that, but well, I guess maybe we have different states with different issues, but we
so we talk about Arkansas.
That's why me and him living where we live at, because we're doing well for ourselves and things are not that bad. And we can actually be around black people that are doing well for
I'm
themselves.
around black people all the time, professional black people. I love being around black people
who love black women and want to be with black women.
You know what I mean? And you know what? But at the same time, at the same time, I mean, I don't give a lot of credence to what the brother say. I listen to him, you know, about some things that he talk about and things, but when it gets to talking about, I mean, like I said, I really truly agree with the brother about black men, black women. I do. That's just me.
What does he ever? Does he ever say anything negative about black women? It's always black men because black.
No, I never heard him say anything negative about black women.
No, he doesn't, because he's a patsy, and what he does is talk down to people like me and Kala, talk about our conscious community, and talk about us living middle class life in the suburbs instead of being in the hood.
No, you know what? Now, no. I never heard him speak. I never heard him speak against you nor Kayla.
Kala, I'm gonna get the video. You guys talking? Keep talking. I'm gonna get the video.
Now, he's basically said that I don't blame who I blame for all the problems in the black community. I don't blame the single mothers. I don't blame the NBA stars. I don't blame the rappers, because he don't want to talk about them because he wants money from them. He's trying to reach out to rappers for his raggedy ass school and whatnot. You know, he said who I blame for the problem is a black man who live in the suburbs, even if they're married to black women. So in other words, you live in a suburb, you got a nice house or whatnot, you living good, you did everything you can and whatnot, you're raising your family. It's your problem why all this hell's breaking loose in the inner city, why women have 4 and 5 kids and whatnot, you know what I'm saying, like that, by 4 or 5 different guys and whatnot. That's the see how this division, the divisive shit under the guise of Pan-Africanism and all stuff like this.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying on that, Kayla. I mean, and you know, if that brother said that, yeah, he's out of line. You know, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, if he said that, he is out of line. That's just me. He's out of line. But at the same time,
but Mike, you have a hard time criticizing people that you see online. You know. Yeah,
I mean, because I mean, my criticism is I try to I want to maintain the positive about my people, you know, and thing. Don't get me wrong. I know there's some negative things about our people, but I rather concentrate on the positive of what my people are trying to do. And you know, when we try to do things, we have a stumbling block always in front of us.
Well, that's why, like I said, I'm working on stuff. Mine's working on stuff. And the people that want to join us and whatnot, you got my brother Chris Bray's in there. He's in the BAO. He's in Tanzania doing his stuff. Part. And the people in the BAO network want to understand our core values and everything what we stand for. We just work together. And if people join us, join our movement and everything like that, it'll be all right. Because I believe all these other Pan-African groups and everything, you know, if they keep doing what they're doing, they're going to be irrelevant. You know,
yeah, I mean, because I know he was talking about his school and thing. Because I remember I was listening to one thing, and he said if you had a perm or something, if you had a perm, you would not be you couldn't get hired in his
see, the whole
in his
thing
school.
With Umar, the man is like losing his mind, right? He uses the school as a straw man to basically say, to dictate what he wants, to attack people in the black community he's jealous of, and he can't control. He doesn't like the fact that most educated black people, most people with means, dismiss him as a friggin' buffoon. You know, that we don't really rock with him. So he does these things where he tries to sound blinkety black, right? To do subtle attacks and jabs against people that he just don't like because we don't accept them. You know, Omar has never helped anybody do anything and everything. It's all about Omar. He gets up there and talks about I'm against marriage and whatnot because a man can't be monogamous. What kind of thing is that to say? So all the brothers out there who go home to their wives, raising their kids, you think that's decent or not? Instead of saying I give respect to the brothers out there who hold down, who's loyal, faithful, like he says that's impossible. So he's nothing but a pervert, and he just thinks like that. If it's a man's marriage,
I mean, Kayla, hold on for a moment. Kayla, hold on. All right, but Kayla, but let me.
Something like that is just an abomination to me.
All right, Caleb. But
my father was an honorable man. He was a God-fearing man. He came home and was loyal to my mother every night. He never stayed out. So for him to say something about, oh, black men can't do this or whatnot, he's a freaking a bum.
All right, Caleb. All right, Caleb. I mean, I got what you're saying. You know, I mean, but one thing I can't do, Caleb, is disrespect that brother, and I refuse to do it. Now, if that's how it's going down with that brother, and that's what his mentality is, I mean, that's the person. I mean, I pick people who I be around with, you know, and things who I really truly want to rock with and things. But if that's what me, because now I never heard what you said. I never heard that from him. So I mean, I can't take on your feelings and things of that nature.
He said it numerous times. He said,
you know,
no black man could be a woman. I gotta have 3 wives. I gotta do this. He can't even take care of himself. You don't have a job to take care of one.
Well, let me pose something to you, bro, on that one. Let me pose something to you on that one. 3 wives, 1 black man. You best be in the best health to maintain those 3 wives. I'm talking about monetarily, physically. So I mean, that brother, he's kind of chubby now.
His money comes from other people, you know. Hit the cash app. You know, so how's he gonna take care of 3 wives? You know,
he's gonna do those lectures. He's gonna do those lectures that he's the most requested scholar. You know what I'm saying? So everybody wanted to do a lecture, so you can live off lectures. Well, as a matter
of fact, much money off the lectures either. Real lecturers like Obama, when they get paid $200,000 to speak. You know.
I mean, but at the same time, I mean, you got to give the brothers. I mean, I'm not trying to. Well, you got to give it to him because he is very knowledgeable when it comes to. When it comes to these kids, when it comes to the kids. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, he's not a licensed psychologist or whatever like that to study to treat people. And he gives advice or whatever, but he's not licensed to do that. You know. And so he got a degree in psychology and whatnot, but that don't mean he's licensed and having credentials. He gives advice and everything about kids. There's always some off the wall stuff, you know. Oh yeah,
hey, black boys. Let me stop you there. Let me just say one thing. The brother, and it's a known fact that he did go to school and he did receive a degree in that. Yeah, now, but this is what I'm saying to you. Hold on for a minute, bro. If the state refused to give him a license. No, if the state refused to give it,
I'm licensed to sell insurance.
No, but listen to what I'm saying, Caleb. That you know what that brother says about the school system when it comes to blacks, and you know he's on point. So now, if he's on point, and the state said, "Hey, this nigga is on point. We need to shut his mouth." Hey, we don't. No. Let me get finished. No. Let me get finished. Hold on, Caleb. So the system says, "Hey, let's shut him down. We don't give him a license." So now a license means everything. Let's go on with this brother's strength to protecting our kids, bro. I mean, don't get me wrong. There may be some things.
There's a conspiracy against Umar from getting his license. Why does he?
I'm sorry. Say it again, Caleb.
Have a job in this field.
Say it again, Caleb. I didn't hear you.
He does not have a job in this field. Never held a job in this field. He's never been employed in this field.
All right, then, Caleb. He may not have a job, but when the brothers speak about EIP and all that stuff, I know about that. Because my son is up under that type of stuff. So when he sit up here and I read my son's EIP and everything, that brother is on point. He's right. I read it. Boom. He ain't lying. So I started attacking the teachers. No, listen to what I'm saying.
There's a lot of stuff that's right.
Well, appreciate it, though. We're not here to refute those things about the brother. We're just talking about certain.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to knock that brother for what he do know. You know, but now
what we're talking about is something separate. We're not saying that he doesn't know what he's talking about as far as
okay.
I'm sure his curriculum will be ideal we believe in some of the same things as far as Pan-Africanism and things like that.
Yeah, I agree with Umar on a lot of stuff.
No, but don't get me wrong, Caleb. There's some things I do not agree with that brother on.
Real
Yeah, there's some things I do not agree with him on. There's a lot of things I don't agree with it.
All right, how about this? Family, just hold on, because whenever we have guests, I just want to bring them into who's who. Gillian, let me unmute you, and if you can introduce yourself, and then we put up the topic, and then you can just share with us what you want to share with us. Greetings, family. Welcome to the call. Hello, G. You're live. All right. Once you're ready, just unmute yourself and talk. And if nothing else, we'll remove you, and then you can just reconnect. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and play this real quick while we add it. Just a few seconds. I won't play all of it because the rest of it is another conversation.
Blame the rap. I don't blame the rappers. I don't blame the basketball players. I don't blame the football. I don't blame the rappers. I don't blame the basketball players. I don't blame the football players. I blame professional.
Hi, I'm Gillian. Good morning to all.
I don't blame the basketball players.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we're in the middle of something. You gotta mute yourself. Everybody keep playing again.
Who have abandoned
Julian, can you mute yourself? We're playing this right now.
Yeah, sister, just give me a few seconds. This is real short, and I'll just play it back one more time.
I don't blame the rappers. I don't blame the basketball players. I don't blame the football players. I blame professional Black men who have abandoned the Black community for a life in the suburbs, even if he has a Black wife. Even if he has a Black wife, you're still in the suburb, far out of reach of the Black boys who need you. And I don't think enough responsibility has been laid at the feet of Black men for abandoning our women, our daughters, and our sons in the Black community.
There is no Black community life in a white neighborhood. Now, let me before you go, Bomani, right? You know Diggstown right there in Norfolk, Diggstown, Campostella. The other day, Diggstown right there, Diggs Park, right there. They remodeled the place, everything like that. I got clients over there and everything like that, right? At one time, the crime rate was going down, right? A 43-year-old man got shot and killed the other night, and a 17-year-old boy is clinging to his life, And they had this one brother out there, right? That's a Muslim guy, older brother is a Muslim guy. Said, we got to get to the community. I went to church, it's the police. The community is rocked by gangs and crime and everything. And people are just saying, look, Diggs Park's been there for generations, almost 70 years, whatnot. And no matter what we do to it, remodel it, we gave people facelifts, new awnings, new paint, everything like that. The crime is escalating, whatnot, And so therefore, what Umar is saying, right, and it's so dangerous right now in the community that people don't even go outside. And I feel sorry for the poor people that live there. They got to live with this stuff like this. Kids can't play outside because of gun violence. It wasn't even like that a few years ago. It's getting worse, And so therefore, what Umar is saying is, if you basically made it out and got a house and everything, you would move out to Virginia Beach and you got a nice house and everything. You got your kid in school and everything. Your son's playing basketball. Your girl's playing volleyball. And everything like that, you have that life. You get ready, kids off to college and everything. You are doing something wrong.
And I mean, he's from where you, Dwayne. He isn't he from where you were from?
Hey, Kala, so I can't live high in the nice suburbs in Georgia.
He's from Philly. Where's Umar? Philly had 500 record. I think that's a group like New Era Detroit. They're actually doing stuff in the community in Detroit, bringing down crime. They're putting themselves on the line. Them brothers.
Well, you from Philly? When you from Virginia, right, bro?
I'm from New York, but I live in Virginia.
Okay, all right. Are you New York?
Philly broke a record 500 homicides last year. Where was Umar at? He doesn't do anything in Philadelphia.
was
so
that?
why is he not practicing what he preaches? Why is he not out there in Philly joining with New Era and stuff like that? Say, yeah, listen, I'm gonna give my voice to New Era because he don't want New Era to have no shine. New Era's opened up chapters all over the country, and they're taking to the streets. They're trying to clean our streets up, you know. But he's not getting that.
Man, Kayla, I can't answer that, bro.
Hey, Omar is a one-man Pan-African show. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, what he said, Kala, he said nobody can debate him. As a matter of fact, he called on us to do a handicap match where it's 2 or 3 of us.
Yeah, he's awesome.
That's another funny thing. I'm about to pop that up soon.
And then check us out. He said, Killer Mike, maybe that's my boy. Killer Mike, a rapper. David Banner, a rapper. He gives all this respect for him, but he has no respect for anybody else in the conscious community and everything. You know, he has disdain for everybody else in the conscious community, but he loves Jay-Z. He calls himself the Sean Carter of this. You know, this nigga thinks he's actually going places with this. What he's doing with his racket, he's doing.
I mean.
You can't say that, Mike. Come on.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong, Kayla. I'm not gonna knock the brother down, but I mean, I gotta go where the strength is. The strength that I see of that brother is, well, let me take that back. He go in hard on brothers, marrying outside.
About white people, he never think you would think Umar Johnson, the white man, is not no guy's foot on our neck. It's some vague white man. He never calls out any individual white man. Or say like that, he'll call out Charles Barkley by name, Michael Jordan by name, whatever, Shaquille O'Neal by name. You never hear him put a white man's name in his mouth. That Brett Favre says something. Brett Favre's coming after him. You know, he says something. Whatever he mentioned, Brett Favre. Brett Favre said, "What?" And Brett Favre said, "I'm going after this dude for running his mouth against me." You know, and you don't say nothing about that there. He's trying to start no beef with Brett Favre. You know, or anybody like that, because these people will come after him and take what he got away from him. You know. He always got another black man in his mouth.
Well, yeah, you're right on that. I mean, I can't knock you on that. You're telling the truth about that. I never heard him call out a white person.
As a matter of fact, this clown went on Breakfast Club and humiliated black contractors. I feel bad for my brothers out there that are working hard and trying to get them contracts. And then
wait a minute, contractors?
No good.
What did he say about the contractors?
He said, I got a white people. He probably raised the money to pay the white people what they were worth. He probably wanted the black HVAC people. He said he wanted black to volunteer their services for his school. That's his project.
Yeah, now, Kayla, I do remember that. I remember he was. I was thinking about doing it myself.
You go there and donate your time, take a couple months out of your schedule to wire his fiber optics and stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. So he don't have any respect. It's business. You open up a school, that black contractor, his time is worth anything else. Sure, he might cut you a deal here and there, but he wanted, you should just do it because my grand vision. Like, who are you, nigga? You know? And so when the black contractors didn't do that, right, he went to the white contractors, gave him all that money that black people raised. Well, he gave black people's money to white contractors because he didn't want to do right by black contractors. You told me in Delaware where he's at, he didn't have black HVAC people that if he came with the right price and whatnot, and stipulations that they couldn't have got it done and maintain it. He didn't want to pay the black people what they were worth.
I mean, Kayla, I know what you're saying is true because I remember him posting that and everything. But I try my best to look. Let me see what good I can get out of this brother and things of that nature. And that's how I roll with it. There are some things I do not agree with. And you're right. I never heard him call out a white person dating a black person. No, I never heard that. But I have heard a lot of black men.
Serena Williams with her white boyfriend, right? You'll never hear about Paula Poundstone and that white guy, Alan Thicke. Robert Thicke, whatever his name is. You'll never hear him talk about a white man with a black woman, everything like that, because the bottom line is he knows that will piss black women off. Black women love that. You'll never hear him talk about Marilyn Mike. He never mentioned Marilyn Michaels and Prince William. He'll never talk about stuff like that. The only thing he talks about is a black man with a white woman, dick policing black men. He has no thing. You're supposed to protect your own women. You should be upset over Like me, to this day, right? And I'm no racist or nothing like that, not really. I can't watch movies like Monster Ball, Halle Berry with Billy Bob Thornton. I turned that shit the fuck off, you know? To this day, I never knew why it was and whatnot, you know? I can't watch movies like The Bodyguard, never seen it. Whitney Houston with Kevin Costner. I can't watch shit like that. The only thing I ever watched that was interracial was The Bronx Tale, you know? I thought that was kind of cute doing kids. You know, The Bronx Tale with that white boy with Terrell Hicks.
Yeah. I got you on that.
That's the only interracial movie with a white character and a black woman I ever watched. The rest of them, I just turned right the hell off. I can't watch
Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Robert De Niro, yeah.
Robert De Niro.
And that was I forgot the sister's name. Yeah, but
Terrell Hicks.
Yeah, Terrell Hicks.
Yo, she's still fine to this day, man.
You remember Belly? Remember Belly? Woo!
Oh yeah, man. Yo, you see her now? She's better looking now, man. She's like a model. She's married and everything. Her and that guy, Lilo, whatever his name is, Mercado, they're still friends, you know? And the bottom line is this. She is still beautiful to this day. She should have blown up, you know, like better than any other black actress, you know? That girl is beautiful. Terrell Hicks. You know? She's fine, you know? But that's the only
brother. Let me just make sure I play
this race that I ever saw that I deal with. I was like, oh man, she's just so fine, man. I was like, okay. You know, it was a cute movie, you know, it was cute. They were cute, you know, but I couldn't watch Kevin Costner and Whitney Houston. I couldn't do that. Sorry, I can't do that, you know.
Yeah, I couldn't watch that scene.
The only sex scene Halle Berry ever did was with a white man. She was with Wesley Snipes. She was with Eddie Murphy and all that. No sex scene, whatever. She did this animalistic sex scene with fucking Billy Bob Thornton. Nobody in fucking mind. I said, you got
what was that Monster Ball? What was that? Yeah. Kayla, was that Monster Ball?
Monster Ball.
Hey, yeah. Hey, Kala, I got a comment for you, buddy.
Yeah, Anna has a school and Tariq has a museum, brother. Putting in work. Putting in work. Don't take it personal. Fact. I don't see no school. I see a building. You know. Tariq has a museum, but the thing is, I thought it was gonna be a museum the way he put the picture up there. That looks like a freaking. He should make that a Dollar Tree. That should have been a Dollar Tree. That should look like a Dollar Tree, man. Come on.
Oh, man. Let me play this one for our brother Mike here. Michael, check this one out, man. This one is gonna have you.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
I'm about to
go ahead.
This is literally my favorite right here.
Clips here to kind of get you abreast of it.
Who should Dr. Umar do a versus with in a so-called conscious community to raise funds to renovate the Honorable Frederick Douglass High School? Who should Dr. Umar do a versus battle with? A versus battle with Dr. Umar, King Kong, King Woke, to raise money for FDMG. I was going to say they got to be on my level, but nobody's on my level because I'm the Sean Carter of this. So nobody's on my level, but we might got to do a handicap versus. It'll have to be me and 2 or 3 of them because there's nobody in the conscious community who can match me on any level at all. Nobody. Maybe an elder or 2, but that's it. But nobody who's not an elder. So it'll have to be a handicap match. It can't be Tariq. It can't be Tariq because half of what comes out of his mouth came out of my mouth.
Recordings just got better.
Came out of his mouth. So it can't be him. Killer Mike would be good competition. Killer Mike would be good competition. Killer Mike. I didn't think of that. Killer Mike would probably be the best competition. I think so. Shout out to Killer Mike. That's my guy, by the way. Minister Farrakhan is an elder. I wouldn't do it out of respect. Dane Calloway is not on my level. Young Pharaoh is not on my level. None of them. Nature Boy, come on. Come on, y'all not naming nobody on my level. David Banner, that's my brother right there. David Banner, that's my brother. David Banner and Killer Mike. David Banner and Killer Mike, they would be the ones.
David Banner and Killer Mike are hood brothers.
There you go. You know, they've had their problems in the past, and I'm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, he called out two brothers, but I know those brothers are hood. You know, hey, you open your mouth, we coming for you.
Yeah. So line,
yeah, I'll be friends with you too.
People always say, hood or whatever, but you understand, everybody, we all got guns. I got guns. I'm packing too, man. And the bottom line is, all these people think they're hood. You understand something, man? We shoot too.
I mean, you know, people talk that nonsense, bro.
No, I'm dead serious, right? You got always.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, we got. I got. Everybody's act like they got some back. They got some rolling deep and whatnot. I'll pull up and whatnot. Motherfuckers end up dead and whatnot. You know, messing around these days and time. They should leave that hood shit alone. And if they want to have a discussion debate, you should have a discussion debate when they're like, oh, they're hood and all this kind of stupid stuff. I'm sick and tired of it, man. We don't. That's why we don't. The youth. These are grown ass men, right? Supposed to be setting the example.
All right, but at the same time, Kayla, I look at one thing. I mean, I don't get down with arrogance so much. I mean, who is not on your level and things of that nature? Because who you think is not on your level is a person who is above your level. That's how I look at it. I mean, so I try to make it a practice, not tell me, oh, you're not on my level. No, I'm gonna conversate with you. If you say 4, I know what. If you say 4, I know you mean 4. I'm not gonna correct you just because you said 4. I know what you mean. I'm not trying to put myself above that person. I mean, because we can relate. We'll keep peace. And so, I mean, that's the thing. When the brothers start talking like that, you'll lose me, because now you're trying to put yourself on a particular level, and you're trying to demean. And all the people that I've seen thus far that he was talking about who was not on his level, all of them are black.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have a young brother on there, very sharp, young Pharaoh. I think he'll be. I think he would smoke Umar in the debate.
Honestly, young Pharaoh, don't underestimate him. I heard him.
The young brother is sharp, and
he's very sharp.
He's gonna go for book by book, and certain knowledge and things, and so Umar Johnson talk a good game, but all he knows, all he has to do is call Sanetta. And all he has to do is call Sanetta, and Sanetta will set it up, and they can go at it. But he's talking about a handicap versus. He's talking about it may be have to be 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, he did say 2 or 3 of them. I mean, that's that PR move, public relations, to get people to, hey, let's do this. I mean, that stuff is for entertainment. Truthfully,
this is turning into a Sambo show.
I don't think he's serious, because he knows all he has to do is call Sanetta, and Sanetta would set up the debate, and Sanetta would get the competition. And if he wants to do handicap verse, Sanetta would get 3 of them, and he'll smoke him. He get 2 of them, you know what I mean? Because Umar is good at, as far as his breakdown, as far as debate and conscious knowledge. Got to give the man his respect and things like that.
I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right, brother, on that.
I don't debate people. I don't say, hell, how about we debate who can outdo each other in some real work?
But brother, but you know one thing about it though is this: why is it that we black men always fighting? If it's, I mean, when I say fighting, you just what he said, debating. He talking about a debate that it equates to fighting. That's what it boils down to being. We always fighting. And then we then at the same time, Caleb, we tell our young brothers, hey, don't be fighting your brothers and sisters. But yet now you want to use a platform to debate. You fighting. You took it from the streets and you made it digital.
Yeah, that's part of our contradictions. Some of us are guilty of that, and yeah. But I guess one of the things he's trying to say, like I'll be trying to say, is that we're doing it for a certain level. It's not like just fight and debate. But I would love to see that debate right there. As a matter of fact, whenever he's real, Omar, whenever you're ready, man, holla at us. And Kala, our greatest and our best and our brightest scholar. And that's what people are always saying, who's your best and your greatest? I was like, Kala is already undefeated champion of the world.
Man, hey, Bomani, don't say that to Kayla while he's smoking that cigar. He go in there and start wrapping it up. He start getting high for that cigar.
Yeah. No,
Kala, let's be honest, Kala. How long you been debating? Since the Black Talk days, right?
I have a debate strategy that always.
I'm saying, tell people how long you've been debating since Block Talk days, right? Back in
Block Talk, that everybody goes step right up, step right up.
And all the times that you've been debating, has anybody
Kayla, answer the man question. How long have you been debating? Because now we're about to see the dust on your shoes.
Since 2008,
3 decades. And the brother got his debating points and things like that. The most you can do is get frustrated and want to hit his ass.
Yeah, check us out. When people debate me, right? Like this is what people do. Because I debate, like I study martial art, yin and yang, kung fu. I study the flow of kung fu. Somebody throw the hardest punch at you, you just easily redirect it and whatever like this, right? So what happens is when you debate, right? Let's say we're arguing about something, right? You have to realize that somebody's going to throw you. Let's say when you're fighting somebody boxing, somebody's going to throw you some good punch. You got to respect that, right? I respect that. Okay, you told me this. I'm going to give that respect, right? I'm going to absorb the energy, right? Whatever like that respect. I'm not going to deflect. As soon as somebody throws a strong hit at you, right? If you don't respect that thing, that person's going to land. Boom, hit you, right? So what you do is this. If somebody's coming up strong, boom, 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 boom. You say yes, yes. Yes, right? I said, well, I'll do better. Then you add on to his thing. You take his strong point and make it your own. I say, we agree on that, right? So and what they'll do is they'll pivot to this and that. Then they'll end up going against what they said in the first place, right? Because they're trying to win. They're not trying to prove a point. They're just trying to win. And so you say, yeah, I agree with that. Boom, 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 boom. And then when you start agreeing with them, they get frustrated, right? I got about this, blah, 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 blah. Then when you start saying this, now I always calculate what you said this, right? But you understand this, right? And then you put them on the defense. You make them defend, right? A position, right? That they already revealed to themselves, right? You say, okay, I see that part about this, but that part was wrong, right? And then you keep dwelling on that one part that they were wrong on, right? And you take the part that they were right about as your own. I agree with that, but this was wrong right here. You had the date wrong. You had this wrong.
Kayla, let me ask you something. Kayla, is this Kung Fu YouTube you teaching?
What, this right here? I've been debating.
Kung Fu YouTube?
No, I've been debating people since I was in high school. Know how to debate people. It's just basically when somebody try to debate, like Candace Owens. Who I would love to debate? Candace Owens. I would literally, when I sit there and let her talk,
you don't ever stop talking, brother. You wouldn't be able to talk.
She goes off on. She has a position, right, which is biased, right? She said when somebody's biased on their position, right, they're the easiest people to defeat. She doesn't use logic and facts and everything like that. She has a position. She says, "Black men this, black people that, black people that." And then when you say, something, Candace, right? 60% of They said like 60% of black men, 65% of black men are in the middle class, right? According to the IRS statistics, right? 10% of black men are in the top income brackets, right? Like Mike here, top income brackets, right? Black men are actually doing good in America. Crime in Black America, for the most part, has actually gone down. The prison rate among black men is actually falling. Prisons are actually going out of business right now because they don't lock people up. Most black people who are in jail actually, right, are there for things like DUI, child support, and stuff like that, or unfailed tickets and everything like that. And most people in Black America that are in jail, right, are there on small charges, like 90% of them. Only a few black men are there because of hardcore crime and felonies and everything like that.
Hey, Kayla, let me hold on. What do you say about the percentage of black men? You said something is going down?
Yeah,
go back and say it again.
The percentage of black men actually has been down on a downward trajectory over the last decade.
Dude, are you for real?
Yes, that's the truth. Look, Google. You don't believe me? Look it up.
Man, I didn't know that, Caleb. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna look that up, bro. I'm serious. I'm gonna look that up.
That's nationwide. Now, it's other places like Chicago and places like that, it's actually going up. But
well, you just had to bring Chicago. You had to push the numbers back up in Chicago.
Hold up. We have record number of black men in college, you know?
Yeah.
Record numbers in college, getting degrees. We got record number of black men open businesses up, you know? We have all this stuff going on in Black America, but they put this up. Third thing is black people would do better if they stop supporting Democrats, okay? Now, Democrats who Republicans really don't matter to black people. We've always been a people that the political systems had no effect on, you know, no really effect on, you know. You got black people doing well in Democrat states, you got black people doing bad in them. You got black people doing bad in Republican states, and some doing good. It really doesn't matter. Her thing is that why black people keep voting Democrat, right? And I said to myself, that's not it. The Republicans have never given black people a reason to vote for them, you know? And so therefore, her whole thing is, and I asked her a question, know what I pivoted to her? I said, Candace Owens, 90,000 people died of fentanyl, right? You know who most of those were? White people. How come you don't have the same concern about white people? Aren't their lives worth it? White people are dying left and right over heroin overdose, right? Black people, drug use is actually down in America. You know, we had a crack epidemic, but white people are the ones dying. Notice how when the white people are dying of fentanyl, they're not being condemned. It's the Mexicans' fault. It's somebody else's fault. But when black people have a problem, it's all our fault. You see how that's how you debate somebody like her. So why is it that when white people, like, let me give you an example. The Great Dust Bowl, this is called white fragility. See, America and American culture protects white people, right? White people basically failed at farming in the Midwest. Their crops dried up, everything like that. When black people were actually successful during Black Wall Street and stuff like that, we were actually successful, right? But America doesn't see, but most Americans don't know about Black Wall Street, right? They don't know about the black communities that we built and sustained everything. They said, what happened to those black communities? In Houston, they built highways through them, right? Miami, you know, same thing. St. Augustine, Florida, they built a bypass to destroy black communities. They redlined, you know. They did all these things to us and everything to make us it. Nicodemus, Kansas, right, was going to be a promising black city. The white people made sure the railway station was miles away. They did everything they can to destroy this black city from become things. So they did things against us deliberately, you know. White people have had a helping hand from the government, you know, every step of the way. You know, they have towns, they got railways, they got infrastructure, they got stuff like that. They did not do that for black communities. So therefore, white people spent the whole 20th century waging that third civil war against black America. We had thousands of race riots, cities burned, and black people left in destitution and whatnot, you know? No one ever talks about that, you know? So you're
right about that now, bro.
So when people come to debate me, right, what they want to do is put you on the defensive and everything. Roland Martin got killed in the debate because he doesn't know anything about black America. So like this. So what I do is I throw it on them. What about all the white failures in America? What about the white people crashing the stock exchange in 1929, right? Black people actually were doing well during the Depression, right? We were eating together and everything like that. We did well during the Depression. Uncle Paul said we did good in the Depression. We got through it. White people jumping out of windows and whatnot, committing suicide, turning gas ovens on, killing themselves and whatnot, blowing themselves up because they lost their fortunes and everything. We didn't do that, you know? White people during the draft riots, they talk about we're violent right now. Every time there's look at what happened in Philadelphia. White people out there burning the city down because the Eagles lost, you know? They burned down Penn State. They rioted in Orange Bowl, stuff like that. Fort Lauderdale, Florida used to be a place for white people spring breaking. They should tear the city to pieces, you know, in spring break. But everything that they do is hushed under the rug. Oh, yeah, this says kids be boys, kids be kids, whatever like that. But anytime a black person do something, they highlight, look at these people, right? So that's what the angle she's coming at. So what I do as a black man, right, in America, right, I defend my people. I put down the people that's doing wrong. I condemn my people that's doing wrong, but I'm not gonna let other people make us like we're the worst thing on the planet and all stuff like this, you know? That's what these people do. They get up here and make you hate yourself. And a lot of people come into the conscious movement with this idea that there's something inherently wrong with black people. You know, oh, you gotta do this, you know, black people this, but they're basically going off of what white people say about us, right? So they come into the consciousness trying to change us, or that's what Umar's doing. This is wrong.
Bro, and Kayla, man, you ain't never lied. Now, I most definitely agree with you about that. Now, you're right, bro. You on point on that. I do.
Yeah. So the bottom line, when people step to the Kala Genesis and want to debate, you better bring your A game.
Oh, now you want to put yourself on a pedestal now. You was doing good till you stopped the pedestal.
I'm saying, Mike, I'm saying Kala is our if you say well, Mike, who's your best debater and best scholar? I was like, my brother Kala Genesis. I was like, that's why we roll together. You know what I'm saying? We operate like Voltron. But literally our brother literally, I've had many people come here and run their mouth off the to the point where one thought he was just this tough guy. So we told him, hey, Kala can meet you in the ring because they both boxers. Or my brother can or you can just have a fair debate with him, but he won't debate because as soon as you start debating and talking with him, he start talking about your mama and things like that. Stuff that I'm saying is just unacceptable. You know what I mean?
No, there was one time Kayla was on a show with what's it, Dinus show. And I think me and you talked about that, Kayla, one time before. And you had like that was like I think I counted like three brothers. They kind of attacked Kayla.
About the situation. They try to come at me and whatnot and lit them all up,
Yeah, and I was like, man, they coming in on Kayla, and I was like, oh, Charlie. I mean, one guy came on. First thing he said, hey, Kayla, you need to so and so. I mean, I know how Dwayne get down, and so I mean, and it may appear.
Either use profanity and
yeah,
that's just it doesn't win your debate. You start talking about people's family, start cussing people out, start threatening people, start doing these are all the things I've seen people come on here and do, and I was like, I guess that's an automatic loss right there. Next challenger.
Yeah, I mean, the brother, well, they didn't come in cursing or nothing, but when they came in, I wanted to get in on it. I said no, because I had something to do. There was attacking Kayla. Hey, don't get me wrong. I know the brother can handle his own, but I mean, I know this brother. And I mean, me and Kayla, we had some serious arguments, but me and that brother, we always managed. Hey, we check on one another. I called, and you know what's so killing about it, Beyond, is that me and Kayla, we never met one another face to face. We never met one another. How long we been knowing one another, Kayla?
About 4 years.
Man, and I mean, we never met face to face, but we always had conversation, like this and things of that nature. But that's my man. He said, Mike, so and so. He said, hey, this is what we got going on. And I'm like, hey, Kayla, what are you talking about? What you trying to do? Things of that nature. I know this brother's heart, and it's in the right direction. And there's some things I don't agree with him about. But he managed to stay on point. That's one thing about him. He managed to stay on point when it comes to black people. Now he gonna say some things about black people like everybody else do. Oh, niggas ain't gonna do this, niggas ain't gonna do that. Black people do this, and I understand that.
My people. When people coming after this, I think Black America, we're the greatest thing that God ever created. I love my people to heaven and back, to the moon.
Well, we go see that different because I think we are the people. Period.
Yeah. And so what I want to do is make sure as we make this transition to the motherland, start building everything, we do it right. We're not doing with emotion and stuff like that. We do it right. And the bottom line is, it's about that conversation, right? It was about Akon, right? And then
it was based upon what Akon was. It was something that he said. It was something he said about the African Americans and things of that nature.
He was talking slick about African Americans, and I basically was like saying, "Look, this guy basically portrayed himself as a gangster, which was fake the whole time, right? And he basically
like gangster rapper, yeah.
He always had his pants sagging, doing all this kind of stupid shit. He got a fake ass hairline. Hair transplant, looks like a freaking idiot, And so therefore, I was like, his Akon City is not going no place, so that he's mad about that. And so now he's trying to jump on the Afrobeat thing and whatnot. So Afrobeat's going to take over the better performers in Black America. Are you kidding me? You know? And then what gets me is this. Let me say this. I'm like, other genres of Black music came around, or dancehall and reggae introduced to Black, we embraced it. When Jamaicans brought their oxtails and beef patties here, we embraced it. It's a part of us now, you know? And it's Black people, you know? I never thought that I'm going to, I'm just going to another Black experience that's Jamaican from the islands, you know? And stuff like that, you know? What is happening is a lot of these people are trying to use Afrobeats, right? To attack Black America at its core. Like, oh, look at Afrobeats. Afrobeats has not been taken over by corporate America. As soon as it has, it's going to change, just like hip hop did when it was taken over by corporate. You can rest assured of that. See, Afrobeats is this, Afrobeats is this. You got to understand where Akon was coming from. Akon built his career talking about gangster shit, murder, drugs, all stuff like this. You know, on his first song, I was locked up, you know, I'm moving weight and all stuff like this. So now he wants to get up there and talk about all the Black, they can't do a show and everything like that. You know? He didn't really meant to rap. He talked about all Black American artists, you know. He talked about, so you tell me Beyonce doesn't do good shows, you know. Have you been? What do you talk about? Akon's mad because you look at it. He can never reach the level of Kanye West, you know. Akon hasn't made songs in years, you know. Kanye West is making songs that he's Black American. What do you talk about? Drake, you know, and all these other people, you know, all the people that are blowing up and whatnot, you know. And so basically, he's basically trying to cause a wedge between Afrobeats, and we love people like Fireboy and Burna Boy. If we were against Afrobeats, then why is it that the whole soundtrack, which we had control over on Wakanda Forever, was all Afrobeats? It wasn't Africans who did that. It was us who put that on there. We've always introduced Busta Rhymes, and everybody introduced BD introduced Burna Boy at Madison Square Garden. You know, this is Burna Boy. We co-sign him. Yeah, we like this guy. We want to see this Nigerian music. We always support Black people. But instead of them loving us in return and whatnot, you know, these people want to use Afrobeats as, we're taking over. And the bottom line, what happened to Grammys? No Afrobeats won any awards.
You know, Dwayne, this is what I'm talking about. You just said it yourself. What we will bring in Afrobeats, and then, you know, hey, these are our brothers. Bring them in. We go support that. We got to ask ourselves, who is the people that's bringing in this wedge against our brothers?
Because you know what it is? It's fake Pan-Africanists, right? Who hate. There's a lot of people.
No, Kayla. It's just not them. It got to be somebody who's nudging them. It's always got to be a pimp who will pimp somebody.
Like, let me say this, right? No, we always know behind all a lot of stuff that goes on. We know that, right? But we got people that in our culture, right, who really hate us, right? And they pretend they tend to be conscious and everything. They hate Black people in America. They hate themselves and everything. So they're like, oh, Afrobeats is taking over. Why can't we say, well, Afrobeats is coming here, Black America, we're embracing this, we'll listen to us, everything, you know? Why is it got to be a freaking slight on who we are as a people? You know, oh, hip-hop is dying and whatnot, hip-hop is dying. Or like, hip-hop is not going nowhere. You know, it's the bottom line. Why can't we just, if reggae was at its height when hip-hop was at its height, you know? People are in a club or whatever like that, you got one hip-hop song, and you hear dun dun dun. Now you know what I'm saying? Boom, boom. Everybody's like boom, boom.
Back in the NYC days.
You know what I'm saying? That's what we came to. You have a reggae, you know, one love.
Back in the 90s, man. That was the era, brother. The 90s. Everything you talking about was rocking back in that time.
So everybody was like, you know, when Buju came on, when Sizzler came on, and Capleton. Everybody's like, yo, it's like, yo, it was a hodgepodge of Black music. We were just getting down, you know. Nobody made a distinction. Oh, this is from the islands or whatever like that. You know, this is like this. You know, now people come along like
them good old days where you listen to Redman and Redman just giving a shout out to Buju Banton. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
And that's what I'm saying to people. It's like they're destroying our movement, brother.
Yeah, you know. So
but this what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying to you too. You all think I mean, are you saying that it's only black people who's trying to tear down our own building?
You know, to be honest with you, we don't care about everybody else. What we worried about is the enemy within, which is the greatest enemy. You know what I mean? Like all the people that have been able to touch me and get at me is people who have actually sat here, or people who actually sit down and having dinner with while I'm out there traveling with them, or we writing up a business deal together. Those are the people.
Right, I mean, you know what, brother? I'm not knocking that, because you're right. I mean, you can always have a person inside your own home that has a knife that's ready to stab you in your back.
Able to come close to me is the people who have confidential information of me. So that makes the people within more dangerous than anything else. The system, you can always, like, you know, one thing I was telling Kala about my experience working on a plantation, dealing with racism, and I tell him my issue working as a professional now, independent with our own people. And I was telling them the difference between racism and Negroism. It was a funny conversation. Some people may say those terminology are derogatory. I won't get into it, but the main thing is that, and I won't get into it deep, but the main thing is that we know what we get. We know what we get from the system. This thing that has happened to me in the last 5 years where I could never have predicted it. But it's like you can predict what you're gonna deal with in the system. You're like, okay, I'm going to this job. I'm gonna deal with these racist white devils. So okay, I know how to handle them now. You know, and you strategize.
You prepare for the enemy within.
And then your racist boss, you can strategize for that. But you're dealing with the enemy within, dealing with somebody literally close to you, literally out there with you. Sometimes that person's
breathe your talk.
Sometimes that person's the person that you're married to and love and have and with. It is unbelievable, brother. I would. I never, but it's like, but life experience is so great. And
but this is what I'm saying to you. Don't you see how I struggle? Wow, man. Do you see our struggle? I mean, if we gotta sit up here and keep watch over our own brothers not to tear us down. We already know we got this particular enemy on the side and on the right of us and on the left of us. You see?
The enemy is not a problem because we can deal with the enemy. What you can't deal with, and it's hard to come up with a game plan. I'm a straight tactical person. And I'm telling you, with all the tactics I've had, I've never been able to figure out some of these people. You know what I'm saying? They keep on.
That's my point.
Example, let me give you an example. Like some of the things that have happened to me in Ghana, or some of the things that I've had to deal with black folks in business here in America with. It's just things you just can't come up with a game plan from. You have to have a more universal mindset than that, because you literally don't expect the people who have did what they did to you. It is so shocking. But when you go and you deal with racism and these wicked white devils and these and these people, you know what you're getting. That is my only thing I'm trying to explain to people. So that's why I don't focus on them people to go back to what we were talking about. That's why I focus on the enemy within, and we try to just put a network around us that protect us. And that's why you see me and Kala, I'm saying, we just looking out for each other and working together, because we're two of the truest that people have ever seen that have stand the test of time. Because to truly be about this, you have to still be here. Some people in and out, like you have the unapologetic Negro P and just come and go, because it's like, well, he didn't come and go, we got rid of him and kick him to the curb. But even some people, they come and they on this hot wave of this foolishness, but they can't keep up. Because people always say fake it until you make it, but it's only so long you can fake it. You know what I'm saying? So ultimately, if you have to fake it too long, you won't make it. So the best thing to do is to be real about it. And the fact that we have stand the test of time, it shows you people are real about it. But what we're telling people and what we're consciously putting out there is that we're talking about the enemy within. People giving bad advice, trying to set you up, and people claiming that they're a prince of Pan-Africanist when they are really a princess, and all these things. But go ahead, though, man. I don't want to.
Let me read from Marcus Tullius Cicero, wrote in 87 BC, right? He's a Roman orator, right? He wrote The Enemy Within, right? He says a nation, right? Okay, this is the height of the Roman Republic, before the Roman Empire, the Roman Republic. He wrote, a nation can survive its fools, even its ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within. An enemy at the gate is formidable, for he is known. He carries his bag openly. White people, we don't care about white people because they're open. We know what they're about, right? He says, but that traitor moves amongst those within the gates freely. His sly whispers, they say things under their mouth, like Negro peeing. He'll say sly whispers, rustles through the halls of the alleys, heard in the very halls of government itself. For the traitor appears not a traitor. He speaks in accents familiar to the victim, like Umar Johnson. He'll sit there and talk the jive back, but he's really fucking working us and whatnot, just to basically live off our people. Whatnot. I don't know what his ultimate potential. I don't really want to go far as call him a traitor, but he has those things. For the traitor appears not a traitor. He speaks in familiar accents familiar to his victim. He wears their face and their arguments. He appeals to the baseness that lies deep in the heart of all men. Let's examine that thing. The baseness, right? You know what's the baseness in men? Jealousy, envy, hate, thing, And so when people are always putting stuff out there, let me give you an example. A guy, some people write stuff like, yeah, man, people going to Ghana now are now raising real estate prices, the locals out of play. So we're basically doing the thing, hard work of building something in Ghana. And now we got to look at us like, are we becoming the gentrifiers? Or people say, are we becoming the new colonizers, everything? That's the baseness in people, Oh, these people are going to get rich. These people are money.
Yeah, but Kayla, let me ask you a question, though, bro.
Let me finish reading this, right?
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, let me finish reading this quote.
All right. Go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the basic lies with all men. All men basically have it in them to be greedy, lustful, murderous. That's all. It's all men, right? The enemy within brings that out in people.
Yes.
They play on class warfare. They'll say that the people in the black middle class are not doing enough and everything like that. So it stokes jealousy and envy and hatred. And so the white man sits back and he goes to sleep. He's not worried about somebody saying, something, them niggas out there living good in the suburbs, let's go stick them up. And a lot of black people are getting robbed and did in by their own people. The number one people getting targeted right now for robbery is ordinary black people minding their business, working hard every day. They getting robbed, stuck up at gas stations and whatnot. Not white people, it's black people. Why? Because somebody put that in their heart that these people are doing something wrong. They're just minding their business, working hard, paying their bills and everything like that. That's why New Era Detroit understands we got the enemy within and they're dealing with him. It says, he rots the soul of a nation. He works secretly unknown in the night to undermine the pillars of the city. He affects the body of politics so that no longer can resist. A murderer is less afraid. The traitor is a plague. So in other words, what he's talking about is people who basically, if you have a city, right? You have a city, right? And let's say you have this happens, watch all black cities, right, in America, right, where black people run the city. You're always going to have this one group of black people. Perfect example in Norfolk, right? We have a black mayor, black city council, everything like that. We have some lesbian chick. I told her on TikTok and she blocked me, right? She's up there. She's an LGBTQ, whatever like that. She up there and she's talking about, well, what about other people in Cary's Park? What are other people like this? These people like this. We got limited resources. We got problems in our community. We know that. We're dealing with the people, right? What do you want us to do? Well, people out there, y'all sitting up there. So basically, people, it was like, yeah, these city councilmen get these nice houses, everything like that, and they people in Norfolk have this, right? And I asked a question, right? We got the League of Extraordinary Men, right? The colleges and everything who go out and work in these communities. Are you going out there volunteering? No, she's not doing that. But she'll go up there and talk about how the city council, now it's just directed at a majority black city council, right? And we know we got white people who would love to discredit the city council and everything like that. So you got people who go around and make them look bad, right? Now, if that was a white mayor, white city council, she wouldn't say nothing. But she knows it's easy to get black people like, yeah, these people ain't doing nothing for this. A bunch of bougie niggas, like this. And so they do that, to basically cause friction between black people in our community, the enemy within.
Okay, let me ask you something, Kayla. We have all these brothers that's claiming Pan-African movement, right?
Yeah.
Will it kill us to reach out to these brothers in peace? Say, hey, brother, look here. I understand what you're trying to do. How can we work together to strengthen our bonds? If it's go black, If it's Umar Johnson, if it's this, you see what I'm saying, bro?
So as long as people, let me tell you something. There's no incentive to do that because people are in the movement, right, for their own pocket, their own selfish agendas and everything like that.
Well,
So,
Caleb, but let me stop you, Caleb, on that. Let me stop you. That's an assumption. I can't say that about Umar. I can't say that about Gold Black or anybody else. I can't even say that about you because I don't know what you. No, I can't say that about you, Caleb, because I know how you roll. I don't know about these other brothers.
Check this out. All right, let's take Umar, right? Has he ever gone on anybody's show that's not paying him like for a 15-minute segment $1,000?
I mean, I don't know.
He doesn't. I'll tell you right now, he doesn't. His biggest supporter on YouTube is Brandon, Pan African Strikes Back, right? And I asked Brandon, has Umar ever been on your show? Has he ever mentioned you? And Brandon's going through this with Tariq, right? Tariq's more of a public figure. Has Umar stepped in and say, hey, look, Brandon, I got your back, whatever like that? And Umar got beef with Tariq, right? Did he ever come and say, yeah, did he even mention that lawsuit that Tariq had against Brandon and stuff like that? Did he even mention that Bucci Bear cartoon that Brandon made and whatnot? No, he doesn't do anything for anybody else but himself. He's completely all about himself. He's too above everybody else. He thinks he's a celebrity. He thinks he's a household name and all the stuff like this, Well,
bro, but this is what I'm saying. I mean, my point of saying it is this. I think we need to come to a point where we gonna have to bind together as one, and to really truly pull our strength in. I understand what you're saying, Caleb, and things about how much money is involved with people doing and things of that nature. Yes, the root of evil is money. Period.
The love of money. The love
of money. It's true. But I think that we as African Americans, Africans, however we want to call ourselves, we got to get to a point where we got to put aside our selfish ambitions and say, hey.
Look, I did that with Bomani. I said I'm gonna basically join with Bomani, and I'm gonna help him out with his Jagazi movement and whatnot. And basically, he came on with the Liberia, and then that's what we did. And other people know me; they don't want to get with me and whatnot.
In general, we're working together on a connection for people in Liberia, and Kala is the key to that connection because everybody that I've been connected to, it's been Kala, and from people on the ground to people here. And we're building energy together, so that's something that I can work with and connect with all the foolishness these people up to. They can just do what they need to do, but they could, while they're doing what they need to do, we're gonna use our platform and use them as an example to educate people about these deadly clowns. That's why we did a series on the deadly clowns. As a matter of fact, we did about 2 or 3 shows on deadly clowns. That's what YouTube has turned into. Literally a circus, and even the Pan-African movement is turning into a circus.
You're right, brother. You ain't lying. I mean, I do, and I see that stuff I see that nonsense on YouTube.
Yeah, so we're here to restore the balance with credibility.
Say it again.
We're here to restore the balance. We're here to hold the line. We're here to to take the mantle and lead things forward. We're here to do all those things. So our dialogue, our energy, our whole style of everything is just completely different. And we may energize some people, we may upset some people, because people are always sending me text messages and things like that. I'm like, well, there's nothing, we're about what we're about, and if you're not feeling it, don't watch it and do what you need to do. But we at the same time too are physically in a movement where we're building an energy together consistently. And me and Kala has completely agree that Liberia should be the forefront of the Pan-African movement, based on the fact of the history of what our ancestors built and created what is known as Liberia. And regardless of whatever have happened over the period of time and things may not have sustained itself, it's not a situation where any of us build a movement. Deadly Clowns is coming on bomba clot. Yo.
Well, go on,
I
Mayo.
mean, but I'm saying, I mean, you don't think it's advantageous for us to like at least try to put, to come together?
Michael,
Come together for what?
Michael, it's all good. I want to introduce our guest, man. I can't believe, man. Welcome, brother. Long time.
I'm good, bro. I'm just making sure we still good, man. That's all.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, time heal. You know what I'm saying? Time heal wounds. So basically, today you're pissed off at somebody. Tomorrow you forget what you pissed off about them, and you just move on with your life.
Well, I'm pissed off the fact that Nakmeezy. What is he doing on? What's he doing on?
Kala, he's here to debate you, Kala. I told everybody that you're a greater scholar, and no one could debate you, not even Umar Johnson.
Yeah. Dumbass, man. Why are you on that show, Nakmeezy? Come on.
Was I on Afro Dumbass?
Yeah, you was on that. I was on. Ago.
I check into his show every once in a while. I actually speak with him behind the scenes. He's not a bad guy at all.
Yeah, bottom line, he talks shit about Black America. You're supposed to be the defender of Black America.
No, I do, and I would love to debate him, but we have a different relationship behind the scenes. I mean, I think I handed you your first debate, brother Kala.
Okay. I don't know. I wouldn't consider that a debate. It was a discussion. I don't know where it was.
Well, I won, but you're still my brother.
You can debate now. As a matter of fact, Nakmeezy, greetings, our brother Michael. Michael, this is our old associate, Nakmeezy. Introduce yourself to each other. You guys have a lot in common. Y'all like it?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Peace, brother. How are you?
I'm sure
I can't complain, brother. Cannot complain. How you holding up, bro?
I'm good. What's the on point about?
Man, I'm all about peace among brothers, I'm like I was telling Kayla, huh? Say it again, Kayla.
He's talking about your business.
Who's talking about whose business?
On point.
No, I was saying on point. I didn't know that was your business. No, that's what's up.
Yeah, on point. Yeah, that's communications business. Where it's pretty much a logo for my surveillance cameras and things of that nature, and then I have a service company, See Data Services. So it's like pretty much two companies. I have my On Point as a equipment's company, and then I have a service company at See Data Services.
Mike's my guy, man. He's my right-hand man. There's
the debate topic whenever y'all want to get to the topic.
Yeah, and so, like I said, this is what I mean by when you take a debate and you take stuff like that. We already set it up. African Americans are not desperate or destitute. Stop running Africa Confused Unprepared. Now, Nakmeezy always says Black people in America don't need to go to Africa. And so we're saying that, So what's the argument tonight, Nak?
Oh, you don't believe that, bro?
Well, I have to read it. I'm trying to read it because it's in like small text because I'm on my mobile. But I don't debate if we agree, and it seems like we're agreeing. Let me finish reading, all right? Man, I 100% agree with that.
Okay, but with Nak, but check this out. That's been our position from day one. You think that we're telling people to bum rush the coast, go to Africa and everything. We never said that. That's what you tried to project onto me. You think you won because you tried to make that point. And I said I never told anybody to go to Africa if you're not ready, prepared, or whatever. Like, you can't contribute. Me and Bomani and I never said that. But
we agree on that, my brother. Right. The issue with our debates is that you never let anyone finish. And it just kind of seems like you're scared of the answer, right? So I'm like, we get into this whole, show discipline, blah, blah, blah. My issue with you was that you wanted to create a state within a state, or a region within an already existing region. I said that is the recipe for xenophobia and disaster. The best way to do it is to integrate, right? Now, that's where the culture clash is going to come in. So you have to do it, organically. And for me, what is organic integration? Is integrating and being useful to the community in a place where you're already an expert in, right? So if On Point is already good with hooking up covert cameras, overt cameras, and J boxes and all of that, and he got amongst people in that industry in on a continent, then boom, that's organic. But if you move strictly because, hey, you're black, I'm black, let's do it, you're gonna have a rude awakening because a lot of people on the continent don't have the black power mindset that we have.
And Nat,
you know what? Now I agree. Now, Caleb, Caleb. Now that's what me. That's what I was saying to you, Caleb, about a couple of years ago. I said the same thing this brother just said, Caleb.
Well, check this out. Do you understand that Mike was one of my guys that I was going to send to Angola? Right? We had agreements with the government of Angola, and he was going to do fiber optics and stuff like that on the ground. They were going to put him up in a house, everything like that. You know, pay him a good contract and everything like that. But the COVID-19 messed it up. And I never once said that the people I deal with, the BAIO, everybody in the BAIO have highly skilled and they can contribute. And the people I have on the African continent, right, contact me and said, we want more of your skilled people and stuff like that to come to the African continent. I never once said that go to the continent and this. Now, the people, Celeste in Angola, she said building smart cities and stuff like that where Black people from the United States could build smart cities with the local people, and we have basically some sort of regional autonomy there because Angola has plenty of space. So that's what the plan was back then. I never once said that we're just going to separate ourselves from local people and everything. The local people are going to be an integral part of whatever we build on the ground. You know?
Well, I mean, when you know, when you're talking about, because when we talked about that, we was talking about trying to build our own. Let me put it this way. It appeared, or it sounded like, that we was trying to take a portion of the United States, or what we are used to, and take it to Africa. I was totally against that. That's just me. I'm not trying to take America to Africa. No, we African. You know, all right, you was born in America. All right, fine. But you going to Africa. We need to integrate with them. That's just me.
How you integrate by building together.
That's true. But when you
cannot integrate if both sides don't have anything to build with. That's how integration happens. If you have, let's say you're in Ghana, right? If you have a supply chain supplying something, right? You have local people, and because of business relationships and everything, in other words, education, right? People going to the same schools and they're on the same page. You know, that's how you integrate in society. But you still need a base to integrate from. You know, a base is right. That's why we have the community in Ghana. You know, and so therefore, as we build that community, we build schools. The local people that live in the community that's a part of the community will be a part of what we're doing. That's how you integrate. You know, integration is something that happens over a generation. You know. And stuff like this, but we definitely need something on the ground that we basically have maintained. For example, the community we have in Ghana, we control that from top to bottom. Everything that goes in and goes out, we control. That's not up for negotiation, right? We have agreements with the local chief. We have agreements with the people. We got local people that work on the land and stuff like that and everything.
I mean, are you using that as an example? Or you saying what you got going on there?
No, that's not what we have going on in Ghana.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
All right.
Around more often, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're out of the loop, man. We haven't talked in a while.
Y'all trying to keep a brother out of the loop now. That sounds like some selfishness now. You know, you're trying to keep a brother out of some money.
So what I'm saying is this though. When we look at the BAO thing of the Afrikstan could be a municipality. It's basically a Pan-African ideology. It could be a municipality, it could be a county, it could be a territory, it could be an enclave, whatever like that. Something that we can build from ourselves from top to bottom, so we can sustain ourselves. We have to build our own clinics, our own everything, you know, because that's how you build and you build a community. You know, and so therefore, what I said, this community should be a municipality. That means we control the licensing, we control where the roads are built, we control also that some we have thing because we know what's best for us. We know what's best for our people. You know, that's not basically going over there and saying we're like that because that's
who's our people. What do you mean?
The people that come from the States with us,
from the diaspora, right?
Well, we say basically African Americans, those who rock with African Americans. That's what we say.
All right, so that's where I think it can go wrong, and I'm not wishing this, right? But if you have a community with nicer roads, nicer infrastructure, and you're surrounded, right? Oil and water almost, except for skin color, culturally, to the locals, it's gonna be. It can potentially become a powder keg, and I don't want to make it like the see. There you go, brother. There you go. You're already making me right.
Hold on. Go ahead,
You
bro.
never
Go
let
ahead.
people finish. You never let people finish.
Okay.
Right. So that's what I'm talking about. When you say for us, right, what you've done right there is you separated yourself from the local. So if you already go with that mindset, and look, I understand why there needs to be stuff. We need to have like barbershop conversations. I get it, right? But I think you have to start with the organic integration so that it has long-term success. And you don't have to do it doesn't take a generation to integrate. All it takes are real skills or something tangible that the community can use, a certain introduction, connection, things of that nature. My organic integration to the boxing community in Ghana came because I'm nice with my hands and I'm a good trainer, right? So that's where it happened. I didn't go there like, yo, I'm a lost Obroni and I need to find myself and blah, blah, blah. We need to turn this all down. Like I tell people, I started enjoying my trip to Ghana when I just accepted them for who they were and didn't try to make them think like me. Because I grew up in New York City, pro-Black power, blah, blah, blah. And these people, they love Jesus, right? So I'm not going to try to force my ideology on them. I'm going to accept them for who they are. They accept me for who I am. Where can we work in the middle to get this popping, right? And at that point, yeah, to other people outside of our media circle, I will be an Obroni. But now I'm an Obroni that's been co-signed by the community. So the people in the community are gonna be, yo, homie don't like to be called a brony, so watch that. That's the big homie right there. You see? So you get that by having something tangible, necessary that you're already good in before you touch the ground.
Hey, but Mike, can you show him the pictures of the community we got over there?
Yeah,
I like the community.
No. And I think
the community. That's fine. Let's continue our conversation.
Okay, so what I'm gonna say about that building, I applaud you for your boxing gym and everything like that. But we're building a community over there, right? Because we see a need that's over there. There's a people like Bomani said, the show had went to Ghana, did what you said do, and everything like that, and they got ringed. They didn't know the people, they didn't know all stuff like that. So now we give people consultation and we give people direction when they go to Ghana if they want to live in Ghana. Now they don't have to live in our community, right? They can live with a thing, but they do have a place where they know that if something goes left or whatever like that, they have a place that they can go to where they could be around people that have like mine. Our sister Lucy, she was in Ghana for 2-something years, and she had the same mentality you. I'm gonna get with the locals and everything like that, and it went horribly wrong. She don't even want to tell everything that happened, right? Because it's just like this. She said, look, she came back to America and she was just like, well, I had it wrong. I should have went there. I should have got with my own people. She got with the local people, and it didn't work out. That's just like any place you go to. You got to.
Kala, let me ask you a question, brother.
Kala, hold on for a moment. Hey, hold on for a moment. Kala, that sister, me and you was talking about her. That sister, she was, she was on 10, period. She was on 10. She was already frustrated. That was like 2 years ago, Kala.
Yeah, I know, but she basically kept going back and everything like that. But and
no, but the difference, I'm looking at this brother here. What this brother's saying is he accepted the Africans who they were.
Yeah, but he was.
And he did not impose himself as like some people may do. I'm the American. This is my way.
No,
and so that's what I'm getting from this brother here.
She was over there living. She had land. She had married a dude. She did all that stuff like that, right? She was in with the locals, everything, and it didn't work out.
I understand what you're saying, Kayla. At the same time, I understand what this brother is saying. I think there's a measure of mentality, respect that goes with it. You talking about we doing business or going there. I mean, I don't think we need to take what we know here in the United States and bring it there.
What do you mean? Give me an example.
All right. Infrastructure, that's a different story. Mentality, no, we need to leave that nonsense here.
Well,
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to go there to sit. Go ahead.
Let me say this up. If somebody's going to Ghana, what do you mean with mentality? People are eating the local foods. They learn the language. They learn the dances and customs and everything like that. You know, you're gonna be. If you're in a country, right? You're gonna basically try to get along with the people that surround you. So it's not like she's bringing her mentality and everything like that. There. Man,
Kaylee, that sister, she cursed up like a sailor. You know she did. She was highly frustrated, bro.
She talks like that. No way. Okay, she calls white people devils, crackers, and stuff like that.
I mean, this is not about white people. She was upset at Ghana. That's what she was.
Like I said, a lot of people go there. Like I said, they go there, and like I said, Bomani. She went on Bomani's tour with Bomani, right? And she, like I said, she didn't want to be part of what Bomani was doing. We love her sister and whatnot, but she said she was going to do it on her own and everything like that, you know. And she basically said now she should have listened, you know, because she lost a lot of money.
All right, but that's she. What you using what this brother just said against her. So she's not even a part of this equation because.
What I'm trying to say is. Not me saying, oh, I accepted the people and everything like that. Yeah, that's all good. Like I said, when you first get to a country or you're just visiting, everything's good. But when you try to basically say, you know something, I want to build a house, I want to do this, I want to do that, and everything like that, and you're completely dependent on people who you don't know and stuff like that, that's a different story.
Let me jump in here, please, because Kala, I have the feeling that you're kind of trying to downplay either my accomplishment or my business practices on a continent.
No, I'm just saying.
We're building a community. You got a boxing gym. Hold on, brother.
It's not living in a community. You know, you're not living there. So it's a different
Let me explain to you what my gym is, though. It's literally in the middle of a compound, right? On that compound, they grow rabbits. They sell the rabbits. Sometimes they eat the rabbits. There's kids that come and train for free after school. So I'm completely integrated into that community. Completely.
Wait, hold on. Are you living there?
I don't have to live there. They don't move.
Integrated in some place that you integrated. Integrated means you live there. That's where you live.
No. When I'm saying integrated, me. But brother, you see, here you go. You instead of listening with a positive ear,
I'm just telling you,
brother, and then you still cutting me off,
Kayla, hold on for a moment. Hold on for a minute, bro. Kayla, let's hear the brother out. What he's saying, Kayla, is this: he don't necessarily be there to integrate anything. The brother he's a boxer. He got his business there. He set up training there. He don't have to be there to be integrated. He got it set up there. He is integrated.
I didn't say integrated. He said integrated.
But look, see, here's it, brother. Thank you for clarifying that. No, but Kala, this is what I'm. Hold on, brother. Hold on, Kala, and I'm gonna stand on that. But just listen. I want you to go back and listen to the replay on this, brother. When you speak, I'm quiet. When I speak, you cut me off every fourth word. Fourth or fifth word, you cutting me off because you're not trying to listen. So you're double dutching. You're just waiting for your chance to jump in. Listen. Stop nitpicking on little words, integration and this and that. You got to be totally there. You don't know the conversations I have when we fight in Nigeria, when we fight in Togo, when we fight in Senegal with these people, how I have to use my fight experience, my promoting experience to tell these dudes like, yo, Ghanaians is starting to look real soft on the continent because y'all too nice. Stop with that Pan-African shit and get busy in the ring. You're not there for those. You're not there for the WhatsApp conversations and the video calls about what needs to be done, who's sick, blah, blah, blah. I'm there. So I'm fully integrated into that community. Fully. I don't have to be there on the ground. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to challenge you, but I can guarantee you that I'm more integrated into this community, one small community, than you are anywhere in Liberia.
Oh, come on.
Anywhere.
Stop.
No, and I'll tell you why.
Stop.
And I'll tell you why. Because I have something tangible. Something tangible.
So
you understand what I'm saying? But hold on. But listen, Kala. Hold on. It's not a pissing contest, brother. Let's have a conversation in good faith. In good faith. Every time you cut me, it's because you don't want to hear the information. What I'm saying again is, if you're going to go amongst people and not integrate, you're asking for problems. You're asking for problems. You can still have barbershop conversations, have, diaspora only link ups where you don't call them diaspora only, but hey, what's he doing? Let's go get out for drinks. But you can't appear that y'all are sticking to yourselves, because then what is the purpose of Africa for the Africans if you going in and you ain't fucking with no Africans?
Yeah, that's my point exactly.
Is everybody in my BAO chapter in Liberia are all Africans, Liberians. All my business partners, everything, all Africans. So what are you talking about?
No, Kala. No. I don't think he's looking at it. He's saying it
No, Mike. He said that I got more connections. I got people. I got connections. I just got a freaking visa, right, from the government of Liberia to come over.
Kala, you taking that personal? I don't think he. I don't think he. All right, go ahead.
Mike.
This is why we can't debate, bro. Because you have to.
Bro, man, I can defend myself, right?
Hey, Kala, when you start stuttering, I see I got you. This is why I always kill you in debates, bro.
No. Look, I got a visa from the government of Liberia. I don't have to go.
Who's talking about visas, bro? Who's talking about visas?
I got you try to go get a visa in Liberia like the one I got.
I don't want to get a visa in Liberia because I don't have anything in common with Liberia.
You said, hold up. You said that you are probably more connected in Ghana than I'm in Liberia. I got a visa from the government of Liberia.
No, I said in that particular community. Let me walk out of that community, right? And let me go to Nima.
I'm working with several people, major people in Liberia when I on the ground and when that are doing big projects when and I'm going.
That's great, Kala. That's great, and that's the answer. That's the answer right there. Hold on. Let me put respect on what you're saying.
You said
that's
the
answer.
You said that you have more connections in Ghana, basically, than I have in Liberia.
Kala, listen, so you can hear me agree with you. When you say you've got connections with local businessmen and this and connections with that, that's exactly what you need. That's exactly what you need. My point was, wait, listen, and you won't listen, and you won't listen. You won't be quiet. You won't be quiet, Kala. Your fear is showing. Your fear of an actual real conversation is showing. You're scared. You're scared. You're gonna make me turn into a deadly clown. Don't do that. Let me be respectful, easy. Come on, then why won't you let me speak? Why won't you let me speak, Kala?
But you got
okay, and other brother that's on their own point, I bet you he cuts me off by the 8th word. Now he won't.
You know what? You know what? And this is what I'm saying. I see how we are trying our best to maintain respect among brothers. I mean, that's one thing I'm big upon that. But at the same time, I don't think we need to take this stuff personally, and things of that nature. I mean, don't get me wrong. You sound very educated, brother. You sound like you got your stuff on point. I'm not knocking that. I can rock with you, bro. And Kala at the same time, I can rock with him too. I mean, he has a lot of knowledge. I kid you not. Let's just make that stuff. Let's take it and make it a strength. That's it. If you take your boxing experience along with Kala, do y'all know who you are together? Man, y'all, you walk up on you two together, y'all knocking people out. just by walking up together.
He don't believe the same way. He don't believe that black people in America.
No, Caleb, you can't say that about the brother. Caleb, that's what I'm trying to get you to say.
Yo, Mike, how you gonna tell it? I've been beating this guy for over a year. I know.
All right, a year, Caleb? A year. Yeah.
We've been debating for a year.
Caleb, that is, you know what? This brother is the closest thing you can call your brother. This who this brother is.
That's funny. That's funny. You know,
what?
But is that really funny, Kala? Is that really funny, Kala? Though?
No. What I'm saying is this: if you're gonna come here and talk about, oh, we're Billy, I always said on this show, like, I'm against African Americans having dual citizenship like Liberia. If you're gonna have citizenship, you ought to respect the republic, renounce your U.S. citizenship, and be a part of Liberia. I said that. Did I not, Bomani?
Bomani's just eating popcorn right now. You don't have to call him in. Just stand on your own square, brother. Stand on your own square.
I'm trying to separate myself from the locals and everything.
Brother, look, just forget that. You're holding on to certain parts of the conversation and making other conversations, which is stopping the forward movement. We were talking about integration. And when I mentioned that I'm integrated, you jumped on and said, yo, but you don't live there. Right. So I'm like, well, I don't have to live there. Hold on. I'm saying, well, I don't have to live there to be fully integrated in that community because I have a personal bond. I've buried people. I paid for people's training programs. People have helped me when I needed stuff. I'm integrated. I'm Gucci, as we say in Black America. Right. I don't have to be there. That was my point. But you get into this thing where you start nitpicking on certain things because you want to have a pissing contest. We don't need to have a pissing contest, bro. What I called out in the beginning, and now you're starting to show it, is that you always come from a place of just reaction. You can't slow down and say, let me listen to what this brother's saying, right? Let me see if he's speaking from a place of malice. Is he trolling? The only way you're going to do that is if you listen. If you continue to cut someone off, then you're dwelling on a point that I may not even have been making. Let's listen with a positive ear, brother.
Okay, my point is this.
And there you go. You can't even acknowledge what I said. You just jumping onto your shit.
But I want to clear something up, right? You know, when I talk
tip
about
for tat. Go on.
Kayla, hold on for a minute. Let me tell you now. Kayla, you remember that time where I was talking to you about one previous show that you did with Dynas? And Kayla, you had really truly just came on the you just popped in on it. But these brothers started attacking you. And truthfully, Kayla, you didn't really truly say a whole lot. I kid you not. I gotta give that up to you. You didn't say a whole lot, but 3 of those brothers, well, no, let me take that lie back. It was 4 brothers came out and attacked you. And I'm like, dang, they going in on Kayla. Hold up, this is what I'm saying. Hold on, let me get finished. And I said, no, these brothers are wrong because Kayla ain't saying nothing. Truthfully, he did not say nothing. He did not say nothing wrong.
I made my point. I was basically there to defend Black America.
That's true. I understand that, Caleb. But this is what I'm saying to you.
Hold on, let me say this, Mike.
But this is what I'm saying to you.
America, right?
You did not say anything that was argumentative or wrong. And I'm saying, like, these brothers, they are out of line. Boom. Well, and I said, Caleb didn't say that. So
in these debates, they get like that. I mean, I don't take it personally. I don't take it personally what people say and stuff like that. We men having a discussion, And so, like I said,
all right, but I'm saying it to you, Kayla, is this. What the brother's saying, it was true. What he just said a few minutes ago, address what he just said.
Okay.
All right, boom.
Okay, now let me ask you a question, right? The point was made about you cannot go over there and separate yourself from the locals. That's what Nakmeji said. He said that's going to be, I feel like that. Anywhere in Liberia have I ever proposed us separating locals? We played a thing where we're talking about this communities already being built by Liberians over there and whatnot. I said you could buy a house with this right here, and you're going to basically have a nice community when because you got Liberians coming from the United States, and they trying to bring African Americans from the United States and everything. And Liberia is a country in Africa. You can actually own a house and property. You don't have to go through all that citizenship stuff and everything. And I said, look, it's a perfect country to build in Africa, right? Now the BAIO endgame, the Afrikstan, that's a long thing. That's probably won't even happen in our lifetime. But what we're doing right now in Ghana and Liberia is establishing ourselves, right? We want to develop commerce. We want to develop farms. We want to develop all stuff like that on the continent and everything. And I'm saying there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. We got one of my guys, Julius Lee. This guy's a doctor, right? He's bringing major investments. We got buildings, everything. My guy, Sam, my partner, right? He owns like 10 office buildings in Liberia, right? And when I go there, I'm gonna open up via office space over there. When we go over there, and we're gonna basically be doing stuff on the ground. And like I said, you were invited to come and invest and stuff like that, your money and stuff like that. This is what we're gonna do. And so we're basically saying like Liberia is gonna be a logistics center for Black America to get acclimated to the African continent, right? Where the direction is gonna go in the future, who knows, And then, like I said, in the future, next generation was strong enough on the continent, who knows? We might have that,
Kayla, all you gotta do is say, brother, you're right. I apologize.
Oh, right about what? Right about what? What are you talking about?
What the brother said.
What was he right
I mean, you went to Ghana.
He went on this whole rant, and let me take that back. He went on what he just said, right? Never really addressed what I said, but then goes.
You didn't address what he said, bro.
Wait, hold on. Come on, y'all. I want y'all to give me 2 minutes of silence, please. Like I gave you, Kala. You went in that, and then as you usually do, you speak about what you're doing, and I love what you're doing. Let me speak about the positive things that you're doing. I love that you get on a panel and you defend the honor of our people. I love that. That's a positive point. That's what we agree on right there, right? That's where we can say, all right, this is where I can maybe build with this brother, all right?
Yeah.
Your ideology may differ from mine because I say instead of doing all that stuff there, I'd rather focus on helping our people in America, even though I'm doing stuff on the continent, because culturally we have more in common. I can build with a brother from America easily than I can from Africa because of certain cultural issues, right? You'd be hard pressed to find 4 brothers that can build on, the concept of white supremacy and all these other things like us on the continent. You'd be hard pressed to find 4 like us just on some random panel. But I'm saying, let's just build. It doesn't have to be a tit for tat. It doesn't have to be, yeah, well, I'm doing this and you ain't doing that. You ain't there, because then we get back into, killer clowns or I forget what Kala calls them.
Debates.
Deadly clowns.
Deadly clown.
Let's not be deadly clowns, Kala. Okay, something about me triggers you, brother. What's up, brother? You don't like me, Kala? What's up?
I don't have nothing against you. I just don't like being misquoted. Like, let me give you an example, right? A lot of ADOS FBA said we should build right here. Okay, I agree right here, right? We did a whole show on Black towns in America, right? We have a place called Edenton, Florida, the oldest Black city in America, right? This place desperately needs people to move there, build, and everything like that. And you would think a lot of ADOS FBA people, we have ADOS FBA people just saying random stuff in the chat room, right? Kala, where's Edenton, man? I want to learn about this, right? I might want to move down there. Nice, beautiful town and whatnot, that you could build everything we're talking about building in Africa right there in Edenton, North Carolina, right? Nobody was interested, right? So
what part of North Carolina is it?
Edenton, North Carolina. Look it up. The oldest Black town, in America.
Okay.
Oldest Black town in America, right? And we got all these Black towns here on the eastern seaboard of America. Nobody goes to them, right? We had the Soul City project in eastern North Carolina, right? It was abandoned, So basically, Black people, we say was built in America, right? It seems to me that everybody basically wants to say build in America, but everybody's abandoning the inner city. Everybody's abandoning Black enclaves, abandoning stuff like that, moving to white areas and whatnot. But they're saying, let's build in America, right? And so I'm saying to myself, okay, let's build in America. Where are all these Black towns and whatnot that need young people, that need people, middle-class Black people to move there and plant down roots and stuff like that? If you want to stay in America, there's plenty of places in America you can move to and say like this. North Carolina got many Black towns that are thriving right now, that people can move to and bring their business and whatever they want to do to and everything. and then that will solve a problem of crime. It'll solve the problem of people feeling lonely, people feeling disconnected, and stuff like this. So everybody in America is on their own. Everybody's basically doing their own thing, and it seems like Black people in America have given up on trying to build communities in America. Nobody wants to build. But you go to a community now, people don't speak to each other, people don't talk to each other, people don't fellowship. We don't have any events. Look at even our television. Do we have UPN anymore? Do we have any programming that centered around us anymore? No, we don't have any of that anymore. At the same time, people always want to get this pushback about this. Now, people want to build in America. I love Black America. I want to say I know 99% of Black people are never going to leave America. I get that, you know. But I do know that there's Africans, Liberians, and other people that are reaching out and saying, you know, you guys can come here and build and stuff like this. And I'm saying that if we come there, right, in America, we don't, like Mississippi right now. The state of Mississippi, nobody's even talking about this. The state of Mississippi is basically taking white enclaves in the Jackson area, right, and taking jurisdiction away from the Black.
Brother, you just jumped from how they were welcoming you to build in Africa, and then you jump back to America, bro. This is your problem. Your brain is all over the place, man. Make your point.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish my point, man. Let me finish the point. Now, Jackson, Mississippi is like a 90% Black population, right? The white people and there's no Black legislatures in the whole state of Mississippi. No Black delegates in the state legislature in the state of Mississippi. The only last time we had in the state of Mississippi was during Reconstruction, right? That's a travesty. Now, the ADOS FBA people who say we're a foundational Black America and FBA and everything, they should be up in arms. If we're foundational Black America and Black people are a third of the population of Mississippi, how come there's no Black delegates and everything? Shouldn't that be a conversation?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. It should be a conversation. But I don't see what your point is right now.
No, my point is you haven't made the point tonight, but normally you make the point that we got it so good here, we got it so good in America that basically we should not be worried about Africa and whatnot. And I'm saying we could do both. I'm saying we could do both. We could do most of it in America, obviously because we live here. But the bottom line is that we got the excess of Black people who can go. And like I said, we got a lot of people that African Americans in Liberia right now who are building things, opening businesses and stuff like that. You got people in Ghana that's doing this stuff and everything like that. You got African Americans that live in South Africa making millions of dollars, you know, and doing stuff like that, you know. And most of the people who are on African continent from Black America don't call themselves Pan-Africanists, you know. And that's the point.
Can I respond, brother?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Black Americans can walk and chew gum at the same time, right? I'm busy on the continent. I'm busy in South America. I'm busy in the Caribbean. I'm busy in Black America. And I'm busy here in Europe. So we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Our issues are not even really our issues. Our points of contention or disagreement sometimes tend to, you know, be on, you know, the separation thing. If you're going to do it, you have to integrate. That's my point. You just have to integrate. You know, and if you find yourself in a place, right, where it's a must that you separate from those people while still trying to build with those people so that you're not getting scammed and, you know, this sister win and that person win and they got scammed, they got to speak to us, then bro, like what's the difference between that and dealing with a lot of these devils that don't have our best interest in hand? If we gotta like get on some shit like, see, and then somebody speaking and if it's like, yo, you gotta really check, right? And you have to really check, especially when buying land in some of these African countries, right? Because they'll resell the land, you know, then they have land guards, all this other shit, right? We don't have those issues in America, in Black America. We got issues with white supremacists trying to run Black farmers off their land. Different issues, but there's still issues. So there's going to be issues in America. There's going to be issues on the continent. My issue is don't try to make one, especially the continent, seem easier than it actually is, because it's a lot more complicated to do business on the continent. Now, when I say like we should do it in America, I stand on that. I believe that, and I can still do things in Africa, but I'm doing things in Africa based on my expertise, not based on the fact that they're Black people. The reason why I'm in Ghana and not specific part of Accra is because it's known for boxers. If it was known for anything else, I wouldn't give a shit about it. I'm not attracted to Ghana just because it's a bunch of black people. Because, like I tell you, blackness on a continent full of black people doesn't mean anything. It's like having a hot chick who can't hold a conversation. Once you finish, so to speak, what are you sitting in the bed talking about? Nothing. You're like, why don't you just go make me a sandwich and go home? There has to be more than just skin color. That's my point.
Okay, now in Southern Africa, it's different. In Southern Africa, you go to Zambia. I got Zambian people. You would think, you talk to some Zambian brothers, you would think you were in Harlem. You would think you were in the country.
I agree with you. I agree. Why? Why? Because we had solidarity with South Africans, as South Africans have had solidarity with us. Who was it? Randall Robinson? Was it Randall Robinson?
Randall Robinson, Trans-Africa.
Yeah, Trans-Africa. Randall Robinson. So we got all that history with South Africa. In West Africa, you already know there's this like underlying, us versus them kind of shit. The bronies are coming. Are they welcoming us back because they want us to come back, or they're welcoming our money first? With South Africa, we don't got to be on it like that. South Africa's like, oh shit, those are the Negroes who get busy and bang on the devil because they see them as a devil too. And in West Africa, while we see them as the ops, they see them as the opportunities, and that's a fact. So how can you build with someone on anything beyond just, glorified aid when they're looking at the white man with the colder ice? That's a fact, bro.
Well, yeah, I understand that, right? And Randall Robinson also, back in the 90s, right? He protested in Nigeria. He chained himself to the Nigerian embassy gates in Washington, D.C. I remember that. Anyway, my point is this, right? Liberia, the reason why we chose Liberia as a place, I've been studying Liberia for 30-something years, and I've been studying that.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Sorry to cut you. Do you agree with anything I said?
Well, I agree with that, what you said about South Africa. They understand that they have a racial consciousness like we do. I agree with But like I said, some people like West Africa is the blackest part of Africa. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people like going to West Africa. And like I said, places like Sierra Leone, they're giving passports out. People going there.
Let me ask you a question about the mindset in West Africa. Would you say is it more pro-black or really pro-opportunity?
Well, I would say that in West Africa, right, there's blackness, right, is something that we inherited in the West, and
right.
Who basically went to the West and stuff like that for the most part, right? Who we may experience racism and everything like that. But even when they get back to Africa, let me give you an example. Perfect example.
Brother, could you just answer the question, please?
Let me. I'm agreeing with you.
But you're going the long route, brother. This is my point.
I know,
wait, hold on, and I hope the brother above me, on point, listen to. I'm going to speak to him for a second. This is why it's hard to have a conversation with Kala, because he can never, ever, even though during this conversation I've agreed with him, I've supported his points that I agree with, and have respectfully disagreed what I don't agree with, and have given options as to how we could make it happen. Only thing he does when he gets the mic, is he'll barely say that he'll agree, will never support my point, and then go to patting himself on the back and tooting his own horn.
I agree with you about
No. But I'm saying. This is when you have somebody like that, you can't build shit because he's only worrying about how he looks. He wants to be King Pan-African, King. I know everything in Africa. I know everything about Liberia. But if you really was about building bridges and stuff, then you'd lay more bricks instead of standing on the bridge saying, "Look what I did! Look what I did!" That's all you do is toot your horn, bro. That's all you do. You can't even give a brother props about what I'm doing or what I've done, or can barely even agree with stuff that you agree with.
I congratulate
no, wait, but when I asked you about a mindset in West Africa, you glossed over it because you don't want to agree that I'm right.
You let me finish. I say yes because
no, because you speaking to me like I'm some fifth grader, bro.
Yeah,
I'm not the fifth grader.
You know the answer to that. Yes. West Africa.
Well, so then why couldn't you just give a yes? You can't give a yes because you know what's going. Wait, hold on. If you know it's a yes, why can't you just give, hold on, brother. Hold on, all point. Hold on, brother. Please don't Kala Genesis me. If you know it's a yes, then just give it a yes. You don't want to give it a yes because you know it's proving my point. And my next step is to say, being that the mindset in West Africa is not like we have in Black America, it's easier to build amongst like-minded people in our own air quotes country than to do it on the continent. That's why you have to separate. That's my point, and that's why you don't want to agree.
No. I'm not saying that because you can go to. There's a lot of Black people from America who live in Gambia, live in Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ivory Coast, Ghana. John Cashin was there in Nigeria for 30-something years. He's back in Chicago. He's back in Chicago and stuff like that. Yeah, that's why you're singing to the choir. I understand about West Africa. You can go to West Africa, right? Because West Africa, they don't understand the nuances of race and stuff like that, like we do in America. I get that, and that's why I say, in places like Ghana, right, if we're building our own communities because we have a race consciousness, right? It's basically like this. When we talk about Pan-African, we talk about people who have a race consciousness. Now, there's some Ghanaians who are conscious, right? They'll fit right in with what we're trying to do in Ghana. They'll fit right in. They're like, okay, I get what you're saying. I studied with Kwame Nkrumah. I studied that. Then you got people who are more traditional and everything like that, who are more whatever, and they don't understand what you're doing, And so, therefore, we're saying if we're making a commitment, Bomani made a business commitment and everything to build this in Ghana, we have to basically look out for our interests in Ghana, And the area that we're in Ghana is surrounded by a local community who basically will be, if we build an infrastructure, the local people are going to be part of it too. You made a point about if you build all the shiny stuff, that's a recipe for disaster. But the surrounding communities, the Ghanaians got good infrastructure and stuff like that. All we're basically doing is adding on to what's already there. I don't think we're doing anything bad or wrong or separating ourselves. If people are there's no real offense in games saying you can't go, we'll shoot you if you go beyond this point. No, we're just saying this is where we live, this is where we reside, and this is where we have our town hall, this is where we have our conduct our businesses, and this is where we welcome people in, this is what we're doing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Just building a community. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I can't agree with that, Kale, on that. I think we gotta. I think we will have to integrate. That's just me now, because there's a particular part of South Africa of whites that have their own little community.
Yeah, but they
no blacks. No, listen what I'm saying, Kayla. Hold on for Kayla. Kayla, no.
I'm not gonna let you do that. You cannot compare Jagazi with Aranya. That's a racist.
Pay attention. Kayla can't let the brother speak. Kayla will never let the brother speak. And I like the name Kayla because that's a white woman's name. Every time you cut the brother off, you sound like a Karen, bro.
Let me get
stop being a Kayla and be a Kala. Be a Kala, not a Kayla.
Or you guys are basically saying that what we're building in Jagazi, right?
No, not you. No, Kayla, not you. I'm not attacking you, bro.
No,
but I'm just saying. But my point of saying it is to Kayla is that if we go in with that mindset, not saying that we go stay African. Mindset? No. Listen to what I'm saying, Kayla. I'm not saying we're going in with a mindset, Africans not invited into our community of African Americans. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but in essence, that's what you're
bringing that up. Why would you bring that up?
Because it would amount to the same thing, Kayla. No, if you go in there, listen to Kayla, hold on, bruh, hold on for a moment. Let me get finished. If we go in there talking about, hey, we're gonna build little America in Africa.
Whoever said it, man, did you see Jagazi?
Bro, this is just an example.
You see the American flag there? You
Kayla.
See all black. You see the Jagazi community. There's Ghanaians there. There's African Americans, Caribbeans there. What are you talking about?
Kayla, you're taking offense to something. I'm just using that as
you're making an insinuation. You're making an insinuation that we're building a little America in Africa. We're not doing that.
Bro, listen to me. When you're talking about taking the West,
we're not taking the West. We're bringing black folks. This is a Black African infrastructure project. It's a thing. Black African infrastructure. We're not Westerners. What are you talking about?
Kayla, you taking this stuff, you getting personal with this stuff, bro.
You're making an insinuation. Oh, you're bringing
No,
America.
I'm not making an insinuation, bro.
Yeah, that's an insinuation. You're saying, oh, if you bring the American, we're not doing that. If you took time, you go to Bomani's website or go to the Ning site or look up what we're doing over there and whatnot. It's completely integrated with the local people.
All right, all right, Kayla, you was
just say, Mike. Just say you didn't know. You didn't know. You made an assumption and whatnot.
Kayla, Kayla, I just said that to you. All you gotta do is say, brother, you right. I apologize. Boom, boom, boom. Now you gonna turn it back on me?
Why can't you do the same thing and say, you know something, Kayla? You know, I didn't research this and whatnot. I didn't understand. I thought it was building some separate community and blah 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 blah. It's
Kayla, we talked about this, Kayla, years ago. We had this conversation. Mike, Jamal, Mike Jackson, we all had this conversation, bro.
The bottom line is this. If we're building in Africa and whatnot, we need to build from the ground up and whatnot. If we're going to bring in large numbers of people that want to repatriate to the African continent, right? You could live in the cities, you could live in that, but we definitely need like that. Something like that, and that's when you get in the numbers in the millions and whatnot. You know, if you got millions of people that want to go to the continent and everything, and then you know who put this up there? Thing, Dr. Arikana. We want to build a Wakanda city for the diaspora and whatnot. Are you telling Dr. Arikana that she's a separatist and whatever like that?
Kayla. Kayla, hold on for a moment.
You called me and said you supported Dr. Arikana. Remember that? The Wakanda.
Yeah, and I still do, because the sister she's doing the same.
So why is it that when Dr. Arikana or Akon does it, right? We want to build a city for African Americans, Akon City, wherever like that. You know, it's all right. But
no, Kayla. Kayla, you know for a fact that conversation did not go down that way with us. The conversation went down this way when we said
you called me really heated that day, and you was like, "Oh man, Dr. Arikana, why don't you support Dr. Arikana?" I said because if we're gonna build something, right, you know, we should have some control of it. I don't see nobody Black America in Akon's project. I don't see anybody in Black America in
why do we need to control everything? We're not these people here.
In other words, some other group of people, right?
No, Kayla, listen to me. I don't care who they are, as long as they're Black people, Black men. We go eventually be eating from the same table. I don't care how you look at it, bro.
You should have no problem with Bomani's community.
No, I don't.
So what are we talking about then?
You the one that should have been said we should have our own community or whatever. No, bro.
We do have our own community in Jugazi. So what? That we're the majority. We're the ones that make. You understand when you have a community, decisions are made and stuff like that. Who should do that? We should sit back. This is what I'm saying,
Kayla. My thing is this, Kayla. I'm not trying to go to a continent and start another fight.
Well, you don't have to, Mike. You don't have to. We're saying that we're building stuff like that. We're building in here. The money and everything, the tax revenue that we generate on this property and everything is going to us. We control it.
You know what? Maybe I must have said things wrong. I just don't want any type of conflict with the brothers and sisters on the continent.
There is no conflict.
That's all I'm really truly saying.
What you do in May, you go on Bomani with that trip and you see it for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Kayla. I mean, I got you on that.
You said conflict and everything like that. You're bringing conflict when there is no conflict.
No, I'm not saying this. No, Kayla, I'm not bringing no conflict. I think the conflict will be, when. I have seen this.
We have no conflict with. No,
Kayla. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you nor Bomani. I'm not saying y'all got conflict. I'm just saying for what I have seen of brothers going to the continent, they go over there with arrogance. Hey,
and that's what we're trying to free. That's what we're trying to. That's why I said we have to prepare people for going on the continent. We're not just going over there willy nilly. We know what we're doing. At the same time, right? Even if you go to the continent, right? People are going to be respectful of us. You know, that's what we're saying too. We have to basically have our own lawyers. We have to, because stuff does happen. It's human nature.
Well,
You know,
yeah, I mean, I got you on that, Kayla. I mean,
if there's conflict, it's like me. I don't want to go to a concert because somebody might bump into me and whatnot. You're gonna go to a concert. There's gonna be people bump into you. Simple as that. You're gonna get your shoe stepped on, and how you deal with it and whatnot. You know, no matter where you go, there's gonna be conflict. No matter where you go.
I mean, all right. I mean, I'm trying to say, avoidable contention. Period. That's all. If I can maintain.
What would be the contention? If we're going over there.
No, bro. I mean, no. I think it got our part. What the brother was saying, Kayla, he was telling the truth and things of that nature. And I understand what he was saying. What he was saying to you, and this is how this conversation went so far off. And when he got finished saying what he's saying, he just asked you a question. Do you agree? You didn't agree. You went on. No. Listen, no, Kayla. Hold on, bro. Hold on for a moment, Kayla. This is how you create peace among brothers. To recognize a brother and to respect a brother. This is what we fall short as black men. We do not respect. No, come on, Kayla. Listen to me, brother. We do not respect. Listen to me, Kayla. We do not respect one another. Period. And you just showed that tonight, bro.
Yo, you showed respect. What was the respect? He basically said,
brother, listen to me, Kayla.
He accused me of trying to. The first thing he said was, if you go over there and separate yourself from the local people, you're gonna have problems. I never said that I was separating. It was like he never retracted that.
Kayla, I heard you say that, bro.
Well, we're not separate. How is it separating? If you're building,
brother, listen. No, what he's saying. No, bro.
How's that separating? Do people got to live on top of each other?
No, brother. Listen.
We're building on virgin land. We're building.
No, Kayla. When you talk, I mean, all right, Kayla. I mean, we may have different understandings and things of that nature, but when it was all said and done, the brother gave his opinion and you gave your opinion, but the brother moved on to something totally different.
Yeah,
and the brother asked, and then when he got finished with that, he just asked you one question: do you not agree? That's all he said.
That was a basically loaded question, right? Because
whether it was Kayla
in West Africa,
Kayla, whether it was loaded or not, Kayla, whether it was loaded or not, all you had to do as a black man, Kayla, listen to me, bro.
Kayla, look, I don't have to agree with what Nat Meezy's saying. I know I've been debating. I know Nat Meezy well, man. You don't know him well, you know.
Dude, I don't have to know him well for you. That's called common sense, Kayla. What he just said. It was common sense, common courtesy, and respect there was common courtesy and common sense that respect should have been showed to that brother. That's all that is, Kayla. That's all you had to do is show respect to that brother. Was he gonna kill you, Kayla?
Did he show me respect?
Yes, he did, Kayla.
How?
He listened to you. He sat back, listened to your point of view.
Listen to me, and then basically.
No, Kayla. Then what's the kill about it? Kayla, when you got finished talking, Kayla, go ahead.
When somebody says, right, that I have, I'm probably more integrated or have more connections in what I'm doing in Ghana than you do in Liberia, right? Really. And I told him, I said, I got a freaking visa from the Liberian government. I got business partners on the ground doing all kinds of work and whatnot, you know, and we're going to set up an office. I'm incorporated in Liberia, you know? So he doesn't know what I have in Liberia. Without even knowing what I have going on in Liberia, he just made an assumption, and he never retracted that. So he shouldn't have took a shot at me about Liberia. I go like this.
All right, then. Kayla, you know what?
He was
Kayla, guess what, Kayla? You the elder. You the elder.
We're the same age, man. We're the same
age. All right. Y'all the same age. I thought the brother was young. All right, my bad. But anyway,
well, it sounds like it, but he's not. He's young.
All right. Granted. Let's do it this way then. In order for brothers to maintain peace, let yourself be wrong, bro, and say, you know what, brother, you're right.
I'm defending my what I'm doing, right?
Brother, listen to what I'm saying. You still worrying about your flesh. Bump your flesh.
Bomani, can you get in here for a second and tell him what we're talking about?
What, Kayla, I heard everything you said and he said. What do I need? I don't need him to translate.
I'm saying the fact that, you know, I'm defending Bomani's community and thing. You guys are saying that.
Kayla, I'm not tearing down Bomani's palace. I'm not.
So the whole idea of separatism should never even mention in this conversation at all by you or Nagnisi. You know, Bomani's not doing that. I'm not doing that. You know,
took on the conversation, Kayla. I didn't. I ain't saying nothing about no separation.
Why are you asking me? Why are we having a conversation about?
Kayla, because you brought it up. Kayla, you brought it up. And we went with it.
Why would I bring something up like that?
Kayla, y'all was talking about community, bro. I didn't bring community up.
Yo, so we have a community in Ghana, and we're gonna build one in Liberia.
And I asked you the question. I said, "Oh, for real, Kayla, y'all got that going on?" He said, "Yeah, Mike. Where you been?" That's all I asked, bro.
Bottom line, where you been? So the bottom line is, if you look at the website, right, you'll see Ghanaians there, you'll see local there, you'll see Nigerians, you'll see anybody who believes in Pan-Africanism working in this community, contributing. We're on a higher level. And we're saying we cannot just go to Africa and integrate because most Africans, like we said, are completely different. They don't have a mind. He answered his own question. They don't have the Pan-African mindset, you know? And so if you don't have the Pan-African mindset, this is what we're trying to do. We really believe in this. You know, we're trying to build a black community in Africa, right? One that basically, that's a Pan-African orient, that we can spread this ideology of show that the world that it works.
But
that's
Kayla,
what we're trying to do.
Hey, ain't nobody knocking that, bro. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. There's nobody knocking that, but there's a measure of respect that goes with that also. There's a measure of respect that got to go with it. If you can't take that respect with it, how you go build anything without respect?
Yeah, we are building it, you know, because we respect the people that respect us. And people have no respect. Magnesium don't have any respect for what we're doing, what I'm doing. He says that.
That brother did not come to you in a disrespectful way, Kayla.
That's on this panel. That's on this show.
I'm saying just for however long he was on this panel, he did not say anything disrespectful to you that you did not say.
The bottom line is because him and I really didn't get into it, you know, and the bottom line is only
Kayla, even though the bottom line you did not get into it, brother, my point of saying it is maintain peace with your brother and respect, brother.
It's like this: we maintain peace and people respect. You know, but like I said, I never said anything wrong about his boxing thing, what he's doing. He's pro-Black America, whatever like that. I never talk about people who defend Black America. He's always thinking for Black America. Hey, look, whatever. I respect that, you know. But we're saying at the same time, right? His argument was that we hate ourselves as Black America. That's what he always says, right? And he says, "Well, I give you respect," but and he took time to listen to what I was saying. I've always been like, you know.
I mean, let me ask you something, Kayla. What you just said, was he wrong?
What?
Was he incorrect when he said Black people hate themselves? Was he wrong?
No, he said no. What he's saying, Black people in America who are Pan-Africans hate Black America, and they're always throwing us under the bus for Africa. That part right there, I agree with him on. You know?
Yeah. All right, I do. All right.
His whole thing was he was trying to make that my argument, and I said, I told him, look at the title. What do you think about it? Oh, I agree with that. I said that's been my position all along, right? Don't go to Africa unless you're friggin' prepared. If you're not prepared, stay in America because Africa does not need more deadbeats and everything like that. You know?
Yeah, I got you on that one, bro.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, you're right about that, Kayla. Now, I got you on that.
That's what I'm talking about. That's his thing, right? But earlier tonight,
hold on, let me jump back in because I got to get back to work. Well, Kyle, if you got some issues, man, like I was listening to y'all for the last 5 minutes, and you're still talking about what happened before. This conversation, we were speaking about issues in this conversation. You and I have had debates. If you still feel a way about the debates, we need to be honest now about it and clear that air.
I'm saying you put words in my mouth. I never
do because I listen to you, bro. I let you finish and you cut people off.
Your whole assertion was, right, that I'm saying, not me, right? I'm saying that Black people just forget about America and go to Africa and build. I never said that. So
and I never said you said that.
I never said that.
I never said you said that, though. What I said is that my issue of contention with you was moving amongst people and separating amongst the same people you move amongst. And I stated that in my opening statement, bro.
Now, let me ask you this question, right? Now, okay.
No, Caleb, did you hear what he just said? Caleb, did you hear what he just said? Caleb, did you hear what he just said?
Yeah, I agree with that, right? But the bottom line is this: I agree with that, right? But that's not.
But there's no but. There's no but. Agree on it, and then for you to agree on that, you gotta say you was wrong with the other shit.
But I'm saying you're saying while you saying that, you're saying that that's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to do that. Why even bring that up?
Well, then you'd have to talk about that, not other live streams. I started first. You said that I said that you didn't rock with Black Americans or something to that point, and then you said, or you just agreed with that. I said that my issue was with separation amongst certain people, which was really the Garveyite ideology, right? That Africans couldn't do it for themselves, and we had to come and show them what to do. That was my issue contention. I never said you said that, but that's the kind of like it's Garvey-esque, right? So that's what we were speaking about. But what the brother was saying is that in that whole conversation, I didn't disrespect at all, but you still salty.
No, I'm saying what Mike is trying to say is that, okay, although you said that, you said just now you weren't really talking about me, right? Then Mike's saying that, okay, you see what he's trying to say, we shouldn't do that. Well, if he wasn't talking about me, why are you telling me, yeah, he has a good point. Yeah, he has a good point, but that has nothing to do with what I am, what I'm talking about. What does that got to do with me? If somebody...
You're trying to win little arguments, man, and it's a shame. It's really a shame. I think Kala should just set up another debate with me and you so I could cook you again, because this is easy work. It's like beating a dead horse. And the reason why? It's because you don't stay on topic, number one, and then you want to go tit for tat, and then you can't let people finish. Let me give you a debate tactic, right? Is listen to the person you're debating, don't cut them off, take notes, and cook them based on information, not based on emotion. That's why I stay cooking.
Okay, let me ask you a question now.
That little tidbit was for free. I'm gonna holler at you at another time, all right?
Okay, Mac, before you go, what about the fact that if you're gonna debate somebody, right, don't throw a straw man argument out, right? And then basically have the straw man sitting there, right? The straw man is me, and I gotta respond to the straw man because you just created a straw man. Try to separate yourself. That's not me. So I'm sitting there fighting against a straw man. We're trying to debate when that's a tactic. You throw a straw man argument out. Oh, you guys shouldn't do this, do that. I never did that. Well, I never said you did, Kala. So why you make a straw man? So I gotta sit here and defend myself against a straw man that's sitting right next to me. That's what I'm talking about.
Caleb,
and that does that stuff.
You're strong. Caleb, you're a strong, knowledgeable brother. You know about a lot of things in different parts of Africa. That's your gift. That's your gift you got. And ain't nobody trying to attack all that. Ain't nobody trying to attack you on your knowledge as to.
Like I said, I understand that, and like I said, I understand who I am. But anyway, it's getting late. It's going 6 o'clock in the morning. Hey, Bomani, you ready to end this live stream?
Absolutely. I can end.
Bomani went to sleep.
What do you want to say about Jagazi community? Are you a separatist community? Do you got Ghanaians banned? You're separating yourself and all stuff like this?
No, it's a Pan-African community, and Pan-African mean all of us.
That's what I said. A Pan-African community. Nothing less.
It's not a Black American or African American community.
The local people want to be a part of this Pan-African world that we're building. They're more than welcome. If you want to come there bringing tribalism and all kind of foolishness and nonsense, then you got to stay simple with yourselves. Simple as that.
I got you, Kayla. I mean, ain't nobody mad, man. We brothers, man. Let's maintain that.
I get that, but I just want to clear it up. We're basically building something that our kids are going to inherit, and when we're going to build that science school. And you think we're going to have local Ghanaians and everything getting an education and stuff like that? We're building something. People want to tear what we're doing down, using straw man arguments. You can't separate yourself. You can't do this stuff like that. It's like what is it's a Pan-African community. If you're black, you're more than welcome to come in. That's the mentality. We don't apologize for that. You know, we can't just go there and integrate with people who don't have anything, They don't have them together themselves. So we come in there building our own energy. A lot of times people, if you build your own community, they'll appreciate that more than you coming there telling them, well, I could do this, I could do that. And you try to rearrange. Some people are comfortable in what they got. So the idea is, let's build this model community, right? This model community. When people see this model community, how black people from all over the world can work together and everything like that, they're going to want to buy into it. There's a genius behind what we're doing.
I mean, I got you, bro. I got you. You got me. I got you, and I have nothing but respect for the both of you brothers. I'm serious.
Yeah, so that's what we're doing. This is years of hard work. You know, years of hard work. We got people that black people who want to go to Africa and want to build and everything, but they believe in Pan-Africanism. And like to Nakmezi's point, most people in Africa don't understand that. So when they see this Pan-African movement, like in Liberia, for the most part, you don't really have to build a community like this because the country is pretty much a Pan-African country anyway. You know, you just build communities and whatnot, like that, but you don't have to build like a model Pan-African community based on Kwame Nkrumah and Garveyism and stuff like that. You know, stuff ideology completely died in Ghana. You know, most Ghanaians are Negropeans that basically tethered to the West and whatnot. You got white guys coming in dating the Ghanaian girls and whatnot. We don't want to be part of that.
Yeah, you know? I got you on that, bro.
But so therefore, when you build a community like this is to say Pan-African. You know, we're Pan-African. What's Pan-African? You know, and people understand that, you know, this is about black unity and everything like that. So a Pan-African is a worldview. A lot of people in Africa don't understand that until they go out of Africa and they get discriminated against. Oh, I'm black. I didn't realize it. You know? So we're coming there with a Pan-African energy and we're connecting people to black people in the diaspora and they understand about us and everything. Ghana has a Pan-African bookstore and stuff like that. So there's enclaves of thing. There's another community in Ghana called Sable, which is big, you know, 5,000 acres and people buying land and living on the land and everything. People coming from the diaspora.
You know what, man? But Caleb, my thing is this, man. Stay away from that debate and stuff. That stuff is just strictly for entertainment, and it is built to keep up arguments.
Debate is healthy. Debate is healthy. If the debate is healthy,
it can be healthy, but at the same time, it can tear down. At the same time, it can tear down.
I've been debating for years, and I'm still here. You know, the bottom line is sometimes people have discussions. You know, we have discussions about stuff like that going on. You know, I have an idea, Nakmezi has an idea, you know, and we can discuss it like civil men, you know, that's what people do. You have a discussion, you know, you believe this, I believe this, and then maybe there's a meeting in the middle.
Yeah, but then, you know, when you're dealing with debates, man, it always it becomes personal.
No, it's not personal. No, we're above.
No, 90% of the time it becomes personal, bro.
I don't take anything personally, you know, I don't take anything personally. Because the bottom line is I don't take anything personally. What I do take personally is when people misrepresent my position. You know, and if I have a position, right, and you could agree to disagree with my position, that's fine. You know, I could say this is what I believe, whatever like that. Well, I'm not going to say, what I get mad about is, like what I got hated is when people are making arguments that I never made. And if I say we're going to build municipal centers, if we have areas that we are building in, right, we're going to control that. And I told you about Dr. Arikana, right? I haven't seen anything in her thing where the bylaws, whatever, like they're trying to build, whatever, if they were still trying to do it.
No, she working on that, bro. Mike, he gets on Mike Roebuck. He gets on a Zoom meeting with them, and she be on there.
Zoom meetings.
Huh?
It goes to Zoom meetings and whatnot. And the bottom line is this, you know.
No. Hold on, Kayla. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. The sister is still working to what she's trying to achieve. I can't knock that, brother.
Hey, look,
that's what I'm saying.
Like I told you months ago, right? You can't knock that, right? And I wish her all the best of luck, right? But I'm focused on what Bomani and I are doing, you know.
I'm not knocking it. I'm going to support you. I'm going to support that sister. Any person that's talking about what you and Bomani are doing. And if somebody else said they're doing the same thing, I gotta support them too.
Well, the bottom line is what we're looking for is people that's gonna get behind us because The whole thing is,
brother, you can have 10 of me that'll get behind you, 10 of me get behind this brother, 10 of me get behind that. We don't need
everybody's all because of YouTube and everything. You got 1,000 people trying to get. But how many Bomani brought into this movement, right? Now everybody's
no, Katie, I think you're missing the point, brother.
Well, the bottom line is, if somebody's doing stuff, right? Okay, we support that and everything like that. But like I said, I put my energy behind people that I'm connected with and I'm building with, right? If somebody also want to do something, hey, I wish them all the luck. I hope for Wakanda City, Akon, whatever they're doing, I hope it works out for them, right? But I'm focused on what I'm doing in Liberia and this, and eventually what we're doing in Angola, right? And I'm not compromising on anything, because I got Celeste. Roosevelt told me Celeste, she's working on building the city states we were talking about years ago. She said the Angolan government saying that would be a great thing to create their own Dubai, and they bring people from the diaspora to Africa to build their own communities and cities and towns, everything like that. They see the money, the potential in building something like that, So our ideology has already gotten to the halls of government in Africa, So whatever works out, fine, But the thing is, though, this idea that, you just got to go to Africa. Look, let me tell you something about Africa, Mike, right?
Mm-hmm.
All these countries in Africa, for the most part, right, are controlled by Europeans. When you go in Ghana and everything like that, you're basically part of the Anglophone file. You're basically
you're correct about that, brother.
Right?
You're right.
I don't want to be part of the British subject. Eventually, Black people in America are going to be so strong on the continent where we have our own government. We have a United States of Africa, and we have our own states and everything. Each country is going to host an Afrikstan territory, which we basically have some autonomy and everything. We have our own central bank, all stuff like that. And that's how you bring millions of Black people back to the continent, right? To build cities, build towns, build industrial zones and stuff like that. That's the vision of an Afrikstan, And so therefore, like I said, these countries that you see now in Africa were drawn by European colonialists. The borders don't make any sense, You got whole regions overlapping each other in countries that they don't know. Mostly, you got people let me give you an example, Mike. What do you think about the civil war going on in Amazonia, Cameroon?
I ain't even know what was going on, bro.
Okay, this is what we're telling you. I'm telling you stuff I know.
See, this is what I'm talking about, Caleb. This is what I'm talking about. My point exactly. You know all of that stuff.
All right. Brother. And also, Mike, what I'm saying is this. Because I know this stuff, right? If I say that we need to have our own enclave that we can protect ourselves with, I'm telling you why. I'm looking at what's going on in Amazonia. The people of Amazonia in northern Cameroon, right, want their own separate government and everything like that. They're English speaking, right? The country was imposed upon them by the French and the British and everything. They want to succeed and everything. The French government in Cameroon, which is redundant, right, is slaughtering them. They said we want our own separate state. We want to govern ourselves, and we want to be recognized as a state. South Sudan fought for decades against North Sudan. Now they got a country, because they have a different language, different culture, everything, These borders that you see in Africa are going all sides. We even have a separatist movement in Biafra right now. They want to succeed from Nigeria, And so what I'm saying is this, though. If we're basically living on the African continent, right, we have to be around people who are like us and everything like that. Because
I'm not knocking that, Caleb. I mean, I agree with you about that.
When it comes to politics and everything, anybody tells you just go to integrate in Africa, this setting you up for failure. Because the bottom line is
crazy. You will have to integrate with them. Period.
No. You can integrate from a position of power and strength. You can integrate.
Caleb, that sounds like that slave base mentality, brother. You slinging on them.
So in other words, if you live in an area, right? Let's say our people are creating all the tax base with tax revenue and everything. Because we don't have numbers and everything, we have no say-so over what goes on. Does that make any sense?
See, when you talk about taxes and all that stuff, bro.
That's what we're talking about on a different level.
I know we're talking about a different level, but let me ask you something, Caleb. Do the average African pay taxes?
Well, the average African doesn't pay taxes.
All right, then. So why are we talking about taxes on African land?
What we're going to build, we're going to have a tax system That's how we're gonna
See,
find out.
no, this one I'm getting you to see. You're taking the West to Africa.
Well, the bottom line is not taking the West. The Asians have a tax system. Everybody else has a tax system around the world.
I mean, ain't nobody worried about no Asian. Get them out of Africa.
Hold up. Mike, let's cut this out right here. Africa is not developed.
That's true, and it's probably good that it's not developed.
No, it's not good. It's not developed.
Bro, let me pose something to you. I'm finna lay something down on you right now. I was warned about 2 or 3 months ago before what was going to happen with the economy. They told me my business was going to suffer. It did. I got hit. When they said the tech world, I did not think that I was going to be affected. When they started laying off the Amazon workers and Facebook, I knew what was going to happen. I knew. Now you gonna start seeing more porn. Matter of fact, it's more porn on Facebook now than it was 2 months ago. You can see porn on Facebook now because they're the lazy people. Listen to what I'm saying. So they made that decision to do what they wanted to do there. Now you're talking about Africa is not up to par. It's not. It's for infrastructure. Do you know, brother? If you really truly want to,
you're talking about the average African.
Listen to me. If you listen to me. If the infrastructure.
Africa doesn't want to hear
Africa don't want to hear what?
So you're telling me the average, you add 90%. Why do you think China's there? China's building infrastructure. You know,
China is building infrastructure in Africa and putting Africa in debt just to build that.
So check us out. You telling me that China and all these other people that's building infrastructure in Africa, they should just stop doing it, right, and just go home?
They putting Africa in debt doing it. Then they go end up owning the land of Africa because they do not have the money to pay it back. If you don't have the money and you default, hey, this is ours then.
Hey, I appreciate you. I just got some comments right here. What do you think about this, Kala?
Is that coming trying to impose the system? How you impose anything on you? You know,
I mean, say it again, Caleb.
No, the comment that being posted on the screen, brother, is what we do.
Hold on.
I say you ain't coming out and build your own state. That ain't gonna fly. We're gonna do it regardless of what you think. You know, people. Oh, you ain't coming out and trying to impose your system on us. What's your system now? Well, your system now, you got. I bet you anybody. This person probably lives in Europe. You know, it's probably a person that lives in Germany, living on the white man's infrastructure and everything like that, telling us what we can't do in Africa. You know. Now this person will never say move the country to a country with sanctions. She moved to Zimbabwe. I don't know. She was from Zambia and Zimbabwe. I don't know what she's doing. You know, I don't know what Dr. Arikana is doing. I don't know what she's doing. She's all over the place. You know, and so basically like, oh, you can't build infrastructure. You can't build this. Whatnot. What are you going to Africa for? You know, these people going over there empty-handed. We're not gonna build them. We're just gonna go to Africa. These people are basically, this is what I'm talking about. Just go to Africa and do what? No, don't build nothing. Don't build no infrastructure. And this is the same. Maybe Africans don't need infrastructure. These are the same people who will tell us Africa built the first civilization. We gave the world civilization. Why is Africa the least developed? Why is Africa always got to have Chinese? Everybody else can build their own roads, airways, airplanes, everything else, when Africa can't build anything. But we're supposed to go over there and basically go and live in mediocrity like that. We're going there bringing our mindset. Yeah, our mindset is to build. Same way we built Liberia in the midst of the freaking surrounded by jungle and everything like that. We built a republic that was a model for all Africans to copy. So I don't want to hear none of this nonsense about, oh, you can't understand, Kala. You don't understand, Kala. That's why I am where I am. And all these other people that you just keep guessing and thinking and following. That's what leadership is all about. You make the decisions that other people don't have the intelligence and the fortitude to do. The way forward in Africa is development. Africa needs infrastructure. If Ghana and all these countries would develop we would have 90% of the problems that we go there wouldn't exist. We wouldn't even need for a Black Star Pan-African community. So people, like I said, people are, oh, you got to separate yourself, whatnot, You got people, but what are people, majority of people, when you go to Ghana and when they doing nothing, and you go back there, what are they still doing?
Same thing.
Nothing.
I mean, just like, I mentioned to people, if the continent was going to figure it out by itself, it would have been done. So,
show me one major
part
infrastructure project
in that growth and future of Africa. I'll repeat that.
Tell me one major infrastructure on the continent that's built by black hands. None.
No, none I can think of.
$100 billion a year Africa loses every year because we're not coordinated enough to build our own infrastructure and everything. We claim we got all these degrees and everything.
Degrees.
So this idea of building municipalities and stuff like that we could generate tax revenue for ourselves and the national government, stuff like that. We build on commercial centers and everything like that. Well, who the hell will be against that? Is that Africa don't pay taxes? Yeah, everybody pays taxes. Ghanaian government tried to create an e-levy system, right? The tax 1% on electronic transactions. They almost burned the country down. If we use ourselves, it would have thousands out of poverty, And the bottom line,
people on the internet will just make anything up and just type anything, They type their own fantasy.
Yeah, fantasy. I'm a billionaire, and I got assets and stuff like this, whatever.
I mean, when you're living in your mama's basement, you know what I'm saying, and being a keyboard warrior, the imagination is unbelievable. You could be anybody. Tomorrow you could be Thanos.
So like I said, what we're saying right here, like this idea of we don't need to do this in Africa. What are we doing? We're building. We're showing people when we come there, we're building and we're creating and stuff like that. The Lebanese, all these other people are coming there and they're coming with their A game. You can't go to Africa empty-handed talking about, we don't need this, we don't need electricity, we don't need all this stuff like this. They're gonna tell you, get the hell out of here. We don't need you. You say basically we're building this and everything. You watch this community and we're growing, and next thing you know, we're buying from Ghanaian producers and everything like that, and we're putting money in local Ghanaians' pockets and everything. How's that separatism? That is integration. If you're buying and doing commerce, people don't even understand what they're talking about, You're buying and doing business with the local people, and you're putting money in their pockets, and you guys are growing together. That's integration right there. You can't sit there with your come empty-handed with your bucket out, talking about let's be poor together. Let's do something like that together. It's not gonna work. But anyway, brother, it's 6 o'clock, man. I didn't know we were gonna be on this long, brother. Yeah, you're muted, Bomani.
It's freezing out here in Georgia.
Brady, why you turn the heat on?
You know what I'm saying? Here we go. Hey, join us, family. So we are closing out. I'm here. The heat is on. Time to go. This is very light. What I got on. It's just a light shirt.
But that was an interesting discussion,
Yeah.
I don't like people making straw mans. Not saying I can't contribute, but Native Africans have to pick. Yeah. Look, they ultimately got it, but you got millions of Africans living abroad. They have no intentions of coming back. Show me the Native Africans that are coming doing what Bomani and I are trying to do in Africa. None. They're sitting in America, sitting on Facebook, sitting on YouTube, running their freaking mouth. They're not organizing and everything like that, So instead of welcoming us and everything like that, I don't understand the mentality of people. You should be like, damn, you're gonna build anything. Come on, If you're coming, encouraging other people, you're bringing people for tours and whatnot. Yeah, come on. We want millions of y'all to come back and spend our money in Africa. You would think that would be a thing. You would think they would say, we're going to build our ports up so we can create African Americans to come on cruise ships to come on. We're the most cruise shipping people on the planet, you know? You know, but their mind don't think like that, you know? Why I said, man, that's why this movement requires leadership. You know, leadership.
Greetings, Andrew. Welcome to the call.
I got to go, but let me hear what this brother has to say.
Greetings, my brother. How you doing, both of you, brother?
Doing well. That's the topic here. Let us know what you want to share before we close in the next few minutes.
I don't know if you guys can see me, but I want to say this, guys. I appreciate you, everything you're doing, Brother Bomani, showing us Ghana, and I appreciate everything this other brother's doing. I used to watch him on Dynasty News channel.
That's what's up. All right.
And I'm not gonna hold you gentlemen up, but I just, you know what, Bomani and Brother Cully, I'm looking. I have a 10-year Africa plan, but I'm coming to Africa as a retiree.
That's the best way to do it, bro.
You know, I thank you, brothers, because I don't want to move too soon, because I'm not trying to go over there unprepared.
There you go, man. That's real.
There you go.
Enjoy the American life and get things set up in Africa, and then make your move.
You can live in paradise. You got a good retirement check, and you built your home over there and stuff like that. You're living like a king, you know?
Yes, sir. Thank you. You know, but I'm gonna tell you, thank you, gentlemen. But I'm gonna tell you one. My friend, I got two Ghanaian friends, right? One of my friends live in Accra. She's a pastor, but my other friend, he lives in the Volta region, and he tells me, he said the mistakes a lot of us that Africans make when we come back, we try to live the American lifestyle in Ghana. He said when we come back home, live like our people. Don't try to live like we lived over here. Live like the local. You know, grow your own food if you can. Get your solar and, you know, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason a lot of diasporans end up having to come back over here or either go back to the UK. You know what I'm saying?
I've seen people that do that and they still fail. You know, they get their own solar and stuff like that, and they grow their food. You know what I'm saying? When you grow your own food, when you grow food, right? You know, food only has like a shelf life of like a week. You know,
you have to operate as a union. You know, you can get a lot accomplished. You know, you can make it work.
Yeah,
I've looked at different ways, and that's what I've came up with. And you know me, just tactically looking at ways that we can make it work.
Everybody think growing food is easy. It's not. You know, if you got a vegetable garden in your backyard and everything, but the intensity of keeping up with that and stuff like that, you know, everybody can't grow tomatoes. So if one person grows tomatoes, this person grows potatoes, this person grows this grows this, and then you meet at a market and exchange. You know, that's how you do it. You know, everybody can't grow everything like this. I'll grow tomatoes this year. You gotta have a coordinated effort. You know, and it can work. But people like want to be like, oh, I'm just going to sit there and grow my own chicken and kill my own chickens in the backyard and whatnot. You know, no, it don't work. But you make sure you have a residual income. That's the main thing. How many years are you close to retire, brother?
Right now I'm in my 40s. I'm like 46 years, and I'm looking to be out of America by the time I'm like 55.
What do you do? What do you do for a living?
I drive trucks over the road.
Okay, you drive trucks. So you got money saved, right?
Yes, sir.
You got money invested.
Other than like a 401k, I got.
When you gonna cash out your 401k? What age? What they give you age?
59.
All right, when you're 59, okay, you got 401k you can live on and whatnot. You got Social Security you can live on. You have at 65 you can get Medicare and stuff like that. Yeah, you'll be all right. But the only gap in problems is you got to get a good before you go over there. You got to get a good healthcare plan. You know, healthcare plan. I don't buy that. Oh, I'm just gonna live safe or whatnot. You can get sick. You know, get bitten by a snake. You know, get infected by something or eat something or poison, whatever like that. You're gonna have to go to that doctor, you know. If you don't have health care, you know, you're in trouble. I don't know how in America they can't refuse you. You know, that's a law, you know. I don't know how it is in Africa. I mean, they'll treat you initially, but you know, after a while they're gonna be like, yo, You know, these bills are piling up, you know, and that's not fair to them, you know, and it's not fair to the country. Have a good healthcare plan, have a good life insurance plan, have all that stuff in order and whatnot, you know, and you'll be all right. You know, you'll be all right. You know, you just got to be prepared when you go to the continent. The main thing is having income. And also, whatever you do, right, make sure that you don't burn your bridges. If you have to go and leave and go back to the United States to get help or whatever like that, take up business, whatever like that, you could do that, you know. You know, don't burn your bridges, you know. Make sure you always have a path back, you know, if you need to go and stuff like that. That's just what I know from all the people I've known that went to the continent, and they I have this. It's not like that. If you are rich, whatever like that, you know, the rich people can live any place they want to. They can get on a plane anytime, fly here. They got money, they got stuff like this, you know. But to the layman, make sure you got a good savings, residual income, retirement, and stuff like that. And then you could sustain yourself, you know. Same thing, and buy your house, have your house already built and everything, you know, have everything you need there and stuff like this, you know, and then you'll be good. You know, it's not hard, you know, but I wouldn't suggest somebody in their prime working years going to the continent. You got people there, yeah, I'm 30 years old, I'm going to Ghana, I'm gonna get a job. Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck with that, you know. So I'm gonna go there and sell fruit, you know, whatever, you know. And like I said, you know, it's our people, it's making the movement look bad, you know. We just got to be prepared. We got to be prepared. Main thing is work as a unit. You should look at Jagazi. You know, we got property there for sale. You know, you can get it started on it now. Get Bomani. He could get you a piece of property for a few $1,000s. You could be working on that. You know, that's an idea. Have you thought about that?
There you go, family. My information is always below.
Yes.
Website is always below with details. You can reach out. We can talk about any of these conversations.
Hey, thanks for money. I followed Bomani many years on YouTube. That I've been looking at some of the properties, you know, like the nice home, you know, and stuff.
You're breaking up.
I've been looking. I said I followed him. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I said I followed Bomani many years on YouTube, and I've been looking at some of the properties he has. I've been looking at some of the land.
And don't be shy, man. Just join in, man. Don't be inhibition. You got the right place. If you buy a property, live on the property and whatnot, you can have a support system with you. You know, we got your back.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know, we got your back. That's what it's all about. You know, a lot of our people, we talk about communion and everything, but I don't see it in Africa. Communion. Let's be communal, Ubuntu and whatnot. Then comes to Africa, everybody's by themselves. Nobody put. Also, what we need is our own susus on there. I have not yet seen an African susu where everybody's putting money in every week and whatnot, and the money goes back into a lottery pool like other groups do. You know, we should be doing that on the ground. Our own lotteries, our own susus and stuff like that. That the immigrants do when they come here. You know, you might be able to host, rent one of your rooms out for real cheap to somebody who wants to come there to the thing. Say, okay, you know, I got 3-bedroom. I'm gonna rent out one room to a guest and whatnot. You can make some money, you know, and come like that. There's all kinds of ways if we work together.
There you go, man. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely, Kala. Like, you're about to drop, man. Let me know if you want to play the music, and we can play the music and close.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, we're brothers. But I gotta go, man. I'm tired, man. All right, I'll holler at y'all tomorrow. I'll holler at you tomorrow. All right, brother.
Absolutely, brother. I'm playing the music, and so we're gonna close out, family, with wonderful song from the website. And this is, you know what I mean, dear. As a matter of fact, we're gonna just remix this one, and we're gonna just send you a nice little tune right here. You know what I mean? And this one is called. Let's do a random little mix right here. So much trouble in the world. Bob Marley family. Come from our website, africans.org. Thank you for joining us.
So much trouble in the world. So much trouble in the world. Bless my eyes this morning. The sun is on the rise once again. We heard that things are going. Anything can happen. You see, men sailing on their ego trip. Blast off on their spaceship. Million miles from reality. No care for you, no care for me. So much trouble in the world. So much trouble in the world. All you gotta do, give a little, take a little, give a little, one more time, yeah, 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 yeah. So you think you found that solution? Oh, it's just another illusion. So before you check out this night, don't leave another cornerstone standing there behind. Yeah, we've got to face the day. Ooh, we come one day. We the street people talking. Yeah, we the people